Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Called bird strike. Astros sweep the Diamondbacks. Josh Hader remains perfect here in Chase Field. 11 2/3 without a run over his career. And Blummer, the Astros keep rolling some way, somehow. Now the best record in the American League.
You know, that's the thing, the transition and the ease of how we went into things today, it was really cool to see because I'm used to first days being just a debacle where the ball is on the ground, snap count is off, defense, busting assignments, but to have a really clean operation, very pleased with that, because the guys have been away for a while, they haven't done football, so to come out and get the football part right, and that's alignment, assignment, being where you're supposed to be. And I'm very pleased with our coaches, first and foremost, for having their guys ready to go.
It's a good day yesterday, man. It was a really, really good day yesterday. The Astros win. They complete the sweep against the Arizona Diamondbacks. And, out here at Texans training camp for a day with just jerseys on, no pads, nothing like that. It looked crisp, man. The operation looked pretty smooth for a shortened practice yesterday. They just went maybe about 70, 80 minutes yesterday practicing. They'll be back out here today. We're out here today live at Texans training camp as we welcome you in on a Thursday morning. And it is Payne and Pendergast as we welcome back Seth C. Payne, Pope Zaza. What's up, dude? How are you?
I'm good, man. I apologize for it's can you hear me?
I can barely hear you, Ben. You're going to need to turn Seth up a little bit. There we go. There we go. All right. How you doing, buddy?
Hey. Okay. I'm good, man. As you know, I've had a little bit of an ordeal, so I'm stuck in Oregon, and this was a challenge. I applaud you for not freaking out as I screwed 19 things up this morning. My phone died in the middle of the night, and I didn't know how to connect.
Okay.
There's two things. Yeah, there's two things. One, that the Astros are back to what they do, which is sweeping teams despite having a AAA lineup. But the biggest thing about the Texans yesterday was the fact that, that sounds simple. But D'Amico, that, hey, usually there's a lot of hiccups and everything. It's so true. On the first day of camp, usually they'll start a period over, or the quarterback, the snap count can't get right. The very first year of the franchise, we actually had to start a practice completely over midway through because David Carr had fumbled like 7 snaps. They just couldn't get it, and that was like a week before the first game. So the little things and just executing without all the hiccups, it does feel like Nick Caserio, is really all about just execution. Remember last year, Bobby Slowick would say, well, we got to execute. And he almost said it like it was the players' fault that they weren't executing. I think Caserio, look, the X's and O's matter, but Caserio just really wants things to be crisp. And that's a stark departure from the way the offensive line especially operated last year.
Yeah. It was really interesting yesterday, Seth, because there was a lot of questions, obviously, about the offensive line and the operation of the offense. CJ met with the media, so his newfound control over what they do offensively. It's hard when they're just out here. They only did 2 11-on-11 sessions yesterday. Neither of them were terribly long, and especially the first one, way more of an emphasis on the run game. The install period that they did was practically all run game. So that's the type of stuff out of training camp, especially when they're not in pads. That's not the most enthralling kind of thing. When you got them installing run plays where nobody's allowed to really touch each other around. There, you could tell there's a major emphasis on running the football with this team, and a lot of the questions. We'll play some of the audio here. There was a lot of that whole kind of cryptic reading into the answers as answers about the current version of the Texans, but also with a sort of acknowledgement that all these things last year were a big problem for the team. We're going to play some of the audio in a second, but that was my huge takeaway yesterday. Is wow. This is not lip service to running the football, and B, there are some things that they are doing now, some very basic things that this team is doing now that they weren't doing last season.
And the cool thing about that is, okay, they're working on the run game and no pads, and what can you do with that? Because it's not going to be very competitive. Last year, Sean, you remember when I could tell that the O-line cabal had been trying to feed information to the media, to their favorite journalists and whatnot, that, hey, well, look, don't worry about the run game. It's hard to run the ball during training camp when you can't, you can't cut block and you can't go full bore. And I'm like, okay, no, other teams can run the ball well in training camp, even though they're not going full speed. Yeah. So I don't think there's going to be any excuse making like that. There's not going to be any. So when you're in no pads, okay, obviously you're not going to have the physical element of it, but it's the footwork, the technique, the being cohesive, and everybody having the timing down. That's the stuff that you're working on, and it was just gone from the offense last year.
Yeah. Let's get to just a few takeaways from day one out here at training camp. We'll get to the Astros at the top of the next segment here because that sweep is significant of the Diamondbacks yesterday. They are tied for the best record in the American League right now. Miraculously, with an outfield yesterday, it was Cooper Hummel, Taylor Trammell, and I forget who was and Chas McCormick in right field. That was the starting outfield yesterday for the team that took the lead in the American League race. But let's start with some D'Amico Ryans yesterday. The offensive line was the big topic yesterday, especially at the outset of practice. The left to right first unit that they sent out there yesterday, and they mixed and matched a ton after this, so probably not a ton to read into it, was Cam Robinson from left to right. Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Jarrett Patterson, Titus Howard, and Ariante Ursary was trotting out there with the ones yesterday. Now, again, eventually they started mixing and matching and whatnot, but the very first unit to go out there to do drills had Ariante Ursary, the rookie out of Minnesota, at right tackle. Here was D'Amico Ryans on the offensive line and how they're looking so far and how they're working so far.
For the O-line, Will, it's always tough when it's hard for me to, you continue to evaluate O-line. It's hard when you don't have pads on because that's how the game is played up front, O-line, D-line. You got to put the pads on to have a true evaluation of how that'll look. But the small things that stuck out to me and what Cole has done a really good job of, just those small, intricate details that they'll translate, pads or not, and that's hand placement, your feet being right, like where are your shoulders, where are your eyes, the communication, all of those little things that really allow those guys to bind together as one. I think that's where y'all see the guys being on the same page. They're being intentional with how they're working an individual. It's very deliberate, and so I see that translates, and that's what I expect from all of our coaches, to be deliberate in how you prepare your guys as individual. That's what I've seen throughout the spring with Cole, with Zach, and that will translate. It's shown up here. They've done a great job communicating today, and that'll keep allowing those guys to be the best version of themselves and do a great job of run blocking first and foremost as a unit, and then also protecting CJ.
That was one of several cuts yesterday, Seth, where it was like, okay, that's great that they're doing these things. These sound like very basic things that weren't getting done last year. Things like communicating.
Yeah. And this is where it's, I always worry about with new offensive coordinators that they want to be complex. They want to do everything. Bobby Slowick, and this isn't just individual to Bobby Slowick. Mike Vrabel did it in his first time as a coordinator, a defense coordinator with the Texans. They want to just do everything all at once, and they want to have the most brilliant-looking performance that ever was. So in that first game versus the Ravens 2 years ago, they were trying to do everything. They were trying to throw the whole kitchen sink out there and all this pre-snap motion and everything, and you had a rookie quarterback that just wasn't in a bunch of everybody was new to the system, and they weren't ready for it, so they had to pull it back a little bit. I think Caley has probably just learned by observation over the years that that's a hazard, is that you got to really start with the basics and hammer those. And so far so good. Obviously, it's no pads, and I some of my favorite Caserio answers yesterday were just when people would ask him, like, hey, what's your favorite thing about this team? Or, like, are they going to be really good? And you're like, look, we'll see. It's all talk right now. We'll see.
Yeah. And no, every answer where he was asked something like that was just something about they have a great attitude and they like to work hard. It's like, okay, yeah. That's good job.
Yeah, there is. That is the thing that Caserio seemed like he gushed the most about was actually the fact that it seems like we've got a lot of guys that actually really genuinely want to work hard, and that probably reminds him of his New England days a little bit.
No doubt. They were hammering the run game yesterday, as I mentioned. That was the biggest things for me: the offensive line talk and just the shuffle there. That it's the total opposite of the Cabal's got nothing this year, Seth. This is the total opposite of last year, where everybody was in ink and tattooed as to what their position was going to be. They are truly mixing and matching. They hammered the run game. I mentioned that. Bobby Sloak, you tell me, Seth. I'm going to play this audio from D'Amico right here, and he was asked about what he likes, what he loves about Nick Cayley's offense. This was construed by many as perhaps a stray towards Bobby Sloak.
What excites me most about Cayley's offense is that it's evolving and it's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. So what excites me the most is not just copy and paste from other places that he's been, and he's been very successful at other places, but he's been with the installation process of where do we want to put our guys, what position, what's the best spot for our guys to be in. So you look at it through that lens, it's going to be about the Houston Texans. And that's what I love most about the offense, is him being able to be adaptable and put our guys where they need to be.
You and I have spent a lot of time dissecting audio from various offensive players on the team that said that thing. To hear D'Amico Ryans himself kind of, I don't say inadvertently, but kind of just by describing Cayley's offense, kind of describing what Bobby Sloak's offense was pretty jarring yesterday, I thought.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that it's almost impossible to say something nice about a new guy without it sounding like an insult of the old guy.
On this show, it sure is. As long as I'm here, it will be. I'll tell you that.
I was just like, that's like saying, like, hey, what do you like about your new wife? Like, she didn't sleep with my boss. Yeah, that's a pretty clear indicator that your old wife did something. Like whether he intended it that way or not, I think it was pretty clear. And, D'Amico himself had said that they need to be able to adapt better, and make adjustments better. And the second half. So there's one thing there's on the macro level, how are you going to build this offense? But then on the micro level, just second half adjustments. And I know people will tell you that they're overrated, et cetera, et cetera. Like that, you're making adjustments the entire game long. And the Texans were just so much worse in the second half offensively because Bobby couldn't. To build on multiple fronts, hopefully, is a lot different.
We will make sure the Astros get some love here in the 6 o'clock hour as well, coming up next. Who would have thought that they would have 17 guys on the IL on the day they put their 17th guy on the IL, or the day after they take over the lead in the American League? It's unbelievable. So we'll get to that. And also, Seth mentioned Nick Caserio met with the media yesterday. He was asked about probably the biggest Nick Caserio topic of the last month and a half. The poison pill that he dropped on the rest of the NFL by guaranteeing Jaden Higgins' contract. Nick Caserio addresses that for the first time. The audio, we have that for you. Also talks about one new player on the team that was somewhat controversial, and who is the guy that we think might be the most improved on this team based on Nick Caserio's assessment. We will get to all of that coming up here in the next segment as we're live from Texans training camp day 2 here at the Methodist Training Center. But before we do that, I can tell you, Beck.
WDNM.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Ground ball towards the middle and through. Zach Short's going to score. Heading to third, Trammell. 4-3 Astros. Christian Walker, a huge RBI against his former team.
Yeah, and I was really hoping for that to happen that way, so he could live, his old hometown in a high note, and he had a really good series. Big knock there at the end, but I thought these guys, they came out and they took care of business.
All right, that was Joe Espada. Christian Walker. Christian Walker has started to look like the Christian Walker that the Astros thought they were getting when they gave him a 3-year, $60 million deal. He's been really good the month of July. Thank God, because he's one of the few guys that they had planned on having in this lineup at the beginning of the year who's actually in it. They threw that lineup yesterday. When they throw the defensive formation up on the screen, they show left, center, right, and the whole infield there. And I'm looking, and it's no exaggeration. Like that lineup, granted a getaway day lineup, so it would have been a kind of a skeleton crew anyways. But you got no Jose Altuve and no Cam Smith out there, while you have Jake Myers, Jeremy Pena, Yordan Alvarez, and the injured list. And I'm going, you could have played a game. Is this a middle of July lineup, or is this a West Palm Beach lineup? And I think most people would have guessed that's a West Palm Beach lineup, and yet they sweep the Diamondbacks. They're in first place in the American League right now. It's incredible.
What if I told you, don't worry, Sean, Zach Short and Taylor Trammell are going to be in a high-leverage position in the ninth inning. And guess what they're going to do? They're going to bunt.
Mosquito bites.
Both of them. Yeah, and it's going to spark a rally. Yeah, there's nothing you could have predicted about this at the beginning of the season. I mean, Taylor Trammell was on the roster, obviously, and injured. But, gosh, I've gotten almost like a sick fascination with seeing. When the lineup comes out, I'm like, yeah, give it to me.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
Winning.
I don't. Wait, I know all these guys. No, I want somebody anonymous, a stranger from the park. Put him in there.
It's incredible. It really is incredible. And highlighted by the whole thing. You talk about the everyday lineup yesterday. Highlighting the whole thing is Brandon Walter, who, if you had to play in a playoff series right now, he would be your third starter after Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. I don't think it's even I don't even think there's a debate right now, because the guys they're trotting out there on the regular are Hunter, Framber, Brandon Walter, Colton Gordon, who's been fine, but he's not been as good as Brandon Walter, and until he went on the IL this week, Lance McCullers, who's been a circus. So Brandon Walter has been one guy. He's only got one win to his credit, but he's got a ton of really good outings. Like, he didn't win the game yesterday, but he kind of won the game yesterday. He gave up a home run on the first pitch and then only gave up one base runner the rest of the way for 7 innings yesterday.
Well, this team's going to go as the pitching goes. That's during this last skid, the offense was actually a little bit above average. It's just in the month of July, it's been more about the pitching hadn't been quite as stellar as it had before.
Yeah.
So especially when the relievers, the bullpen has just been relied upon so much. So when the younger guys or the guys that are less heralded or less experienced, like Brandon Walter, can start to give you consistently more innings and consistent performances, it's going to be as simple as that. I've stopped trying to figure the lineup and the offense and Christian Walker in general out, and just know that, man, this team, if they're pitching the way they're capable of pitching, and if they can keep from running out of gas in the second half of the season, that I'm not really putting any limits on them, because I don't know. I still don't know who's coming back from injury. Obviously.
Well, there's that. There's the whole injury thing, but they do small ball really well. They've been the beneficiary of some mistakes made by the opposition. I'm thinking of the Seattle series this weekend where the floodgates open for those 11 runs. A lot of that was J.P. Crawford just botches a pop fly, and all of a sudden they are really good at taking advantage of the mistakes that the opposition make. They're very opportunistic.
It is, and they're so good defensively too, and that's something, just as you mentioned with J.P. Crawford, he had a rough series. He had just like continually getting screwed by the umpires or by himself.
I liked it.
But yeah, the fact that the Astros are so good at fielding, it's all these little things on the margins that end up making a difference. The thing that still just, the thing that doesn't I know it makes sense, yet at the same time, I hate that they're such a good defensive team, and yet that they cannot hold runners on the bases to save their lives. That's the thing that I just don't want to see a playoff exit happen in some game where there's 7 steals.
Yeah. You were gone for a few days. I know you were following it from afar, but while you were gone, just to hammer this home, I don't know if you knew this, but while you were gone, Bryce Matthews turned into the most hyped 167 hitter in the history of baseball.
As I predicted silently as I was hiking on a trail up here, I said, you know what? I think Bryce Matthews is about to really turn the corner on this.
You're right.
And lo and behold, all the squirrels and the elk and everybody else that may have heard it, they heard it. And they know exactly who to call in the Pacific Northwest to talk Houston sports.
That's exactly right. All right, Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast with you. We are live at Texans training camp. Good job, Astros. We'll talk about them in headlines coming up next. Nick Caserio met with the media yesterday and talked plenty about the team and what he's excited about with this team moving forward as we head into the 2025 season. The thing I was most anxious to hear him talk about, Landry Locker actually asked him about this at the press conference yesterday, and it was what do you make of you guaranteeing Jaden Higgins' full effect that had on the rest of the second round of the draft? You recall Jaden Higgins' contract fully guaranteed. He's the second pick of the second round. That had never happened before. The highest it had ever been before was like 92% guaranteed. It was exactly what you and I thought it was, Seth, which is like, it's 95%. Let's just cut to the chase here on this one. I think Nick is like, probably deserves to be fully guaranteed. Here you go. Here's Nick's answer to that. And Nick, kind of aghast at how big a deal this became around the league.
We're trying to get ahead and stay ahead on trends. Eventually, it was probably going to get there anyways. So we just felt like that was the right thing for us to do. And I think what happened after that, honestly, was a non-story that was made into a story. But, everything kind of worked itself out. I think all of us in the league, myself included, have anticipated, at some point, probably the first 4 or 5, you're going to end up at that spot anyways. So why wait around? Why kind of bicker back and forth, go back and forth on the agents? Get to a resolution. I think people that kind of know me and that negotiate with me, I'm kind of a bottom line guy. So let's get to the bottom line. Let's not hem and haw. And, if we think everybody's comfortable with it, then we're going to go ahead and move forward. It didn't really impact Ursary, which is a part of the second round. I think that was more of some other factors that led to kind of the stall there. So we're always going to handle business however we see fit, try to do it logically, be pragmatic about it, try to do it in a responsible way. So, again, the off-season, there's not a lot of things to talk about. So when I start being around in the Wall Street Journal, this is kind of – it's a nothing. So I'm not that smart, believe me.
Okay, sorry, Nick. I didn't mean to step on you there. Let me just preface this by saying I have no problem with him fully guaranteeing Jaden Higgins' contract. When the threshold before Seth was like 92%, and if he feels Higgins is a safe enough bet where he fully guarantees it, I love playing the little game, though. Imagine if Bill O'Brien had said that.
Yeah.
Hey, here you go. Yeah. Fully guaranteed contract, kid.
I think I had seen somebody say that Caserio has been spending recklessly, and I disagree with that, just in that he's doing it, he's spending differently than other teams are doing it. And you know what happened? All right, Nick did it first. Nick saw that that's where the trend was going, was the fully guaranteed money for the guys at the top of the second round. So we just did it instead of bickering it or turning into a major thing. And lo and behold, okay, if teams are going to follow that precedent, then there you go. Hey, Derek Stingley's contract, $30 million a year. Can't believe he did that. Okay, well then Sauce Gardner signs that contract. And I think some people will say, well, yeah, but the Texans are setting that precedent, so you can't say that they're – yeah, but guess what? Everybody else is following it to the point where Derek Stingley's contract is going to be a bargain compared to other top cornerbacks. So I'm cool with it. I like that there's just kind of a not getting caught up in the minor stuff, like the trifling details, or arguing about what size, what the shape of the table is going to be at the Peace Summit. It just like this stuff doesn't matter.
They're two different things too, and it's appropriate to bring up the Stingley thing, Seth, because you're right. There were people around the league that thought, oh my God, J.C. Horn is making 25 and Nick jumped all the way up to 30 for Derek Stingley. That one is a little bit more, if you're a fan of the Texans, where you go, okay, because that actually you are literally spending more money. This Jaden Higgins thing is a big nothing burger. You're not it has zero effect on your salary cap. You're just guaranteeing the rest of his deal. Like, it's not impacting. Guaranteeing Jaden Higgins, unless he sucks and you got to pay out the rest of the guarantee at some point. We'll cross that bridge if we come to it. I can tell you from having watched him at a few of these practices, he's not going to suck. So yeah, it was the exact answer I thought Nick would give, which is like, yeah, we were almost there anyways. Why not go ahead and do it? Why is everybody getting so upset? Why does this wind up in the Wall Street Journal was my favorite part of the whole thing. I guess there's an article in the Wall Street Journal about this.
I think it's pretty evident there that Nick just wanted everybody to know that he reads the Wall Street Journal. That was,
that.
I opened up The Economist and the Wall Street Journal and several other very niche. I don't think that it's something that to be concerned about because, for one, the Texans haven't spent heavily into the future. Yeah. They're not the team that 2 years from now is spending the most or what have you. He's doing it in doses, especially with the guaranteed money. He's way more comfortable handing out guaranteed money than a lot of other GMs are. And I've told you multiple times, Sean. I think that's best for the team, and it's also best for what a lot of players want. But it's guaranteed money, and you're renting instead of buying, or you're leasing instead of purchasing, which in the case of football players is always a good idea.
Yes.
Hey, you buy a nice vehicle and take care of it. By all means, you're going to keep it for 20 years if you take care of it right.
Yes.
But if you're gonna drive it like a race car, then God, just lease it.
That's right. And you guys, the players, get driven by race cars, or like race cars. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. Hey, let's hear from Nick Caserio. I would say one of the more controversial moves, I guess, that we could say that Nick Caserio has made as GM would be signing Damon Arnette, the cornerback, just based on his priors, based on his past. He's turned over a new leaf, Arnette has. So here was Nick Caserio when he was asked yesterday by John McClain, which I would have had as minus 2,000 as the asker of the Damon Arnette question. The signing of Damon Arnette. Here was Nick Caserio on the Texans' thought process there.
Yeah, sure. I mean, a lot of thought goes into it, a lot of conversation. I think you take all the information into consideration. You go through a pretty extensive vetting process, which we did. So I think where Damon is now relative to where he was earlier in his career is at a different point. And you just are honest about those conversations. I think Damon's trying to do the right things. Try to put himself in a position to take advantage of his opportunities. We're inclined, and if we feel it's appropriate, to give somebody a second chance. We'll see how it goes. I mean, Damon's got to earn his opportunity, but he's been good to work with. He's had a good attitude. He's had a good approach. So we've always taken the approach, regardless of what's happened in the past or gravity of the situation or what it is, understand what it is, and then when a player walks in our building, they kind of have a clean slate and they're starting from scratch. So, I think it's important just to be honest. Had conversations with the McNairs and about his situation. So, not trying to hide anything. So, we just kind of take it case by case and try to do the best we can with the information, the opportunities that are in front of us.
Yeah, I think with a guy like Damon Arnette, sometimes it's easier when it's a guy who's had extreme problems because you know exactly what the issue is in terms of, okay, what do we have to, because there's the guy outside the building and then the guy inside the building. And sometimes guys inside the building, you can't quite figure out exactly what the problem is. I don't know. People don't seem to like him. I don't know why. Damon Arnette, it's like, oh, no. I can read in the blotter exactly what happened.
Yeah. No, he's as long as he's not carrying guns around anymore.
Yes. But it's a minimum salary contract. It is very much a tryout, and he kept his nose clean for a year while he was in the XFL or United Football League, whichever one.
Yeah, the UFL, yeah.
And look, hey, sometimes you just age out of your immature behavior, and you learn some things. One thing that Will had said yesterday that was intriguing to me was he said that we've got some people we can talk to that they hired, and I remember reading an article about one of the people on the fuzzy side of things, the life coaching type stuff. It wasn't Dylan Thompson. No, it was somebody else. So they've that stuff. You got to remember, you're in a high performance business, and very few of us grew up in high-performance families. So you're just like, it's not like most people, no matter how good they are, and not regardless of whether they've had issues with a crime or not. You're just like, there's certain things you have to learn to really be a good teammate on a professional team at a really high level that the vast majority of people just, it's not really ingrained in them as kids, and some are more extreme than others. So I've always been fascinated by the teams that can kind of help guys accelerate the maturation process.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is having a philosophy that, like, look, yeah, guys make mistakes. Some guys are still teenagers when they're 24 years old.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that's going to be the end of the world for them. It's just we got to try to help a way to speed it up a little bit and to get guys focused on the things they should be focused on.
He's got a real opportunity, man. I mean, behind Stingley and Lassiter, there is plenty of opportunity to make this football team. The last thing on that one, Seth, and by the way, Cade Stover, we're not going to get to the audio in this segment, but I teased it. Cade Stover is the guy who's getting a ton of love around here, and specifically Nick Caserio volunteered that as a name yesterday. I thought it was interesting that Nick mentioned at the very end there that they did talk to the McNairs about Damon Arnett. You know, like that it was that level of player, at least from a reputation standpoint, that they felt they needed to get ownership and just get the approval of ownership to make the move.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, when it comes to, like, is there? I wonder if they have a chart with a threshold for when do you call Callahan? Yeah.
We're off and running here on a Thursday, day 2 of Texans training camp, live out here. Let's get to headlines coming up next. Training camp, Astros win. We've got drama up north 4 hours from us, really in Oxnard right now because that's where the Cowboys are. This Micah situation. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next.
I don't know if they had Hurricane Micah was the first thing I thought there, man. But Hurricane.
SportsRadioTrainingCenter.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, we're live from Texans training camp. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday, day 2 today here at the Methodist Training Center. Day 1 was yesterday. We talked a little bit earlier in the show about observations from there. They hammered the run game real hard yesterday. When they did pass, it looked good. We'll talk more about that as we get into the 7 o'clock hour. But a lot of quick game stuff, and it looked crisp. Really, not just C.J. Stroud. Davis Mills had some nice throws. It was a good day yesterday out here. One of the big topics, Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans both meeting with the media yesterday, was Jimmy Ward. They were both asked about Jimmy Ward, who, of course, was arrested in a domestic violence incident up in Montgomery County back in the middle of July, right after mandatory minicamp. Legal process is playing out. His court date is set for, I believe, August 13th. His lawyer has said that he will be vindicated in all this. He remains on the team. He remains here. He's reported to camp. They both said that yesterday, Nick and D'Amico. He's here. He wasn't out at practice yesterday because he's recovering from foot surgery, so he is on the premises. He is in the building. Nick Caserio gave a very general answer saying we're letting the legal process play out, Seth. D'Amico Ryan's answer I thought was a little more interesting because he's got history with Jimmy Ward. He says himself here, Jimmy's the guy I've known the longest out of anybody here in the building on this team. Here's D'Amico Ryan's when he was asked about the Jimmy Ward situation yesterday.
Yeah, with Jimmy, it's unfortunate any time something like that comes out in the news and that happens to one of your players. Jimmy's a guy that I've known the longest since I first started in the NFL. I've worked with Jimmy and know the type of guy that he is, and we'll just let the legal situation play itself out there.
I think it's interesting. The phrase there that jumped out at me the most is, I know what kind of guy, I'm paraphrasing, I know the type of guy he is. You know,
yeah, and this is kind of uncharted territory with the Texans when they've shown a little bit more leeway or latitude when it comes to guys that are potential character issues or what have you, like Damon Arnett.
Yep.
But this is a guy who's been on the team already and that D'Amico specifically wanted to come in for his veteran leadership.
The captain. He's a two-time captain.
Yeah. And this is the way the NFL has handled it. When there are domestic violence allegations or there are a lot of suspensions even when no charges were pressed or when guys were not found guilty. So there's a really good chance that Jimmy Ward's going to miss a good chunk of time. But then I think the Texans internally have to figure out exactly, all right, based what we know about it, how are we going to handle this with Jimmy Ward moving forward? Because it's they've been more forgiving with certain things, I think, than maybe they'd been known for as an organization.
It ultimately might be, even if he's exonerated of it, the league is going to do an investigation where whatever plays out legally won't matter by and large to the league. Yeah. They're going to look into it themselves. And when it comes to dishing out a suspension, so that'll be an interesting thing to see if the NFL's investigation mirrors whatever the verdict is in the courtroom come August.
That's one thing. Oh, I can't remember which case it was, but the NFL, they seem to have figured some things out because the NFL is stuck in a situation where they want to investigate and find out as much as they can, but if they don't do it the right way, it can be perceived as the NFL trying to bully or intimidate an alleged victim or what have you. But in a recent case, one of the attorneys actually praised the NFL for the way they handled it and how they talk to people. I think because going back to the Deshaun Watson situation and a couple from a few years ago, it did almost sound like the investigators weren't I don't think they were trained necessarily as much. So they figured some things out. But the NFL genuinely, you could say, just for PR purposes or for other good reasons too, they want to be sure that they get to the bottom of things so that they can handle it because they know that victims don't always, for multiple reasons, sometimes they pull back and they don't want to follow through with charges.
Yep. So that's an update on Texans training camp. We'll talk more about that at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. We'll dig deeper on day 1 and upcoming day 2 of camp. Astros win yesterday 4-3 over the Arizona Diamondbacks. They sweep the Diamondbacks. The Astros this morning, as we look at the standings, are tied atop the American League with the Toronto Blue Jays. Two somewhat unlikely teams. The Astros, considering their injury situation, and Toronto just is a team that feels like they've underachieved the last few years. They're the two best teams in the American League right now. Brandon Walter was outstanding yesterday for the Astros. Gave up a home run on his first pitch and then didn't give up anything after that. Gave him 7 strong innings. Here was Joe Espada on the performance of Brandon Walter.
Dude, huge, the job he's done. And, you feel comfortable with him, how efficient he is and how much strikes he throws and how deceptive he is, that he can go deep in the game just because they're not comfortable at bats. And he's been phenomenal.
At one point, I think Espada, he's called him this before. He's kind of funky, he's the way Joe Espada describes somebody being unorthodox is very, very funny to me.
No, I did. He doesn't quite look like a professional athlete in a good way. I like my baseball players that don't quite look like they almost look like
Colton Gordon. Also, like the two of them have been great, and both of them look like they both of them look like they play in a beer softball league. I like it.
Yes, they got a Danny Ainge quality to him. Like, what the hell? This guy, I thought this guy isn't this the guy from 3 Cubicles Down? Oh, yeah. All right, no, he's a really good ball player.
That's right. All right, let's carry this one into the next segment. We'll talk more about the Texans. Be glad that Nick Caserio handles business the way he does, because when GM/owners don't handle it the way that Nick Caserio does, this is what happens. We'll have that for you. One ESPN NFL expert has the Texans at the tippy top of his list of teams. You'll want to hear that. And C.J. Stroud on the new system that he's working in. We got a nice long segment coming up here at 7 o'clock as we continue live from Texans training camp on Sports Radio 610. Payne and Pendergast, stay there.
Yeah, you want to have an actual professional in charge of important things. That's why I work with Trajan Wealth. I've managed my own.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we got a lot of stuff to get to here. We got a nice long segment to do it, and we will get to the stuff we teased. I'm mixing a few texts here as long as we're out here live at Texans Training Camp. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you here on a Thursday. Sun coming up here at the Methodist Training Center. Good morning, guys. Agree with you that I don't believe Nick is spending recklessly. With regards to Higgins, Texans traded out of the first round, so they didn't have to give that first-round money. I repeat, they did not pay for a first-round pick, so why not pay full price for a second pick in the second round that was going to be close to 100% anyways? Great job, Nick. I feel like I'm reading a modified version of the DeAndre Hopkins memo with that text.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what he's going for or not. It's one of those things where you agree with me, but I don't think for all the – you don't go to a used car lot and say, like, boy, according to Kelly Blue Book, this should be actually $1,000 more expensive. So here you go. Whatever the opposite of looking a gift horse in the mouth is, this is like, no, I'm gonna give the gift horse my firstborn child. It's somewhere in between. I think that Nick, I've told you before, there's a lot of the ways that Nick negotiates that I like, because it's win-win negotiating. It's where when you're negotiating with people who are going to be your employees, it's different than when you're negotiating with somebody where you're, say, buying a car, where it's a one-off transaction. Or buying a house. Buying a house, you know what? You don't give a damn what the owner needs in the future moving forward. You just want to buy that house at the best possible price.
That's a great point. Yep.
When you're dealing with an employee, that's a whole different deal, because you want to be sure you've got a good relationship moving forward. And I think Nick, because I've heard some people kind of frame it as that he doesn't want the confrontation or whatever, and I don't think that's the furthest from the truth. If you think about the fact that Nick was able to manage with Deshaun Watson in that scenario, which was the most uncomfortable thing ever. And, just flat out said, no, Deshaun, it's uncomfortable? Okay, but you're going to go out to practice because we can get you for conduct detrimental if you don't go out to practice while you're undergoing all this. Like, that was very, very uncomfortable. So I don't think Nick shies. It's that sometimes, as we're going to find out as we talk about the Cowboys, sometimes you allow all that contentiousness all over the place, and it seeps over into the culture of your football team.
Yeah. You're right. That's a good segue into Micah Parsons talk here. Be glad that the Texans, I feel like, be glad they handle business the way that they do, because when you delay, this is what happens. Here's Micah Parsons, who Adam Schefter said earlier this week, we played the audio yesterday, that the Cowboys have yet to make an offer to Micah Parsons. So I don't know what they're doing.
Remember, Jerry at one point said he didn't know Micah Parsons' agent's name.
Yeah.
It was David Mulligetta, one of the more prominent agents. I feel like, and I believe it. I think Jerry, if you weren't doing business in the 1990s, Jerry doesn't know anything about you or anything in general.
I think you're right. So here's Micah Parsons again. Hasn't been made an offer yet by the Cowboys, and this is not one of these things where it's after year 3. We're in. Micah Parsons is heading into his 5th season, and we're talking about this right now. Here's Micah Parsons on his contract situation.
Because like I said, my agent's been reaching out. At one point, another grown man has to be willing to reach out as himself, you know what I mean? Like, communication works both ways. They reached out, so that needs to happen too. They got to want to do it on their part.
David reached out to the Joneses?
Yeah, for sure. David, not the Joneses, but Adam, whoever the little in-betweener is, you know how they do it.
Do you feel like the Cowboys want to get a deal?
Honestly, for me, it really don't matter. Like I said, I've been pretty consistent. If they don't want me here, then they don't want me here. I'll go about my business. I understand the nature of the business. Like I said, as long as I'm here and under contract, I'm going to do what I have to do to perform at the highest level. But if this is the end, this is the end. There's same way that Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones and the other Jerry Jones take care of their family, the same way I need to take care of my family. You know what I mean? I got my own 3 kids of my own, so we all need to take care of our own family at the end of the day.
I give Micah Parsons, Seth, I give him a lot of credit for the way he's handling this. That he's in camp and practicing. Like, he's not missed a minute of the things that have been mandatory that he needs to be at throughout this whole thing. Like, he's heading into his 5th year. He has been unquestionably one of the best players in football over the course of his career thus far. I think just listening to Micah there and knowing where the Cowboys are right now, understanding that the Cowboys have been at this stage with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb and probably others that have been a little lower profile, I feel like there's as good a chance that Micah Parsons could get traded at the trade deadline if the Cowboys are 3-6 as there is that he's getting a $40 million deal before week 1. Like, I feel like anything is in play, including him walking in free agency after this year. I feel like everything's in play right now.
This is the first time that he's really come out and just sounded critical of the organization, other than, trying to clarify when the Cowboys tried to make it look like they just wanted to talk to Micah one-on-one. And Micah had to clarify things and say, like, I don't know. He's claimed that they basically had a deal already worked out. Yeah. And Micah had to say, well, wait a second. No, I've got a professional, my agent, who handles this type of stuff and advises me, and he hasn't given the go-ahead on this, so I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm just glad. Well, I say I'm glad. I mean, look, for our radio counterparts up in Dallas, this is just like filet mignon medium rare.
Well, this is the problem with Jerry. It's that Jerry, he wants to play hardball, but he always caves at the end. So it ends up costing the organization. Because I could see a lot of people probably saying, look, okay, Micah's under contract. Hey, Seth, weren't you just saying that the GM's got to be comfortable with uncomfortable situations? Yeah. The problem is Jerry has a long, long history now of letting these things fester, creating all the potential bad blood and what have you, and then ultimately giving a contract 1 or 2 years later to a Dak Prescott or a CeeDee Lamb or somebody else that's tens of millions of dollars more than if they had just taken care of it in the beginning.
Yeah,
so you genuinely like it. So the other part of it is like, okay, man, you got to poop or get off the pot at some point. Trade him. If you're going to be the guy that lets it fester and linger and create distractions, then at some point get really good compensation for the guy. And Jerry always chooses neither of those. He just pays premium dollars eventually after making it go way longer than it needs to.
Yeah, I can boil it down real simple. This isn't what good football teams do, period. Like, if you're a Cow, this just isn't what good football teams do.
If I were a Cowboys fan, one of the most depressing graphs I would have seen over the last couple of years is there was one. It was a really nice graph that somebody put out where it showed how much teams, how many points teams have scored over the last 5 years, and they're the Cowboys right at 3 or 4, I think.
Yeah,
and yet have nothing to show for it. You look at all the other teams at the top of that graph, and they've made pushes in the playoffs, and the Cowboys just have done none of it.
There's a number I saw, Seth, and I'd have to go back and verify this. I hope I'm not butchering it. But maybe I'm butchering the exact numbers, but I think what I'm about to lay out feels right, where the Cowboys have had something like, of their last 15 first-round picks, 10 of them have been all-pro first or second team. And when you think about that, I mean, 15 goes back a ways, but think about who they've drafted. Like, they've drafted, obviously, Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb and Ezekiel Elliott, to go back that far. Even like Travis Frederick was a late first-round pick. He was an all-pro center at one point. The one thing that you want to do as an NFL team, I think, if you could give any GM, you can pick one thing that you do really, really well, what would it be? I think it would be talent evaluation coming out of college, because those are the guys that are your cheap labor, to be able to supplement the expensive guys that you have. Those are the guys, especially with a team like the Texans, that I think really values the intel that you get on having a guy in your building and being able to watch them operate, have them come through your developmental system and things like that. And the Cowboys might be, especially at the tippy top, and even in the middle rounds. Dak Prescott was a fourth round. I don't know that you'd be hard-pressed to find a team that's drafted better than the Cowboys for the last decade. And to your point, drafted really well, scored a ton of points, Nothing to show for it. Zero.
Right, and no, they've done it. That's why when the Booker, the guard from Alabama, went to the Cowboys, that's where I thought, crap, because Booker was one of those guys that did not test well. People thought initially, he's a slam dunk first rounder, and then he didn't do really well in his testing, and in all the mock drafts he slides down in the second round. And I'm sitting there looking at him like, I don't know. I think he's just a good football player, and he's a guard. I don't care nearly as much about the athleticism of interior offensive linemen. Lo and behold, the Cowboys, who have been really, really good at drafting offensive linemen specifically, they go ahead and draft Booker. And now they're probably going to get a good player in Booker, but they're also probably going to have some kind of they're going to botch it somehow.
They'll screw it up.
And they're not going to end up using him to the best of his abilities.
They'll just mark it on your calendar. He'll be in a contract dispute in 4 years. Yeah.
McClay there, I'm guessing they're paying their director of personnel, Will McClay, right?
Yes.
Very, very well, because he's put together some really talented rosters, but the problem is he's got a GM above him. I mean, he should be the GM. He should be the one making these decisions, but Jerry just can't. He just can't give the keys up.
No.
He's going to drive his car off a cliff every single year. It's like Groundhog Day, you know? It's like Groundhog Day, except Bill Murray was totally cool with the situation. Like, all right.
Yeah.
I like doing the same thing over and over and over again. Yeah.
Did you see the cut from Jerry this week where he was basically saying, well, we don't even know how many games we're going to have Micah for if we sign him, I'm sure you saw that.
And Dak Prescott, too.
And Dak
basically
took a stray
made it
also.
look like, paying Dak Prescott ended up being dumb. Like, well, if you had paid him, honestly, for everything that you would have, if you would have paid if you had handled the Dak Prescott situation the way other teams have, you wouldn't be complaining about his contract right now.
No.
You're complaining about the contract that you had to give because you waited and waited and waited on taking care of the situation.
Dak would be making $10 million less if you had just done business the way every other NFL team does business. Dan Orlovsky, as we make our list heading into the season of people in the national media that are on our side or not on our side, Dan Orlovsky, between his love for C.J. Stroud, we remember last week that was his number one issue with ESPN's top 10 list of quarterbacks was C.J. Stroud was not on it. Now here comes Dan Orlovsky on ESPN this week saying he loves the Houston Texans.
I think Houston's going to be awesome this year. I think Houston has like a little bit of a massive bounce back year. Their defense is absolutely loaded. Nasty. And there's a little bit of a mix and match with their offensive line. They moved on like 3 or 4 pieces. New offensive coordinator. I think they're going to be awesome this year. Everyone stupidly talked about this regression for C.J. Stroud last year. His numbers weren't all that year. More receptions, no doubt, but offensive line was bottom 5 in the NFL. He's lost his number 1, number 2, number 3 wide receiver. So, I think that football team is.
It was a tough year.
Absolutely.
That'll hurt.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch. Dude, this defense is going to be fun.
The defense, and we've talked about this multiple times, it's really the one little minor detail that they need to figure out is not allowing all these huge touchdown passes and big plays, because for all of the really good things that they do, they're in the top 3 in plays made behind the line in the scrimmage, tackles for loss, top 5 in sacks, quarterback hit, like all these things they're very, very good at. They just have some of these lapses in the secondary and at the linebacker position at time and with tackling that keep them from preventing as much points as the genuinely really elite defenses. So I joke when I say it's a minor detail, but some of it is that you had so much youth on the back end last year. You had 2 rookies starting in your secondary. Mm-hmm. You had Henry To'oTo'o still coming into his own, and he bit at times on play action where it hurt them. That if they can just be a little bit more sound, that's how close they are to being a genuinely top-tier elite. And I mean, by top tier, I mean top 3 defense.
Yes.
And a lot of it is simply, becoming more veteran.
We should mention, Seth, as long as we're talking about the defense, Christian Harris, not on the PUP list, not at practice yesterday either. So talk about Groundhog Day. It had that feel yesterday, a little bit more of an informed Groundhog Day this year than last year when we're like, hey, hang on a second. where is Christian Harris? Now we were looking for it this year. Like, okay, now where's 48? Again, he's not on the PUP list, which is a cause for optimism. But again, whatever it is he's dealing with was enough to keep him away from the practice field. I mean, this may just be how they're managing him. He may feel perfectly fine, and he's getting a different schedule than everybody else. But it needs to be noted because he's a guy we get asked about a lot. Christian Harris not at practice yesterday.
And I think we've reached the point where this is where they are their most Astros-like, because they'll tell us, as they've told, as they said in training camp last year, yeah, he'll be fine, he'll be ready to go. We just haven't seen him out there.
Right.
I mean, we're getting closer and closer where I'm almost mentally just almost assuming that you can't rely on Christian Harris to be out there. I'm not saying that as a criticism of him as a person or individual.
It's factual.
Or anything.
It is what it
it's
is
his
right
calf.
now.
I can't rely on his calf. Okay, you're load managing him. All right, well, whatever situation you're in where the load management includes not participating in OTAs and not being out there in the first day of training camp, that's some pretty damn aggressive load managing and it being hyper conservative about him coming back from the calf, which tells you that that calf is a medical mystery and they can't quite figure it out. Man. So I can't in my mind, if I'm doing a depth chart right now, I can't in good conscience put Christian Harris there.
Nope. Christian
Harris. By the way, did you see the ESPN roster? Nico Autry is one of the starting linebackers.
They said Edge. They had Edge next to his name.
They put it. No, it was at linebacker. The one I was looking at. They had the actual depth chart. On the depth chart, they had him as a linebacker.
Oh, you saw on the depth chart they did. Okay, I saw a starting lineup. He's Edge.
No. They had him as maybe they corrected it by the time you saw it.
Yeah.
But they had a 4-3 listed, and they had 4 defensive linemen, and then one of the linebackers in the 4-3.
Dude,
this isn't like an edge rushing outside linebacker. This is a 4-3 where it's an off-ball linebacker.
The one I saw some people. I think they may have corrected it because I saw some people saying what you were. Did you see they had him listed as a linebacker? And I went and looked. And by the time I looked, they had him at edge. To me, the worst thing was, and you pointed this out to me. Yeah, right. To me, the worst thing was that they had Jimmy Ward listed as a starting safety when the very same outlet has Kalen Bullock getting votes from executives and scouts about how he might be one of the 15 best safeties in football, and he's not even in the starting lineup on ESPN's roster rankings.
And Jimmy Ward at this point may or may not be wearing an ankle monitor. We don't know. They should put that on the injury report. Ankle monitor.
Just put ankle. Oh, Jimmy's got an ankle. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, why is the team on this practice field today? Well, the geofence actually stops midway through the facility, so we got to be sure we're practicing closer to the.
Oh my God, that's tremendous.
Fans today. Yeah.
That's tremendous. Hey, Nick Case's offense was a big topic out here yesterday. The earlier C.J. Stroud having more control in this system now than he had with Bobby Slowick's offense. Let's hear from C.J. first, then D'Amico. Here's C.J. on working with Nick Caselio.
Yeah, Nick is a fiery young coach who loves to yell and run around, and and I love it. He brings juice to the building every day. So I'm excited just to work with him every day and try to build a relationship. And he's done a good job of just relating to the players and always asking us what we want, how we want to do things, and making it player own. So I love that of him.
That's the second time CJ's talked publicly about Nick Caselio, where the first thing he talks about, he just makes him sound like a maniac. He likes to run around and yell.
He sounds a lot like Mike Vrabel. Same. You kind of he's fun to watch at practice because he's all over the place. He's everywhere all at once.
Yep.
As you become a grizzled old man who's seen it all, I think this is where Nick Caserio and I are most similar. You start hearing about people gushing about personality traits and everything during training camp, and you're like, okay, yeah, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I mean, Tony Dungy was not a fiery, up-tempo, peppy guy or whatever, and it didn't matter. The personality type. I will never sit here in July and August and say, well, hey, Nick Caselio's got the opposite personality of Bobby Slowick, so it's off to the races, and here we go. We got to see him actually prove it on the field.
Yep, for sure. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday saying that, well, actually, Ben, you know what? Ben, if you're listening, let's do Stroud first and then D'Amico here. Here's C.J. Stroud talking about having more ownership in this offense, particularly at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I mean, this is more of a, quarterback's offense where, you're IDing, you're calling the shots, you're switching protections if you need, and it's really like just me in the center. So that's J-Pat or Juice. Just, got to have good communication with those guys and, relay to everybody else what's going on. So, Nick is doing a great job teaching us stats. So is Jerry and Gerard. So, it's a lot more ownership.
Okay, so that's CJ. Here's D'Amico on how CJ is doing now with more on his plate in this offense than in the previous offense.
For sure. From that quarterback perspective, you want that ownership. You want it to be on your plate, so to speak. And CJ, he's looking forward to it. He's open to it. He wanted it, and we're here. And so I think he's done a really fantastic job so far, and Kaylee's done a really great job of working with him. They're getting on the same page, making sure the terminology, everything makes sense so we can get in and out of the huddle fast. We can play fast. We can operate clean, and we've been doing that.
That's the one thing I wonder if it was a point of contention last year. Right?
Getting in and out of the huddle?
Well, just CJ having more control, because D'Amico's saying he wanted it. He
wanted it. And I kind of suspected that just by the way that CJ was talking towards the end of the season and about meetings that they were going to have or had immediately after the season. Doesn't want to be a guy that's throwing the current guy under the bus, but you have to have those open conversations about, man, there was probably times last year where we're locked into this pass protection, and then I realized that, oh, boy, I'm pretty sure the blitz is coming from the left, and we're screwed, and we don't have any answers for this, that there's nothing he could do about it, that you're trapped in the passenger seat in this car that's careening downhill, and you don't have any control or authority to change things. And it's even if you did, the way the Texans operate last year, it was very much old school, back in the day, Gary Kubiak type stuff, or Mike Shanahan, not Kyle Shanahan stuff, where the play is the play, there's going to be an answer within the play, and you figure it out on the fly. And the modern NFL has just changed so much, and defenses have gotten so good at disguising coverages and disguising blitzes and looks and fronts at the line of scrimmage that I think it's really, really hard to operate at a high level when you're getting up to the line with 5 seconds left on the play clock and just telling the quarterback, good luck, don't worry, it's cool. I called the perfect play.
Yep.
And this is the right way to go because CJ mentally is 100% capable of handling it. It's just a matter now of getting the reps. And as much as you can between now and the first game of the season, get CJ to a point where he can manage all the spinning plates. That's the hard part. And every time I talk about this, people say, like, no, CJ will be fine. He's smart. No, it doesn't have anything to do with that. It's a matter of how many reps have you seen and how comfortable are you doing it. It's like you can be taking a math test. If you had to, Sean, we had to do like Minuteman drills, or you've got these timed tests, and you might know the multiplication table, but when you have to do it, like how many can you do in 1 minute? That's what the real test is, and that's what it is with anything. Is a quarterback running an offense like that. It's one thing to know it on paper. It's another to actually go out there and do it. And that's the challenge that Kaylee has right now is, okay, how do we get him from the bunny slopes to the double diamond trail between now and September? It's a lot. It's a lot.
And you got to do all this stuff in basically, I know the play clock's 40 seconds. You got to do it all in about 25 or 30 seconds, process everything, and then do that 70 times a game. It's
right. Getting in and out of the huddle quickly and up to the line of scrimmage, that was the one that I liked hearing the most from D'Amico. The other thing from D'Amico that I really liked was him talking about learning how to delegate. And I think
himself as a head coach,
himself, yes. Because what were we saying last year? All right, the next step for D'Amico is, hey, you're a great defensive coordinator. Nobody questions that. How do you get Matt Burke to be the actual defensive coordinator? So when the offense really needs help and they really need your input, or you just need to sit back and analyze and really look at things. There's things as a head coach. When you're the head coach of a football team, there's got to be times where you've got time to just kind of sit in your office and reflect on things for 2 hours.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to just go take a walk around the neighborhood and think about things, coordinator, it's hard to do that.
Yep.
So one of the shifts this year is probably also, hey, how do we get Matt Burke to really be at the helm of the defense?
For sure, for sure. Speaking of the defense, let's get a defensive player's point of view on the Texans defense. Here's Will Anderson Jr. talking about Nick Caselio's offense.
Yeah, most definitely, man. He has a lot of movements, man. He switches it up a lot, give a different lot of looks. And I'm excited. I can't wait to keep seeing what he has, man. He brings a lot of juice to this offense, a lot of juice to this team, man. And I know he's going to have those guys rolling.
Yeah. I like hearing the defense talk about the offense.
Yeah, and look, it's going to be, because it's a new offense that's operating differently, the defense is going to, last year it was bad in training camp. The defense just looked like they were in the playbook. And again, you kind of hear some little kind of off-the-record filtering throughs of the offensive guys making excuses for their bad performance in training camp by well, they know what's coming. All right, you know what good offenses do? The defense knows what's coming, and it doesn't matter. You execute. Right.
That's right.
Yeah, like there's nothing about the defense knowing what's coming that really gives a good answer for why Mario Edwards was 5 yards deep in the backfield every single play. You guys weren't executing. You weren't getting the job done.
That was Caserio who just walked by, Seth. If I just jumped off the shot there, I gave him a fist bump. He's out here at 7:30. Looks like he's the only one out here. Looks like he's getting ready to maybe pull a Lovie Smith. Remember when Lovie used to come out here and just walk for like a half hour?
Yeah. Well, remember, too, I thought about Lovie when I was talking about, once you're a old man, you get kind of tired of people gushing about personality traits at the beginning of training camp because ultimately it doesn't matter. Some of that stuff, it starts to get old. Like anything that you love in the beginning gets really old really quickly. With Lovie, we called it. The first time he said sometimes divorce is a good thing, we were like, that's great. That sounds like something somebody would say sitting on a rocking chair while they're, drinking a lemonade, dispensing wisdom to the youth. By about the 8th or 9th time Lovie said sometimes divorce is a good thing, we're like, this guy is a serial divorcer.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Every departure from the team, what's that?
That's a good thing. That's the one thing you knew about Lovie, that his marriage was rock solid at that point. You don't use that analogy all the time unless you've been married for 30 or 40 years.
Correct.
And your wife knows you're not talking about your situation individually.
Right. Now, sometimes, as someone who's been through it, sometimes it is a good thing. I can tell you that. Speaking of Caserio, he just walked by the set. Let's hear from him. I think D'Amico and Nick are very similar, and maybe Nick more than D'Amico in this respect. If you bring up a specific player, it's really like pulling teeth to get him to be over the moon about a certain guy or like volunteer like this guy. From the time they selected Cade Stover, I think Nick Caserio has been on the Cade Stover train. Here was Nick Caserio volunteering yesterday that this might be one of the most improved players on the team this year.
Yeah, you'd be hard-pressed to find probably a player that's improved as much as Cade in the offseason. Really took advantage of his opportunity. He's always had the right mentality and the right approach and the right mindset. I think most young players going from year one to year two have an opportunity for growth and development, really more physically, because they kind of have a full year in the program. So as soon as the season is over, what do you do in February, March, April, May to get yourself ready for the off-season program? Cade, along with a number of other players, certainly took advantage of his opportunities. We're glad Cade is here and looking forward to potentially what he can bring to our football team.
The way this team's been built, Seth, the high-level picks they've largely done really well on. Stingley's one of the best corners. Will Anderson Jr. is one of the best edge rushers. And C.J. Stroud, if he's not already, I think will be one of the best quarterbacks in football. Those are top three picks. You got to hit on those. But where they've been able to, through the draft, to kind of supplement some of these positions is you draft Kamari Lassiter with the 42nd pick, and it looks like he's got Pro Bowl potential. Kalen Bullock in the 3rd round. Nico Collins in the 3rd round. I'll say even Henry To'oTo'o, who you were desperate at linebacker last year once Christian Harris went out with an injury. And Henry To'oTo'o is a 5th-round pick who's out playing where he was drafted. If Cade Stover can be one of those guys in the tight end room, I'm not saying he needs to turn into Travis Kelce or anything like that, but if because he's got the potential to be a guy that Dalton Schultz is not, where you can have him out there on running plays and passing plays, and he's got the athleticism and in the passing game, and he's got the bullishness in the run game to be that kind of guy. Like if whatever Nick's saying about him now translates into him becoming an above-average tight end in the NFL in the 4th round, you're laughing with that pick right there.
Yeah, and I think that If you look at one thing that D'Amico had talked about in the OTAs was how much better he's gotten at the top of the route, and that's where you create separation. For a guy that doesn't have incredible athleticism, you got to look at it and say, all right, well, how is a guy going to establish himself as a receiver without having those top-end physical traits? Travis Kelce is a great guy to look at. Travis Kelce, it's not his speed necessarily that separates him. It's how good he is at actual route running and using leverage, understanding defense, all of those things. But it takes a lot of work. And Travis Kelce is a guy that really, after he kind of figured it out and matured, really poured it on with that. In Bill Belichick's book, he spends a good chunk of time talking about James White, the running back. And how James White was this guy that nobody would have ever expected that he might even make a team. But the fact that he worked on all of these things day after day and really understood things on a different level than other running backs, that he became a really, really valuable weapon for the Patriots. Because obviously Tom Brady throwing him the ball helps, but it's all those things that you work on with the nuances of the game. I think they feel that way about Cade Stover, that he's a guy that can potentially really develop above and beyond what you might expect from his combine profile, just because of his competitiveness and because of his attention to detail.
Seth, you'll like this one because Caserio mentions Sean and Seth in this particular answer. We got a shout out yesterday in the press conference. What are the qualities of this team that he likes the most? And he reshared an anecdote with the media that he shared with us on our show a few weeks back.
Yeah, I want to say the attitude and the approach to work. We have a lot of guys that are very diligent, and it's about the work and not really worry about a bunch of superfluous things or things on the periphery that really don't have any relevance to winning. I might have mentioned this to Sean and Seth a little bit earlier in the spring, but just anecdotally, it was a little bit later in the spring. I want to say it was sometime in June, where our D'Amico and our offices are situated. The weight room's right behind us, and you have the window. So I hear just some random noise, and I kind of peek my head over my shoulder. Higgins and Noel were in there with their helmets on, catching off the jugs in the afternoon when nobody was around. So I would say that's kind of a microcosm of the team and the players that we have, and that's where we want to keep the focus. And I think our players are motivated more about just putting a good product out there and putting the work in and not necessarily worry about other things that are outside of their control.
Okay, so I mentioned that I had read the Belichick book. I read it twice in the last month, actually, because it grew on me slowly. The first couple chapters, for those of you that might try it, it's going to test you the first couple chapters. I don't know about that. Once he gets rolling, it was really good. But so much of it, as I'm reading it, I'm realizing and recognizing that, man, Bill Belichick are very, very similar in a lot of ways, way more so than you'd expect. And that, because obviously different personality types, but I think in their approach to football, first and foremost, D'Amico wants guys who are football junkies, just guys that just live and breathe it. They're like comic book nerds, except with football. So just like a world-class comic book nerd could tell you the volume and edition and whichever, of every single thing that's ever happened in a Superman comic.
Yeah,
that's what he wants out of his football players, and I think Caserio does as well. But with the GM and the head coach, there's got to be that ability to identify those types of guys. And I think Bill O'Brien theoretically wanted those types of guys, and yet would continually have all these guys on the team that were the exact opposite. They just didn't. I just don't think he did a great job of identifying those types of players.
Yep.
I think that Caserio and D'Amico in the last 2 years, when I look down the guys, the various guys they've drafted, they fit that mold of, all right, these are guys that just, what do you do in your off time? I watch old NFL games. Or what do you do when you're bored? Gronk is a great example of that for all of the stuff that Gronk, had a perception of him being because he partied all the time, he was also a guy that was just perpetually working out all the time.
Yeah.
If he had any downtime, he was like, all right, I'm just going to do some push-ups or something. And he was just kind of wired that way.
Yep.
It's done. Remember, if you go back to like the third-round picks, especially from back in the day, through various Texans GMs and coaches, you have all these guys that like had huge physical upside, but just I wasn't sure that they actually liked football all that much. Lewis Nix, I think, it was a really likable dude and everything.
Yep.
But like guys like that, I don't think that they were junkies for it the way a lot of these guys are. So that part I'm very optimistic about. You still got to, look, you got to go win football games at the end of the day, ultimately. But I think that's where Caserio probably in his time with D'Amico has probably really, I'm guessing, has made that same connection at times. Like, oh, these guys are, wow, he's a lot more like Belichick than I thought he would be. We're not going to worry about all the other junk. I don't care what the kids, I don't care what his GPA was in college. I just want the guy to be a football junkie.
Okay, a couple things. You brought up the third-round picks with the Texans. I think is so poignant because that's the round where the guys are probably on the fringe of being talented enough, but they're not quite second or first. Like your first-round pick, and you don't love football, you're still supremely talented. Like, I don't know how much Jadeveon Clowney was a football junkie, but he's talented enough to where he hangs around the league for 10 years, and teams are going to sign Jadeveon Clowney. You go back to the Rick Smith third-round picks, and it's Brennan Williams, who's in wrestling now. It's Sam Montgomery, who was, part of the KC3. It was Braxton Miller, who thought he was Hollywood. And now you get third-round picks with Nick, and it's Nico Collins, football junkie, Tank Dell, football junkie, Kalen Bullock, Cade Stover in the fourth round, guys like that's a really, really good point.
Well, and then on that is it's one thing to say, okay, these are the types of guys we want to have, but ultimately you don't give the guy credit for that to the point where he's your starter in lieu of other people because he works hard.
Correct.
It's got to be that, okay, we've identified these guys who work hard and they're football junkies and they're obsessed with it, and we see it on the field. Nick Martin was a center who was not a very good center at all, but because he stole weight room equipment or borrowed weight room equipment during COVID or whatever, because he showed that he worked hard and everything, they gave him a top 5 center salary. No. It's got to be that we're looking at all that stuff. Those are the kinds of guys we want on the team. But at the end of the day, it's got to translate into play on the field.
Let's hear from Will Anderson Jr. in the next segment. There's a particular player who we've actually had multiple texts asking about that Will called a freak yesterday. It's kind of flying under the radar, and it maps to what my eye test said to me yesterday about this player. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. Thank you, Ben. West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. B. Scott, who is out.
update.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Here's Will Anderson Jr. talking about what he is working on this training camp.
Yeah, man, right now my biggest one is just my jab swipe and my stab club. Those are the kind of two that I really just been wanting to work on, man. Just adding a little bit more finesse to my game. Been in the corner just a little bit more. Been helping with that. After practice, before practice, Coach Rod has been doing a great job, so I'm excited. I can't wait.
All right, so he's working on everything all the time, Seth. That's what we love about Will Anderson Jr. He got a little football nerdy there for my tastes. Okay, so he said he's working on his jab swipe and stab club.
Yeah, it's okay. So Will, I don't want to try to explain this over the air without the aid of video, but ultimately what he's talking about really is he is a speed to power type of pass rusher. You think about just get upfield and then turn it into a bull rush. That's where he's probably at his most dangerous. So what you need to do is build off of that to the point where when guys are anticipating that and trying to account for your power, that they get caught just, bracing for the power, and then you dust them. And that's where he made a lot of progress last year. He's just got to refine a lot of that. And it's cool because you can kind of see it when you go from his first few games his rookie year to the playoffs last year. He's starting to find that rhythm to where he sets guys up and he can anticipate when guys overcommit. And then you just leave them flailing at air. And he's done a great job with that. I think and having Danielle Hunter as an influence is huge. Sometimes having veteran leaders as teachers can be overrated because not doing it, or some guys just flat out don't care. I think for Will to see Danielle and the way he operates, it reminds me of like when David Carr went to the Giants and saw how Eli Manning went about his business. You wish that David Carr could have had that early in his career. That, okay, it's one thing the coaches are telling you got to do it this way, you got to do it that way. But when you see a guy who's one of the most accomplished pass rushers of the last decade doing it and you watch the way he operates, it's really easy to just try to emulate that. And aside from the actual book learning you get from him, just the process of working at it.
Okay, so that's two things we need to put in the big book of Caserio questions for next week.
Yeah.
Is one, you have to ask him about your D'Amico Belichick comp from having read the Belichick book. You have to. It's non-negotiable. You have to ask him about that.
It's on my Google Doc of questions to ask Caserio.
Questions to ask Caserio. The second one, you just talking that through with what Danielle's meant to Will, is I do wonder, like when Caserio does not make big splashes in free agency, right? We know that he'll the big contracts he's given out, other than Danielle, have been to guys who have been in the building already, not guys outside the building. I wonder if there's part of it, especially for someone who looks at things very analytically, like Caserio does, that part of the value you're getting in giving Danielle Hunter $24 million, now $36 million in his third year that they just extended him, is whatever the incremental bump is that the impact he's having on Will Anderson. I think it's undeniable. Yeah. Will says it himself. Will can't go a press conference without mentioning how closely he works with Danielle Hunter and what he's meant to him. But he's talked about how Danielle Hunter has really helped kind of where Will can completely get off the page, emotionally sometimes, just super hyped up, is that Will has been an appropriately calming influence for him, Well,
when you look in the press conference yesterday, somebody asked a question of what excites you about this team, or what do you get excited about? And Will gave a very animated answer. And my thought was, the real question is, what doesn't excite you, Will?
What do you not get excited about?
What do you not get excited? Hey, Will, how do you feel about libraries? Oh, my gosh, the architecture, it's incredible. There's just sometimes I walk into a library and I'm just overwhelmed with all the choices. I defy you to find something Will Anderson can't get excited about.
Will Anderson, what do you think of Brussels sprouts? Oh, man, when you put breading on a Brussels sprout, oh, man. Oh, you're right. I don't think there's anything.
How do you feel about the DMV, Will? Oh, they got this automated system where it tells you which window to go to. sometimes you get there and just, it's really cool.
Sometimes I like just standing in line because you get to talk to a lot of people. You talk to a lot of people in line. I get to meet a lot of new people. Will Anderson that's a great one. Will Anderson is the one human being who could probably find redeeming value in the old school DMV with no computers.
With Will, I was not a pass rusher. I was a run stuffer. I'm not comparing myself to Will Anderson, the football player, but there is an element of sometimes, when you're an overly excitable guy, you got to consciously figure out how to kind of slow things down at times. Yeah. And you go back to Will in his rookie year, he probably could have had 5 or 6. You could tell he was so hyped up right before he got to the quarterback.
Settle down, bro.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to slow down and let the game come to you. And having Danielle Hunter, who's the ultimate, he looks like a Buddhist monk almost out there at times. The way he's he's doing Tai Chi as opposed to Kung Fu. Yep. Will having that kind of calming influence is probably really good for him.
I want to make sure we get to this before we get out because this is what I teased into the segment. The text came from Mr. Optimistic. Said, hey, Sean, Will Anderson Jr. mentioned that Darrell Taylor is a freak. Keep your eyes out for him today. I'd love your insight on it. All right, first, here is the cut he's talking about from Will Anderson Jr., talking about his new teammate, Darrell Taylor.
Yeah, for me, he's a freak, man. Like, he can go out there and rush, set edges, man, get off the rock, and that's what you have to have in this type of defense. And, man, he brings all the juice, and I can't wait to see him spin, man. He's a great addition for us, man. He's going to be a really big help for us this year.
So that's Will's. Just real quick, Seth, that's Will. Yeah. I will say this. When I was just watching practice yesterday, and you're watching different positions, and I'm like, oh, who is 52? He looks big and rangy. Like, who is that guy? And it's Darrell Taylor, who they signed for 1 year, $5 million from the Bears.
He's very, very intriguing because there's a potential that I think he might have been in a scheme mismatch when he was a younger player in Seattle. He showed a lot of flashes. Yeah. But he's the classic guy, kind of like Jason Babin back in the day. When you take him out of a 3-4 type of defense and just let him put his hand in the dirt and go, it unlocks something for Jason, ironically enough.
Yeah, he's
for our
a
fellow
Gen
Xers and Boomers. When he said he can't wait to watch him spin, I know your first thought is, spin move? No, it's a DJ analogy. Like spin like a DJ. It's a metaphor. Yeah,
I love that. All right, folks, starting to get to the field here. The sun is officially up here at the Methodist Training Center. Day 2 of Texans training camp out here today. Hopefully, it's as crisp as day 1, Seth. A lot of run game action yesterday and a lot of short passing game. You don't like that short game yesterday, my friend.
In the yeah. No, we'll get into that tomorrow. I need to see it for 2 days in a row. But yeah, look, so far the Texans are undefeated. So there you go. Undefeated. They'll remain undefeated for some weeks now.
Thumbs up, yes. And the Astros are undefeated since the Texans started training camp. So there's that. We're off to the salad days of Houston sports here. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and spin moves to you, Sean.
Thank you, sir. That is the great Seth C. Payne. I am Sean Pendergast. We are out of time, but before we get out of here, I want to tell you about the men's tee.
state.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's time.
Here we go!
To get back to the grind.
Let's go to work, baby!
And prepare for the season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texans Training Camp Live. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
Day 2 at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Welcome. A lot going on today with another packed practice. No pads till probably Monday. Saturday is the first open practice. We are off and running with Texans Training Camp Live. Nick Caserio will join us at 8:30. And we will ask Nick about a number of things because a bunch of things came up while he was doing his press conference and he was unable to comment on them. And by unable, I mean no one asked him certain things that we will ask him today at 8:30. You'll also hear from, along the way today, Henry To'oTo'o. He's going to be on in this segment, so just a few moments away from Henry, the leading tackler on the team last year, what he's looking forward to this year. Also, Tremont Smith back with the Houston Texans after practice Denver. How's he feeling? How does he feel after a Houston practice versus practicing in Denver? All right, so no altitude here, but you know what the difference is between Houston and Denver. I don't have to shed any light on that. And a couple of reminders here. At some point next week, we'll have the McNairs on. We'll have a visit with D'Amico Ryans as well. We'll catch up with Nick again and numerous players along the way. But let's get to some of our hot reads here in the early segment. Oh, yeah, the first one, running back depth situation, Joe Mixon. Johnny, I saw him in the building. He's alive, okay? We know this. NFI, non-football injury, Joe Mixon alive. So that's a good thing. Look, I'm joking around here. I don't know when he's going to come off NFI, but we've seen players around the league. Who's the corner just came off NFI after starting camp on NFI? So it happens. I don't know, the pup guys as well. They could come off today. They could come off in a few weeks. It varies player to player. The pre-training camp pup and NFI stuff, you have a chance to come off very quickly.
See my face?
Yeah.
This is a not panicked face.
Not panicked face?
Yeah. I don't know when I'll panic.
Okay.
But I'm not panicking.
No, I'll tell you when it's time to panic.
Yeah, I'm not panicking.
I will inform you when it's time to panic. I know these things.
Yeah,
I know when it's time to panic.
I usually kind of, I do ride upon that. Like, all right, Mark looks panicked. Okay, I should be worried. If you're not worried. But when it comes to things like this, you know, what are you going to do? I remember back in 2023, we had so many injuries at different points. And I just remember when Nick and D'Amico would come to our studio to talk with us, they just said, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And they'll figure it out. And
you know
so
how coaches are.
Yeah, of course.
They're going to work with whatever they've got, and they, in a way, in a dark kind of way sometimes, they embrace the challenge.
I think that's exactly right. I know I did. I remember when that happened many years when I was coaching. I remember I lost my quarterback in a game, and I really didn't have a backup. And I was like, I hated it at the time, but there was a part of me that kind of liked the challenge of, all right, how do I figure out a way to win this game? What do I have to do to win this game? Yeah. And I put my tailback at quarterback, and we basically ran single wing the rest of the night.
See?
So
you figured it out.
It's a little different at this level, but still, look, right now Nick Chubb is healthy, and fingers crossed he stays healthy. But I'll tell you this, yesterday I was standing behind practice with special teams. So Nick was over there working with Danny Barrett and just going through play script, plays, things like that. And Nick's forearms are bigger than my legs. His forearm is huge. I was like, whoa. So he's put together. He looks strong. He looks good. I thought yesterday when they got into team sessions, they did, run the ball a little bit, especially the first team period. I thought he ran it pretty well and looked comfortable. And that, to me, is the biggest thing right now. And there's no pads on, so not get too excited about that. But, look, there's an opportunity for Jawar Jordan, an opportunity for Woody Marks. There's always opportunity for Daria Gumbuwale because of what Daria is able to do every single day. So those guys have got a chance. And British Brooks. We talked about him being our Arnold Palmer. And we all with sweet tea and a little bit more lemonade than sweet tea.
That's just sick.
But it's okay.
You cannot do that.
What?
There should be a federal law against Arnold Palmers with sweet tea. It's too much.
Oh, stop it. Because a lot of people don't make their sweet tea really, really sweet. Bojangles does.
Okay.
North Carolina. But I don't worry about that.
But I might need a Sean Pendergast ruling on this. Sean, Arnold Palmer.
Know.
Arnold Palmer, sweet tea. Is that acceptable to have an Arnold Palmer with sweet tea?
Wait a second. Why are we asking him as the judge and jury? He doesn't like the word tutty.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like I hate that word, but yeah, it's not ideal. I don't know. Anyway, so we like our Arnold Palmer's a little bit different.
Yeah, we like him different, and that's okay. So my point with British is he ran some tailback yesterday. Yeah. He can play fullback. They can get in some heavy set with he and Jakob if they wanted to. And
what were they doing at fullback yesterday?
A little bit of Jakob.
Jakob.
I don't remember seeing a ton of fullback. They had Brevin.
Where did Brev line up when he had that nice catch that we were talking about?
Lined up over in his slot on the right side, I believe, and they ran a little pick route, basically got him out in the flat. And I'll tell you this, when he caught and turned up, I flashed back to that playoff game against Cleveland because you remember that play against Cleveland. It literally was just him on a flat route with CJ on a little mini boot, and boom, just kind of a little dart throw to Brev and just let the athleticism take over. Well, he turned that corner yesterday, and he was off.
Yeah.
It was like, dang.
He's a big man running down. In fact, that's our next hot read. Brevin Jordan, as a matter of fact, not on PUP, practicing. And also, but practicing, but on a side field.
So different.
There was a feeling of, and I can't even remember if we were on the air during this moment or not, when you saw the guys on a cart, some of the guys were on PUP, and they go to the side field, which happened to be field 1 yesterday, and they start working out, and you see Damian Pierce over there, among others, and you think, okay, they're alive, they're participating in something, they look ambulatory. I think that Dr. Vandermeer says that they will come back at some point. How about that? How about that for a prediction? They will come back at some point.
Well, it's bold.
Yeah, bold.
I mean, it's bold in a sense because you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, remember Ed Reed back in 2013? Everybody looked over and Ed was working on a side field. He's pushing some things like, oh, he'll be ready. And
it's Ed Reed. How could he not?
Week 3.
Yeah.
So
this is different.
You'd think.
But he would not be on this football team.
But again, last year with Christian Harris, what did we know? We didn't know.
Yeah, we didn't
know.
So
we went a couple weeks. We went up to Ohio. We played the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then we're hearing, hey, Christian's going to be back for that Sunday night practice. All right, cool. Here we go. Let's ready to rock. 30 minutes in, he walks back off. We don't see him till week 13. So, again, not going to panic on day 2. Not going to panic on day 2. But with a calf, with a thigh, with an ankle, like you just don't know. We don't, and we're not doctors, even though Dr. Vandermeer is very, very good at his diagnosis most of the time.
Sure.
You just don't know. So the guys that get those opportunities, like at linebacker with no Christian Harris, obviously Henry gets a few more. Nick Neiman. Interesting, when I spoke to Henry To'oto'o, I did kind of a word association of the linebackers in the linebacker room, and I did the first 2, and he just went, dog. So I was like, okay, let's change it up. Nick Neiman. He looked at me and he went, oh, he's special.
Don't spoil it because we're going to hear that in just a few moments here.
His comments about Nick Neiman were interesting.
Yep.
And those are the kind of guys that are going to have to step up at some point because we don't know what's going on with Christian and when he can get back, even though he's off PUP. He didn't practice yesterday. But remember we go to the Green Bay game? Remember who our starting linebackers were against Green Bay?
Jake Hansen.
And
Neville Hewitt.
Against Green Bay. And both of them played really, really well.
Yeah, they did. You hung in there in that game.
Really,
Had you gotten
well.
another first down, you probably win that game.
That's right.
Another victory for you.
You would have won in Lambeau with Neville Hewitt and Jay Hansen, a linebacker. My point in all that is those guys take a beating inside. Christian's already banged up on PUP. Not sure when he's going to come back. I feel like you've bolstered that depth. You get a chance to see EJ Speed a little bit more. You get a chance to see Nick Neiman a little bit more. Obviously, Jake. We'll see how far Jamal Hill has come. Tell you this, he was walking off the field. Man, I know Daniil Hunter's a cyborg, but good Lord, Jamal Hill's shoulders are out to here.
Well, we had him in studio at minicamp during our 40 interview day, and he's a physical specimen.
He's a physical specimen.
And I think that he's the kind of guy who would benefit from maybe some people in front of him needing a little rest here and there, and he gets his opportunity. Because it's lineup if everybody stays healthy or enough people stay healthy. But with Harris, Christian Harris, it's a mystery. It's really unfortunate. Man, when he's out there, all he does is make plays. Even 2022, big pick in the victory over the Tennessee Titans in Nashville. That was a rare victory that year, one of 3. So it was cool to see. You do not see any diminishment. You see only pluses when he's out there in the lineup. The playoff game, obviously, against Cleveland, what he did last year when he was in there. But he's got to stay in there, and it's really been a frustrating thing for him. He's one of those guys in his 4th year. He would be looking at a big contract going into this year had he been able to stay healthy.
With Jamal Hill, I think he's a player that has to play through his mistakes. And what I mean by that is he's got to play enough so that a mistake is made early. Okay, I'm not going to make that mistake again. And so I think he's got to have situations, and maybe that happens in these preseason games, where he plays through the mistakes and realizes, oh, okay, I did this on play number 1. I saw the same thing on play number 10. I've adapted. I've adjusted. Okay, the game, I got it. I understand it now. And I think that's got to happen for a few guys. They got to, Solomon Bird's another one. He's got to have an opportunity to kind of play through his mistakes so that he can show, yeah, I can do this. And I think Solomon Bird is very skilled as a pass rusher. I think Jamal Hill is extremely skilled, elite athletic skills and specimen. But he's got to have an opportunity to play through his mistakes. Last year, obviously, that didn't happen for either one. But at those positions that are maybe not ready to go right now, maybe you get those opportunities. And I'll tell you this, last year, with Jamal Hill in particular, boy, you could tell. D'Amico would talk to him when he came to the sidelines. Billy Davis would talk to him. You knew his head was spinning.
Yeah.
So hopefully for him, the game slows down a little bit. He can play through his mistakes. Hey, you get a pretty good evaluation of what you got in Jamal Hill. But the linebacker position, I've heard people talk about it. I've seen people write about it. I think it's going to be a whole hell of a lot better than people think.
All right, we'll talk about the offense after we hear from Henry. John Harris on the field after practice, day 1, talking with the leading tackler of the 2024 Texans, Henry To'oTo'o.
Training Camp 2025. John Harris alongside linebacker Henry To'oTo'o. Henry, this is your 3rd training camp in Houston. What's the biggest thing you have learned about surviving in Houston during training camp?
Man, I think first and foremost you gotta get used to the heat. I think that heat in Houston is totally different, but I think it's not necessarily survive, but find things that you can work on every single day, one thing at a time that I can work on, that the team can work on, and that's how we progress throughout camp. So I think that's the approach that we have as a team.
Throughout your college years, you ran a similar defense, whether you're at Tennessee or Alabama. Now you've been in this defense for the 3rd year. Are things more rote knowledge now? You just run and go because you know the defense and you're not thinking? How is it in that 3rd year of kind of learning the defense and knowing the defense, and how does that help you?
It helps a lot. Having 3 years under my rope, now it's about finding the little things that I can tweak here and there and taking it from level 101 to 104, 105. And taking my, I think that's the unique thing about being here for 3 years and playing under Coach Miko's system is that I'm able to critique my game higher than I ever thought I can.
Every year is a different year. We hear that from every NFL team, every NFL coach, player will tell you the same thing. What do you like about this defense? I know we're early in it, but you guys have been working the offseason. You're now back together. What do you like about this defense?
We're a group of confident guys. I think we got a whole bunch of guys that love to play ball, that's nasty, that's aggressive, and that wants to go out and hit somebody. And that's what I love about our guys is that we come out every day with that nasty attitude every day.
What's the biggest focus for you? Obviously, players want to be better in everything, but is there a particular focus for you this year that you really want to work on at training camp and have it down by week 1?
Yeah, obviously I got a lot of places I want to work on, but obviously my block destruction, getting on and off blocks and making more tackles, I feel like I make a lot more plays when I get off blocks, and then making more plays on the ball in the pass game. I feel like if I can get in certain positions and make a lot more plays, whether it be tips or interceptions.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about the other side of the ball because a lot of people want to know what the offense is like with the new offensive line coach, new offensive coordinator, number of new pieces. What's that offense like? You've faced them a little bit in the offseason, but now you faced them in training camp. What are your thoughts about the offense and kind of where it is?
They're very unique. They do a lot of good things. A lot of things for our offense to make explosives, be great in the run game. Our O-line works really well. We got a whole bunch of talented receivers and running backs. Our tight ends are great and a great quarterback. So I think all those pieces jammed together with a great Coach Cayley will be great.
Okay, word association in the linebacker room, all right? You got 1, maybe 2 words to describe the guy I throw at you. Right, let's start. Near the top, the 0, Azeez Al-Shaair.
Dog.
Teammate of yours for a long time, Christian Harris.
Dog.
Okay.
He can make plays.
Okay, Jake Hansen, been around for a little bit.
Jake Hansen, that's the hard worker right there. He's a hard worker. He's going to do the dirty work, go out there and punch a guy in the mouth.
Okay, linebacker coach, Billy Davis. Okay, you don't have to answer that one. That might get you in trouble. All right, what about your other linebacker coach, D'Amico Ryans?
Oh man, that's a legend. Legend right there. That's self-explanatory. He's a legend. On and off the field.
He is definitely a legend. Henry, we appreciate your time, man. Have a great season. Thank you.
Appreciate you, baby.
Great stuff, Henry To'oTo'o and John Harris. That'll be up on YouTube as well today. It'll be part of our Texans training camp special, which will air. When will that air? A week from Sunday night, man. It's going to be a while before we get to that one. We need to, stockpile some material for that particular special. This Sunday night's going to be flag football because it's a huge emphasis of the organization. So we got a lot of flag football content on Sunday night to talk about. And this Saturday night, our season preview on Texans. What is it called now? Playbook. I almost went with the old title. Well, that Saturday night show, we've had about 3 or 4 names. So
been around.
Texans Playbook. Yeah,
by the way, the flag football champions, the Texans girls.
Yes, out of Austin.
I spent a lot of time watching that flag football over the weekend, both boys and girls.
That was good.
Oh, my goodness.
How about the kid from Jacksonville with the great catch?
Listen.
The Jags could use him right now.
Right now. That dude is a freakazoid. He's already got an NIL deal. He's got 55,000 followers, and it probably went up.
Viral.
He went viral, and he's a stud. He plays at Mandarin High School, which is where Carson Beck went to high school.
Is he really 15?
14? He's 14. Is 14
Johnny, 14. 14 going on 27.
It's ridiculous. Bryson Wright, this dude is an absolute baller. He's going to end up at Alabama, Ohio State. I mean,
I hope he doesn't play for the Jags. We need him. That's just a flag football thing. Although the Texans girls, they were awesome.
Fantastic.
That's awesome.
That girl Ava was unreal.
Yeah. So the high school flag football played here in Houston by the girls is 7-on-7.
Yeah.
This stuff is the 5-on-5, and it's a very different game. 7-on-7, there's a lot of traffic. In fact, some people who might coach it a little bit tell you. You want to use that traffic to your advantage. Create this tree in the woods situation, and then never mind. We'll get into it later in the spring when things open up after the NFL season to discuss that. That's a spring season, by the way, with high school girls here in the Houston area. All right, Nick Caserio is going to join us at 8:30. Let's get back to the hot reads here in segment 1. Let's talk some offense, baby, as it was on display yesterday for the first day in training camp. Now, obviously, you're not going to get the full array until, 4 or 5 weeks into the season when we've seen it all, and maybe not it all, but you saw day one, getting that stuff together. Short, accurate, proficient passing attack. Here's C.J. Stroud talking about working with Nick Caserio, new offensive coordinator.
Yeah, Nick is a fiery young coach who loves to yell and run around, and and I love it. He brings juice to the building every day. So I'm excited just to work with him every day and try to build a relationship. And he's done a good job of just relating to the players and always asking us what we want, how we want to do things, and making it the player own. So I love that of him.
Here's what I like about what I saw yesterday. You want to build from the line of scrimmage out. So day one, are you going to work on long pass plays, that kind of thing? You might in some drills, but you want to establish the team unit here. And the team unit needs to run the football, needs to execute the short passing game, relatively short passing game, and then build it from there. So that's what I thought of day one. Now, day two, they could come out here of high-flying aerial circus, and I'll say, well, now they went deep, and they're going to put it all together as they go. Who knows? But that was my theme of day one, correct?
Absolutely correct. Now, you can read my thoughts on HoustonTexans.com. You want to check those every night.
Harris Hits.
Every morning before practice, check out the Harris Hits. I had two things related to what you said. Number one, team period number one yesterday was a lot spent on, CJ didn't make a throw his first team session. It was all duo inside, some gap stuff they ran inside, and it was all runs. Maybe threw it once. I think Keaton threw it a couple times. Graham maybe threw it once in that particular drill. It was all play action. But what I noticed is this. Whenever we talk, especially John McClain, we talk to others, well, you can't really determine anything when guys are out of pads and the offensive line, defensive line, which is true. You can't. But when they're not in pads and you see the physicality that I saw yesterday from the offensive line,
yeah,
you can tell the mentality has changed.
Okay.
And I felt like that was maybe the most impressive thing. Now, did they get every block right? Did they get everything right? No. But they were running duos, so they were running a couple of duo blocks. They were, I mean, we talk about it being a contact sport without pads, a collision sport when you put them on. There was a hybrid yesterday going on, and I just loved that because I've seen shorts and T-shirt practices before.
Yeah.
I've seen them.
Yeah.
I know what they look like.
Yeah.
That run game yesterday was not that. That run game, you could tell there was a serious emphasis put on physicality. When we decide we're going to run the ball, whether it's shorts and T-shirts, whether it's pads, whether it's who knows what, uppers, whatever, there's going to be a physicality component to it. You could see the Cole Popovich stamp on that offensive line. I liked seeing that yesterday. Second point, when they got to the second team period, more throwing in that period. In fact, I think it was all passing that period. So there weren't a ton of long throws, but there were a number of catch-and-run situations. Brev had that one where he had to get up the sideline, which was nice. But Berrios, great catch on sail route on the far sideline. Jared Wayne caught a great ball on this sideline.
Jared
Davis
Wayne's
Mills.
catch. Nice.
Mark, the ball didn't hit the ground in that period.
Yeah.
And so when you think about that aspect going against this defense, like that's pretty impressive. Like CJ was like 2 for 2. He had one scramble, but the ball didn't hit the ground. And so we talked about it a little bit last night, and it manifests itself in that particular drill. There are nickels and dimes and quarters all over the field. I'm not talking about coverages. I'm talking about profit. Now, you all want the $100. We want the 67-yard bombs to Nico against the Bills. We want those. Man, those are awesome. But you take nickels, dimes, and quarters, it piles up. Sure. And then it gathers interest. And it gathers interest in the way that, they're going to throw all this short stuff, and then, boom, you pump, you go, you get the deep route, you get the explosives.
Yep.
But you take the profit. You take one $100 bill one time, and maybe that's going to keep you from the nickels and dimes and $1 that you can end up piling up over time that could generate even more than $100. That's what the passing game yesterday was. It was some hitches, it was some snag routes, it's some short stuff, play action. They were running the slants behind the linebackers, things like that. They did not throw a deep ball, as we would call it. We saw that in OTA's mini camps. They did throw the ball deep. There is going to be a deep component to this offense.
Of course there is.
But a bit more of,
let's execute.
We're not going to hold the ball in the pocket and let Nico run an 18-yard dig off the dagger route when we've got a running back wide open in the flat on 1st and 10, and we can go get 5-7 yards.
Yeah,
we're going to take that.
That's where it gets a little more Patriot-like because people ask me,
and that's fine.
And we've talked about
the GOAT became the GOAT because of that.
The guys we've talked to have said this, that you've got a little bit of a hybrid between the Patriot offense and the Denver Shanahan Kubiak type of offense, and I like that because look at the history of this franchise, right? Mm-hmm. The offense really got going when Gary got here.
That's right.
And then you get Bill O'Brien, and they bring the Patriot stuff here, and that really never got clicking, but you won a lot of games. But there's a lot of autonomy for the quarterback in that system. So you mix some of that autonomy with the Kubiak-Shanahan thing, and all of a sudden you got something different and better, and you have a smart quarterback running the show, accurate quarterback running the show. So let's just see how it all plays out here. Couple of things. You mentioned Jared Wayne's catch. Very nice.
Nice.
And that's your guy. That's the camp disruptor, Jared Wayne. To see Berrios out there was illuminating because we really haven't talked about him that much. We interviewed him. That interview's up on YouTube, and everybody makes a big deal. Every time I talk to any casual fan about this team, they ask me about Berrios because of Alex Earl, right? Because Alex Earl, his girlfriend, is a huge influencer. I mean, we're talking millions and millions, and everybody wants to know about her, and everyone wants to know, how is Braxton? Is he a nice guy? To see him make plays was cool. All right, Nick Caserio is going to join us in the next segment. So let's get to the Executive Vice President and General Manager right here on the field of your Houston Texans. That's coming up here on Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
You know what having fun your way is.
You're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Boy, we got a lot of cooks in the kitchen here. Day 2, Texans Training Camp Live. We're shooting Nick Caserio when he gets here. It'll be a couple of minutes. And Aaron Raybold, our engineer, is here just plugging things in all over the place.
Yeah,
Matt's
exactly.
here. You know, we were doing fine with Matt. Then you show up and he's plugging in a little
messing with
speaker. What are we going to play
everything.
tunes here? He's plugging in a speaker. What are we entertaining the players?
No, he's going to
Yeah,
play.
Matt's
he's going to
gonna
play
DJ.
Nick's. He's going to play Nick's entrance music.
Nick's theme song stuff. Yeah, Sean's over there, not too far away. He can enlighten us on that stuff. So looking
Apparently-
forward to the visit.
Well, we'll ask Nick about this, but apparently Nick has become fairly close with Triple H.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I guess at the Sloan
Close?
conference.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've struck up a relationship, which sounds about right. So we'll definitely ask him about that, I guess, amongst other things.
So Keaton Slovis is walking in. It reminds me of Graham Mertz yesterday. And, you know, it's the funny thing, and I'm not sending Mertz to Canton, okay?
Yeah.
All right, rookie from Florida, quarterback. But Mertz, what was our observation? Let me correct myself. What was my observation during rookie camp? They were just throwing on air. But I said, you know what? It looked good. It looked accurate. It looked, Bill Walsh would say 1 foot in front of him, always right there, right? I liked that. And then yesterday he hits Jalen Knoll on this crosser, fairly deep crosser. It was perfect in stride. Now, look, it's one throw. And, again, I'm not sending him to Canton. But, you know, this is camp. So we talk about every element as it goes.
But he hasn't played football basically since he tore his ACL. Well, I think it was in October.
So that was good to see.
So,
that was good to see. You know, it's like first day. They're splitting the reps, Slovis and Mertz a little bit. You know, we're talking about third-string quarterback here.
Right.
You know things are pretty good when you're talking about third-string quarterback and divvying up
I'm
the
not
reps.
the third-string quarterback.
Nick Caserio is not. No, he's not. He is the
Your arm used to
executive.
get like 50 reps during a practice, though.
He's the executive vice president and general manager. Nick Caserio joining us right now. Good morning. It's camp.
Morning, fellas. Great to see you.
All right, here we are. We're back, and we were just talking about various elements of practice. How hard is it for you to not get hung up on one or two plays or a trend here and a trend there and just take the whole thing as it comes?
No, that's the most important thing. So, I mean, the way the league is set up, especially these first 3 or 4 practice, there's a certain acclimation period that everybody kind of goes through. So the practices are structured a certain way. We understand the reps are going to be a little bit limited. Then we'll have an off day on Sunday, and I would say essentially training camp will really start on Monday when we put the pads on, when you start to see some of the physical elements come into play. So you really have to break training camp up into some blocks, kind of that first 2 week period before the first preseason game. Then that first preseason game will be an opportunity for some players probably to play a little bit more than others. It's the way it works around the league. And then the way we're structured this year, excuse me, we're going to have a few joint practices with some other teams. That's our evaluation tool. So really what you try to do is over the next 4 to 6 weeks, kind of get a good evaluation, make sure you're not seeing anything different than you thought you were going to see, and then try to make the decisions that you feel are in the best interest of the team, understanding we're going to keep 53 on the roster. We're going to have another 16 or so players on the practice squad, and we've talked about this multiple times on this show. We kind of operate as if we have 70 players available on a weekly basis. So it's just about making sure that as best we can, keep the right 70 on campus, understanding we're going to lose some players. We have to expose them to waivers. But that's just part of the process. But don't get too caught up, and anybody can go out there and make one play on one day. Really what we're looking for is performance over the course of time, because that's what you're going to have to sustain over the course of the season.
You've always reminded us, we've tried to remind fans, roster construction is 24/7, 365. It's not like there's a free agent period in March and it stops. And I bring it up because we go to the offseason, everybody goes to the break. You signed 2 corners, Damon Arnett, Arthur Mollett. What can you tell us about those 2 acquisitions, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, different players have a certain level of experience. I'd say starting with Arthur. Arthur was a player that we had worked out in the spring. So, and then as we went through to get ready for training camp, we felt we were probably going to need another corner or 2 just from a numbers and a competition standpoint. But Arthur's found a way to stick around this league for a number of years. Wasn't drafted, and he's played in a number of different systems, has some flexibility inside the formation, outside the formation. Has a certain level of toughness and playing style, plays physical for his size. So we thought that was a player that potentially could add a little bit more depth to that room. And I would say in Damon's case, Damon's history is pretty well chronicled. I would say, obviously, the first part of his career didn't go very well for a myriad of reasons. And then there was a gap there, and then he played in the UFL in the spring. And actually, that transaction, you were limited in terms of when you can actually sign those players. You had to wait until a certain date to be able to consummate that. Okay. But similar to Arthur, different. We didn't work him out the same day, but we had worked Arthur out at some point in June, or excuse me, Damon out in June, and then we kind of kept tabs. And then at some point, we made a decision after a pretty thorough vetting process. Look, there's potentially a little bit of risk involved here, but for where we were, we felt comfortable giving the opportunity, guaranteed anything, but those two players have a certain level of experience, and we'll see how they compete relative to the rest of the group.
Nick, as camp opens, we get that PUP list and NFI, and we quickly reminded the fans that this PUP is not the PUP that's going to take place Labor Day. But what can you tell the fans about how that works, how you make those decisions? Because guys can come off very quickly, right?
Absolutely. So when training camp, when they report, everybody goes through a physical process, and they've either met the requirements where they're physically ready to play and be able to go out there and practice and be able to kind of perform their job. Say some players are at different stages. Some players may need 3 or 4 days. Some players may need a week or two. Some players may need a little bit longer. So you just try to gauge the information, and that's why they're categorized as active PUP, active NFI. In the season, once a regular season starts, when you cut the team, that player is either off of active PUP and on your roster, or he stays on reserve PUP or reserve NFI, and then similar to the IR designated for return, you have 4 weeks before that player is eligible. So a lot of it is just based on when are they going to be ready to be able to go out there and perform and do their job. But it's very fluid. The guy could be on there for a day and then come off. A guy could be on there for 2 days and then come off. So we'll monitor that on a regular basis. We talk as a staff about whether a player is ready or not, and then when the player is ready, then we'll put him on the practice field. Doesn't mean he's going to be able to do everything, but we might have to ease him in. So training camp, every team goes through this. There's varying levels of timing, but you have a little bit of flexibility in training camp when they report.
Nick, one of the things that stood out was the number of running backs that are on PUP. Go back to the end of the mini camp, you signed Nick Chubb, and now you look up and go, wow, okay, Nick's one of the guys that's got experience in that room. Woody's a rookie. Jawar was on practice squad last year. You got Dare, and you got Nick. What can you tell us about Nick, what he's meant since you signed him, and what do you think you've got in him?
Yeah, we signed him. It was around for the last day or two before we kind of broke for the summer. But, Nick's a very experienced player. He's been a very productive player. He's had some injuries that he's had to deal with over the course of his career. When he's been healthy and been available, he's been as productive as any back in the league. So smart, instinctive, tough, he's got a good playing style, great demeanor, great makeup, very professional, works very hard. So has some work to do just relative to our system because, like I said, he was only here for a day or two. So, we'll see where he is in training camp and the progress that he makes.
Nick, offensively, we saw the offseason practices. Now it's training camp with Nick Caserio coordinating the offense. What is the process? How does all that work as you install new plays and a new system and build up toward the start of the regular season?
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, this is kind of our second time through the installation. So when we started OTAs or whenever we phase 3 or whatever we want, we put the offense in, went through it in the spring, practiced a little bit, and then we have a little bit of a break. So now we're going to go back and you reinstall actually what you did in the spring. So you probably got 85-90% of the offense in the spring. So now we'll go through it in training camp here, probably a little bit quicker pace. You just have more time on the field. So it's really the second or third opportunity for some players to go out there, reps, and be comfortable with the calls, with the formationing, with the concepts. And then we'll tweak some things as we go, but we'll put the base of the offense, offensively and defensively, the foundation, and kicking game as well, the foundation of what we're going to do during the season will be put in place here. We'll practice some things maybe a little bit more than others, and then we get to the regular season, then the game plan will be put together based on who the opponent is and what we feel like we have to do that week.
Nick, listen, yesterday to your presser, I heard you say the word competition. That's what you wanted training camp to be, about competition, whether it's on the O-line where it's obvious. Guys are trying different positions out. You're, okay, what about this move? Let's put these guys here. There are different combinations you're trying to come up with. But even for guys that have been around for a while, establishing that competition, can you speak to how important that is for this camp, for this team, to maintain a high level of competition?
Sure. We feel like we have a number of good players in the building. So when we practice against one another, it's good competition amongst one another, and you're helping your teammate hopefully improve or get better and work on something that is potentially going to help him against an opponent. So we're all teammates here, but by the same token, we're still going to push one another. Defensive line is going to push the offensive line and vice versa. Corners and the receivers are going to work against one another, but they're going to work with each other. So we got a pretty good group, pretty professional group, understands of working in concert with one another, but also not being afraid to challenge one another. And if there's something that they can articulate to one another, hey, here's what I see, maybe try this. That's how players learn, is learn from each other more than anything else. So to do that, and D'Amico's talked about this, he's talked about it with y'all, he talks about it with the team. We really believe iron sharpens iron. So, and then every player has a responsibility to come out here and perform to the best of their ability so that you're helping the other guy on the other side of the ball.
I have a point in my Harris Hits that happened during special teams. You definitely want to go read it.
Self-promotion.
Self-promotion, absolutely.
You want to promote those blue pants you were wearing the other day as well? Those are very nice.
Those were nice.
I would wear those.
I got those for $20 at the outlets. They're nice. You might wear those.
I would.
My size is a little bit bigger.
I have a lot of blue.
Because I eat different than you. But there's a point in there that I want people to read because it happened during special teams. While everybody else is on their phones, I'm sitting there watching, and I'm watching exactly what you said. I'm watching guys helping guys. Two guys, one guy we mentioned, Damon Arnett and Tremont Smith, that are going to be competing at some point, and yet there they are in a gunner drill, and Tremont's helping Damon with a technique that, Damon was trying to figure out. Tremont stepped to the front of the line and said, hey, watch what I do. Watch how I do this. I got this. And Damon followed right after him, and I think that's the point you're making right there.
Yeah, that's emblematic of what our players are about. We have a lot of professional, a lot of selfless players that they're focused on their job, but if there's an opportunity to help one another, and say in Damon's case, he's late to our team, so if somebody can help him get up to speed, then that's our responsibility to each other. Right. So it's about investing in people. It's about investing in your teammates, and we've talked about this on Sundays. Those are the people you have to rely on. Yeah. They can't necessarily hear what D'Amico is saying. They can't hear what a coach is yelling from the sidelines. You got 70,000 people in the stadium, so you're going to look to your left and you're relying on your teammate because that's what the game is about.
Yeah. Well, one of those guys is Will Anderson Jr. He just walked by. And, Nick, he's one of those guys, he's got a game face on when he walks out of the practice field. When you're evaluating players, that's got to be a big part of it. How do they prepare? How do they practice? Because that determines how you play in the game, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that's something, and we'll start the fall scouting process, and you alluded to it. And our college scouts are here for the first 4 or 5 days, and then when they're done here, they're going to start to go watch practices. So they're going to start to evaluate players for the 26th draft. But how they practice, their attitude, their mindset, what's their level of work, what's their commitment to work, we're absolutely focused on that because this league is about work, it's about effort, and it's about toughness. So practice execution becomes game reality. So if you don't do it on the practice field, it's probably not going to carry over to the field on Sundays. So your thought process, your mindset, you have to be very purposeful what you're trying to get accomplished. And I would say nobody embodies that more than Will. And Will's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. But when he's on the football field, he wants to rip your heart out. So there's a balance there. But that's what makes the really good players really good because they have the requisite physical ability. And then you combine that with a mindset, and that's how they become, good players or really good players amongst the league of good players.
I'm contractually obligated to ask you about the draft and/or rookies.
I already got ahead of it, see?
I know. I mean, I'm trying to stay ahead, too. I'm getting my work done. But the rookies, when they get in training camp, it's the first time. Now, they went through, and you got a chance to see them up close when you got them in minicamp. It's a different animal. What is it that you want to see from them, Nick, on a daily basis?
It's really about consistency and establishing a routine that works for you. So everybody has something that is going to work for them. Don't make it bigger than what it really is. So the spring, you're kind of small doses, kind of get up to speed. Now training camp, and we're not holding anybody's hand anymore. So there's going to be some ups and downs. You're going to have some good days. You're going to have some bad days. Can you just push through? And then can you stay consistent with everything that you're doing, with your habits off the field, your preparation, your nutrition, your sleep, your recovery? Those are the things that sometimes get lost. Yeah. But the quicker that you can figure out what works for you, the better. So this practice is hard. We're going to practice in 95 degrees. It's going to be hot. So how do you handle that? Are you prepared for it? Are you doing the things that are required? Because you still want to be able to go out there and make sure you're mentally and physically prepared for what you have to do on the field. So overall, that group's a pretty mature group. They've had a good mindset, pretty good work ethic. So don't do anything different, but just try to get yourself into consistent routine over the course of the next however many weeks.
All right, training camp has evolved because I remember it seemed like just a few years ago when you really couldn't start camp until about 2 weeks before your first preseason game. Now it seems like we have a few extra days, but this is a far cry from when you entered the league. What was camp like with the two-a-days when you first got into the NFL?
You practice in the morning, you take a break, and then you come back in the evening, have another workout or practice. I mean, in pads. So, I mean, there was more volume, there was more intensity, it was a little bit longer day. I think the league has done a pretty good job. Everybody's we've modified some things. You're just trying to make sure of the players. So we're not going to complain about it. Whatever the rules are, we'll figure out a way to maximize our opportunities, take advantage of time in the evening, walkthroughs, whatever it is. Even during a walkthrough, D'Amico talks to the team about that. Like, your effort and focus shouldn't be any different in a walkthrough than it is on the practice field in the morning. So the more we do that, everybody has X number of hours, so who's utilizing those hours to the best of your ability? Like, that's the competitive advantage that we're trying to gain over the rest of the league.
So in 2017, when you were a member of a different organization, you met with us at the Greenbrier. You practiced there for a few days. We realized it was about 75 degrees when the day kicked off. How much did that come into your mind as and you, D'Amico, were deciding what you wanted to do with training camp to get out of the heat and get to a place where you'd been before, you'd seen it, you kind of knew what it was about, you knew what the weather was about, what you can gather from the players for a full practice as opposed to survival for the last 10 minutes here? What are your thoughts about going to the Greenbrier again?
It's all those factors, John, that you mentioned. So it's not too dissimilar kind of what we did last year. So the way it worked out, we played the Hall of Fame game, we stayed up in Cleveland, and then we buttressed that because we had the road game against Pittsburgh. So anytime you go away for something, it's really a good opportunity for the team just to focus on the team. You don't have, not that you don't have, you have distractions here when you're home, but you have less distractions where all the focus is just, it's the team, it's the coaches, it's the players, we have each other, and you get in a different environment. And I would say the Greenbrier, the logistics there really work. They've done a great job. It's a great facility, 2 good practice fields. We always enjoyed our opportunity to go up there and practice against different teams. We did it multiple times, like you mentioned. So a little bit of scenery is just good for the team, kind of breaks up the monotony of camp. So between Greenbrier, then the preseason game, then they come home, practice against Carolina, and then go to Detroit, practice against Detroit. You're just trying to, as best you can, assimilate and simulate what's going to happen during the regular season. So, we'll take advantage of our time here in Houston over the next however many days, and then once we transition to Greenbrier, try to take advantage of that as well.
Do the joint practices affect how often or how long people play in these preseason games, how many snaps they get?
It's case by case. Each team kind of does a little bit differently. I think the trend that you've seen is you get your work, whatever group you identify, they get the majority of the work in the practices, and maybe you handle the game a little bit differently. So it's just, how do you want to balance practice versus the game? What's the goal? What are you trying to accomplish? So there's a number of things that go into that calculus, and we'll figure out what works and what makes the most sense for us.
Okay, so the other show that you like to go on Sean and Seth in the morning. Like that's like your beach residence. This is like your primary residence.
Yeah, we're on every week. So it's
exactly. But I heard Sean mention that you started striking up a conversation with Triple H at Sloan.
That actually did happen.
Yeah.
Yes. So
I know you're a big wrestling fan. So how was that?
It was awesome. It was, and I think sometimes wrestling it's a great sport. It's great entertainment, but as a business, they've done and operated as well as anybody when you look across the landscape. So I happened to be on a panel a little bit later in the afternoon, so I was there a little bit earlier. So it was Triple H and one of the Netflix executives. They were talking about kind of the transition or wherever it was to Netflix and Raw, and just the thought process and what goes into it. It was really interesting. And then I said, I got to go back there and meet Triple H. So I mean, he was probably wondering what the hell I was doing back there. Like, who is this guy? But I am a big fan of wrestling, so unabashed, I'm not going to hide it and pretend that I'm not interested. So Sean and I get a kick out of it. But going back to from a business standpoint, there is good a business and successful a business as there is out there.
As Seth would say, it's not fake, it's scripted. But I'm blown away how many really intelligent people love it. Explain the appeal, just quickly.
It's entertainment.
Okay.
It's different, but football is entertainment. We're all in the entertainment business in some capacity. So there's a certain level of skill and talent that's required. You see personalities of people, and the ability to speak to the crowd, how they are on the mic, how they present, how they perpetuate the story. It's interesting. So we understand what it is, but there's still an appeal because it's the longest running, one of the most successful over the course of however many years. If you're not successful, you're not good at what you do, then you probably would have gone away. But they've kind of found a way to continually evolve. There's a mass appeal. One of the things that actually they mentioned at Sloan was how much interest there is from the females and the women population. Probably more than people. I want to say it was like 45, 50%. Wow. So you wouldn't think, well, what do women want or interested in wrestling? Right. So it's entertaining. It's fun. It creates a little bit of enjoyment. It's a good diversion. So we've got some friends. Jerry Shaplinsky and I are actually kind of go back and forth. It's fun. It's enjoyable. It's a good outlet, honestly.
When you mentioned business, it made me think of this. And then I saw a couple of guys go by, and there's one of them you gave a contract to last year. And I know you would say he earned it, and that was Nico Collins. Guys got contracts this offseason, and you kind of got ahead of the curve, especially on Sting. That came, I think, right after the Combine. What was it about those particular players that you wanted to make sure we got to keep these guys and keep them as Texans for a while?
Yeah, we've always operated. We're open-minded. We're flexible. And if we think it's the right thing for the organization and the right thing for the players, try to figure out a solution. We're very solutions-minded here. And when you have a player in the building for 3 years, you hopefully have a pretty good idea of what you have with that player. And, if you feel comfortable making that decision, the market's the market. So part of our job is understand the market. What do we think some of the trends are? What do we think is going to happen? And then when you get to the actual negotiation, I think I've got a pretty good working relationship with most agents. Yep. So we're always open-minded. We're always willing to do deals if it makes sense, both economically, and it's the right thing to do by the player. Then we're going to try to do the right thing, and that's in everybody's best interest. So to be able to reward players for the performance, they've put a lot of time and energy and effort into it, and they've earned those opportunities, to your point, John. So if we can come to a solution that works, great. If it doesn't work out, maybe it's at a later point. So we're just going to try to do business as we see fit, right. Understand the larger landscape of the league, but in the end, focus on the Houston Texans and what's best for us.
All right, I've got one more for you, and I've asked you something similar before, but what's the state of the art here, or staying sane in the hot weather for not just the players, Nick, or for us, but anybody playing golf or anybody has to be outside this time of year? What do you think?
No, coaches as well. So, your sleep is important, your hydration, liquid IV. We've got more resource. Our nutrition staff, Ladd Harris and his staff, do an unbelievable job, as good as any in the league. So we have enough resources that are available. And going back to what we talked about earlier, you just have to establish a routine for yourself that works. You got to make sure that your intake is consistent. There's a recovery period that's involved. We have a number of coaches that like to work out. So sound mind, sound body, all that kind of fits together. So you got to take the necessary measures to keep yourself as best you can cool under the circumstances, which we know what the environment is, and we'll handle it. And it's just about having a plan and being able to go out there and execute the plan as best you can.
Outstanding, Nick. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thanks, fellas. Great to see you.
All right, Nick Caserio, Executive Vice President and General Manager of your Texans. Coming up, we'll talk about the day to come, day 2. Tremont Smith is going to join us as well. A bunch of other things on tap here on Texans Training Camp Live.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific Minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to happen to vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume, 2021 Campari America.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit TDECU.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Texans fans, you're invited to Louisiana's largest casino resort, Coshada. Coshada Casino Resort has the largest and most spacious gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, with thousands of the newest slots, over 55 table games, live bingo, and off-track betting. Plus, 3 beautiful hotels, delicious Cajun cuisine, and the #1 rated golf course in Louisiana at Coshada Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet.
Nick Caserio shared his opening thoughts.
Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
All right, breaking news here. We were on with Nick Caserio, so didn't get a chance to comment on this, which happened, I don't know, in the last hour. Justin Fields carted off with a lower leg injury.
Ooh.
OMG. You do not want to see that to your worst enemy. Don't get me started on the Colts. Don't ask me these questions. Don't ask me these difficult questions. I don't want to see that.
I'm not.
Because
I'm not.
I just think it's bad karma if you root for that or celebrate injuries from other people.
Never.
It's just not good.
Never.
So, and D'Amico Ryans just walked by. I love that man. I'm not afraid to say it. I mean, he's just such a charismatic guy and has complete control of this situation. And, you know, we talk about players being in his image. I feel that, Johnny.
Yeah,
all these guys
absolutely.
are just... They're all mini D'Amicos.
Yeah.
Some are not so many, but they're all D'Amico clones, it feels like, and that's a good clone to be.
Well, one of the things we talked about is, and we're sitting at a great spot right here, because you come over the bridge, you walk a little bit, and then you get to the grass, and it changes.
Yeah, and you see us, and we're just a breath of fresh air, aren't we?
It's not really seeing us, but it's just you see the grass, and it's like in your brain, you got to switch over. Because then they get to the grass and it changes.
Well, I mentioned Will Anderson during the Nick interview because Will's got a look on his face like he wants to eat flesh.
That's right. But Nico Collins the same way. Like Nico, when you see him in the hallway, like, "Hey John, what's up?" Like the nicest. Get on the grass. I mean, you remember what he did to the Chicago Bears? This is when. I mean, I knew it before this, but in the Bears game on that Sunday night, The last play of the first quarter, he got nailed for that 15-yard penalty because Tyreek Stevenson went and poked him in the forehead. And Nico was like, man, get off me, and literally pushed him. And so he gets a 15-yard penalty. We go into the break. We come out of the break. The first play after that, Stevenson tries to jam him. Nico throws him. Now, Stevenson's like 6'1", about 195. He takes him and tosses him, runs the slant. CJ hits him. He runs over a linebacker, over a safety, dives into the end zone. I think he went in standing up, and it was like, that dude meant business. Like, you don't play, and he's got that they're looking for. Like, off the field, and Nico's the kind of guy you want to talk to. You'd want family to be around. Like, he's that guy. And a lot of these guys are all that very – and D'Amico Ryans is that way. You catch D'Amico Ryans, Shelby Coppage, who we had yesterday, who is our sideline reporter for TV. She told me a story at the media function the other night. She said after the last halftime interview, who's the third game last year, Rams, after that interview, she finished up with him. He walked a couple steps, turned around and said, hey, Shelby, see you. Knowing it was the last one, it was the last time he was going to see her, he turned around and said, hey, Shelby, goodbye. Who does that?
Yep.
I mean, who does that? I mean, same guy that after I did TV for the Pittsburgh game, but I do my after-game duties as I always do, and I always catch up with him. So in the hallway, I caught up with him, did about 3 or 4 minutes. He walked away, and he goes, hey, man, how was the booth?
No.
I never had a coach say anything to me after.
That's
I was like,
awesome.
I like stammered for the first 2-3 seconds because I'm like, did he just ask me that? I thought it was incredible that he remembered that.
Yeah, that's
that's him.
And look, that doesn't mean you win games,
No.
but that's how you want to win.
Right.
You want to win like that, and I'd rather be in this situation. These are the kind of guys you want representing your city.
That's right.
You know,
That's
so when
absolutely
they
right.
do get there, you're going to be extra proud of the situation. All right, on the Fields thing, by the way, I mean, if he's out for any extended period of time.
I know who they're going to call.
You
There's
mentioned
quarterback
it during
down
the
in
break.
Atlanta that might want to call.
Kirk Cousins.
And that's why Cousins stayed with Atlanta because Atlanta can win.
Who else is with the Jets here, Johnny? Let's see.
Well, nobody is going to start.
Yeah.
No, but I don't
Zach Wilson is in Miami now, folks.
They're not going back to that well.
They're not going to do that.
But think about it. If you put Kirk Cousins.
Tyrod Taylor.
No, yeah. Look, Tyrod's got a lot of starts under his belt. He's got a lot of starts, but if I'm the Jets, I call on Atlanta and I say, look, I know Kirk is a little bit older, and I know they've done that already with an old quarterback that had Achilles issues. But if you want a good influence around your building, a positive influence, a guy that's now 2 years removed from the Achilles injury, Terry Fano, hey, Terry, I know you guys gave up your first, and I don't know if it's take a first, but I know you gave up your first, but let's fill the draft coffers for next year. What would it take to get Kirk?
I feel horrible for Fields. I feel horrible for Aaron because we like Tyrod. He's a great guy. But
Tyrod.
That's not building anything right now if you're starting Tyrod. He's a backup quarterback if there ever was one. You need to build something. And maybe Fields is ultimately a backup too, but it just felt right for at least the time being.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Yep.
Does this sound, in a way, take the injury out, but now Fields is out and now Tyrod steps up into that role seemingly.
Yeah.
Does that team have a lot of kind of 2014 Texans vibes? And I say that because if you think about the defense, like think about our 2014 defense.
They got a better defense.
Now, I
Come
think
on, they
overall,
got Sauce, they got Quinnen. I mean, they got both Qs.
Yeah, I know. But at that time, we had Watt. Now, Clowney was supposed to be something, but, you know.
Wait a minute. 2021? You said?
2014.
Oh, 2014.
2014. The first year, and the reason I was thinking about it is you said Aaron Glenn. Well, it's his first year. I was thinking about O'Brien's first year.
2014. Here's the thing. No, the 2014 Texans. I know you're coming off 2-14, but that was not a 2-14 team.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. Is that look at the Jets right now. We had Fitzy as a quarterback. Fitzy was starting for us in 2014.
Yeah, but they're not 2 years removed from 12-4.
I get it.
And 9 Pro Bowlers and all that.
But that's an underachieving
How many
squad.
of the Pro Bowlers were on the 2014? How many of those 9? You still had Myers was there.
Yep.
Wade was on. J-Joe was there. Arian was there. Andre Johnson was there. I mean, you had a lot of talent.
I know.
You had a lot of talent
Garrett
on
Wilson,
that team.
Quincy Williams, Sauce. Like,
All right.
There's pretty
But
similar.
they haven't done anything.
My point in all that
those guys
is,
are over. Not those guys are good players. But the Jets, their high watermark of recent years is 7 wins.
I know, because one year they lose Aaron Rodgers, the next year they have Aaron Rodgers. They
did worse with Aaron Rodgers.
I know, exactly. So my point in that is, here's Aaron, a good, smart coach, starting off his career with a relatively talented roster, and now he's got to go to Tyrod Taylor. Bill O'Brien now chose Fitzy, but that was the quarterback plan for that particular year.
I love Tyrod, but I'd rather have Fitzy. Okay, next up, let's get to a position group breakdown. And you know what it's going to be? I wanted to do running backs, but I don't want to do it today because too many guys are hurt.
We've been talking about running backs for a while, too. You want to do O-line?
Let's do O-line.
You want to just rip the Band-Aid off?
Let's do it.
O-line
next, then we'll get to Texans radio contributor Brooke Kirchhofer. She's going to join us as well. Let's get to it next year on Texans Training Camp Live.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
KILT.
few feet away from your Texans.
Nice way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we are at the Houston Methodist Training Center, day 2. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you, and the team in activation right now. Fancy word for warming up, and the specialists are off to our left on field 1 with Austin Brinkman, the new long snapper, doing his thing. As Fairbairn is back there with the bucket hat. These specialists, it's like, all right, we can do this anywhere. Do we really need to be out here? Yeah, they do. They need to be out here because eventually they were doing punting yesterday. Tommy, oh my gosh, he had a day.
Tommy Rockets was on.
The returners, not so much. They were misjudged. It was getting to the point where, is somebody going to catch a punt around here?
It was, you know what it reminded me of? And I'll use a music analogy. Like, yeah, guys that come in with a guitar and they'll strum and they'll hit a wrong note and then they'll hit a wrong note and then they'll hit another guy holding the wrong note. Then you bring in a guy and just and he shreds and you're like, oh, okay, that's the guy. That was watching Braxton Berrios yesterday.
He was good.
Braxton, comfortable, coming forward on a ball that Tommy mishit, getting back on a ball that Tommy hit a bomb on, looked completely comfortable in that role.
Based on offseason conversations about that receiver group, he's a camp disruptor.
Absolutely.
Complete disruptor, because if he continues to look like that, doing that and catching the football, it's going to be one of those, we can't afford to let him.
Well, to that point, he's not, the contract is not huge. So I'm not saying you let somebody go with a bigger contract, that kind of thing, but he's relatively inexpensive.
Yeah.
So you bring him in, you see what you got, and if you get that out of the return game, and you're getting that out of him yesterday. I mean, he had probably 3 catches in team periods where Slovis and Mertz were both looking for him, getting open, catching balls, toe tapping on the sidelines. But it was in the punt return game that stood out because you watch the other guys and they're missing notes and they're just all over the place, hit the wrong. He hit every right note. He just jammed like it was easy, like it was nothing.
I can't speak for Frank Ross, but catching the football is very important.
For that
I'm no expert, but that's a big part of it. I mean, I tell the story. When I was at Central Michigan, we were but they had a guy who just could catch the ball. He couldn't return it more than 3 feet, but he would never drop a ball, and that's all they wanted. Just catch the football, because we just don't want to turn over here. No one else could be reliable in that department.
Mark, you're looking at a guy that did that. I ran a 5.140. That was the fastest I could ever go. I was slower than Lyman, but I caught everything because I had played baseball. I knew how to get behind the ball. I knew all of that. They knew they could put me back there, and I was going to catch the ball. They knew that. And so there was no worries when they put me back there. Of course, the first punt was short, and I misjudged it. And then I decided to go up and get it, and I got knocked 3 different ways.
Did you hang on to the ball?
And got a major concussion. Yes, I did.
All right.
But the next one I caught, got on the sidelines, a little 15-yard return.
All right, good.
But it was back there because I catch the ball. And you're right. You can't speak for Frank, but that is the most important. Catch the damn ball.
Exactly. Job one. It's not like you had one job, but that's the most important part of the job.
Exactly.
Okay, let's get to this now. Position group breakdown. And we're going to go right into the fray of the offensive line, John Harris. Okay. And we want thumbnails on these guys because this is so important. Let's start out here with some tackles. And I'm going to go in no particular order. Let's start with Blake Fisher, second year out of Notre Dame.
Big year for him. Obviously, Ursery drafted the second round. So Blake's got to show what he's got. I think just watching Blake go by, he did a lot of work in the weight room. He's got to get better with his outside hand. Why does that matter? Because the Chiefs moved outside to go specifically against Blake Jones in the playoff, or Blake Fisher in the playoffs. And the first thing he did was he got that outside arm down and then ripped through, got a sack on CJ when Texans couldn't give it up. So Blake's got to be better in that way, but he's going to get a lot of looks at right tackle in particular.
I am going to interview Titus Howard today. Give me something on him. He's still listed as a tackle here, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to change. But stout, quick, still agile. I think he's the right guard for this team. I think that's the right move. And you know who thinks that's the right move, and this is most important, is Titus Howard. And I think that's going to work out very well for them running duo inside, for running inside, gap power schemes, him pulling and doing things as a pulling guard. I think this is the right move for Titus Howard.
In a training camp where they're moving everybody around for once, Titus Howard is at one spot, and that would be right guard. So far. This is early.
Yeah.
Jalen Thomas, we talked about him. We interviewed him during minicamp, and he's one of those guys you want to keep an eye on.
Thick and stout, played tackle at SMU, but he's going to play guard. I think if they had time to work with him at center, I think center could even be a spot for him. He's a strong, strong guy, but he's got to learn how to play guard. He's got to stay healthy. Last year when he started making a couple of moves seemingly up the depth chart, he got hurt and then was gone for a long period and really kind of couldn't get that momentum back. So I think Jalen Thomas has got something at guard. I think it fits. I think his body type fits. I'm curious to see how many reps he'll end up getting in all these joint practices and preseason games.
This is one of the nicest guys in the world, Ladarius Henderson, who literally said to me on Monday, hey, I went to say hi to you guys in your studio, but you weren't in there because it was being worked. That's not the most important thing here. How well does he play football, John?
Well, that's the key. He's transitioning into guard, played tackle for most of his career at Arizona State, Michigan. Did play a little bit of guard at Arizona State. So he's got position flex, but he hasn't played football. He hasn't put pads on since January, the night they beat Washington here, national championship game. Talked about him all offseason because Nick mentioned him on 610 with Sean and Seth, and so everybody's like, hey, who's Ladarius Henderson? Look, he's got a little something. He's a Texan. I think he can, with all the work that he had to do rehabbing-wise, I think he improved his body. His strength is going to be key, but really what gets him on his roster is how well he moves after the foot injury last year.
Position group breakdown continues on the O-line with Cam Robinson, former Jaguar.
You're not getting rookie year Cam Robinson in 2017 with the Jags, who I thought was better than anybody really expected. I feel like Robinson's still got some game left. I feel like he's got something to prove. The last team he saw was the LA Rams. The first team he'll see this year is the LA Rams. I think he's in better shape than he was with the Vikings here. It's going to be a competition, though, left tackle, because we're going to get to a guy that I thought had a decent practice yesterday, a rookie, and we'll talk about him in a little bit.
All right, let's talk about him right now. That would be Ariante Ursary. What do you think?
So yesterday, I kind of had a good line into him at left tackle, and he was going against Daniil. I was like, I got to see this. I thought it was one of his best reps I've seen. Tay, when he was at Minnesota, he liked to really set inside and dare guys to go inside where he could just maul them and just throw them into the fray and then say, hey, if you go around me, I got long enough arms, I can just run you by the quarterback. He kind of took the inside away, and then Daniil tried to go outside, and Ursary just locked him up and kept him out of there. And I thought, that's a great rep, and that's what he's got to be able to continue to produce on a daily basis, whether it's left side, right side, because he's facing Will and Daniil. That's what he's got to be able to do. He's got all kinds of strength. He's got to play with a little bit better pad level, but he will maul you in the run game, and he does enough to get guys blocked out on the edge. And that could be enough to end up winning one of these tackle spots.
I mean, 6'6".
He's
Titus
a large.
6'5". Jalen Thomas 6'5". These guys are mountains.
Ursary's huge. I mean, look, we don't have the right weights.
Yeah.
These guys are 6'5", 6'6", 330 across the board except for center.
Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, let's keep it going here because Zach Thomas, who's literally named after Zach Thomas, the linebacker, because his father said, what the heck?
Yeah.
I'm Thomas. Let's name him Zach. I like Zach Thomas. So he's Zach Thomas, the tackle.
But just watching him at tackle, when we talked to him in studio, I said, hey, you ever played center? He's like, nope. I said, you'd be a good center. But he's long-armed. He's got a lot of opportunities to get reps out onto the outside, but I think he could also slide into guard as well. Mm-hmm. But I like his length. I like his athleticism. You know, his brother, Cam, played in the league as a defensive end. So there's a little something there with Zach Thomas. He got here about halfway through the year, and that's tough because you don't really put the pads on much, so you can't show your physicality. You can't show really what you're all about. As an offensive lineman, you really only get thrown in there if there's an emergency. So I think he's got a good opportunity here at training camp to show, hey, don't forget about me. He's going to be one of those don't forget about me guys, show that he's got some of that physicality they're looking for up front.
Austin Deculus, you know, having gone to Cal McNair's alma mater, Cy Fair, did not help him the first time around, but he's back with the team, joined the team last year late again, and here he is trying to make an impression in camp.
I mentioned in my breakdown, which you can see at HoustonTexans.com, my 90-man roster breakdown for the offense. Defense should be going up today. I mentioned the fact that Deculus improved from last year's training camp. I don't know that he was fully healthy, but I didn't think he had a great training camp. Then he went away because he's released, he's picked up. We bring him back. He was a different guy when he got back here.
Okay.
He was a different and much improved guy when he got back here. When he got into the game against the Titans in Week 18, he was doing some things out on the edge. And if he can just, stay healthy and continue that improvement, I think Deculus is a guy, again, don't forget about me guy, that you want to watch. He's got a ton of reps in his career at LSU. I'm not telling you Deculus is going to make the roster. I'm not telling you he's one of the 10 or 9 or whatever they're going to keep on the 53-man roster. But he is much improved, and that's what you want to see. The guy was a 7th-round pick. Just keep improving, keep stacking days, and you look up and the guy's in his, 4th year?
Yeah.
4th year in the league?
Yep.
And he started for this team. He started for this team and one of the big wins in D'Amico Ryan's career.
He's listed as second year, but that's accredited.
Yeah, it's accredited.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, okay. This guy is here, hasn't done a thing yet for the Houston Texans, but he's walking around, and he's impossible not to notice because he's 6'8". That would be Trent Brown, listed at 6'8", 380. He blocks out the sun. They should just have him stand on the side of the field at practice so he can form an eclipse, so he can practice in cool weather.
I used to think Max Starks was the biggest football player I've ever seen. I coached against Max a long time ago.
We see him all the time at the combine.
Yeah. And Max was 6'9", 345.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw Big Trent walking the hallways one day, and I'm like, holy cow.
Max Starks kind of the Seth Payne of Pittsburgh Steelers radio,
right.
Steeler Nation
right.
radio.
I love Max. Max is great. He's a cousin of Travis Johnson, too, by the way. So relation there with Trap J. But I don't know what Trent has left. I really don't. I don't know if he's, got a drop in the bucket or, there's a little bit left to drink in the bucket of water. So you don't know. But he's massive. He's large. And here's the other thing. He knows Caley. He knows Popovich. He knows this offense. A lot of things are familiar. And he's very willing, and we saw this in OTAs and minicamp, he's very willing to share with the young guys. And in the end, maybe he's the offensive lineman Case Keenum for this team, just 6'8", 380 pounds worth, whereas Case was 5'11", 125.
Geez, there are a lot of linemen. Continuing the position group breakdown of offensive linemen, Laken Tomlinson. I love the name Laken. We interviewed him during minicamp. Good guy, good player. He's going to be hurt from 11th year out of Duke.
Yeah, strong, thick, only played left guard in his career, went to the Pro Bowl in 2021 with the 49ers. Look, if they even capture 60% of that, I think they'll have something considering what they've had on the interior the last couple of years. Veteran-like qualities. We had a great time talking. Our left guard spot. Juice was there yesterday a little bit. Laken was there a little bit. They're kind of going back and forth with the alignment there. So it's going to be a good competition every single spot, even for the veterans they acquired.
All right, let's get to Juice. What do you think?
Well, it's a big year for Juice. I'll say this. It's as simple as this. Juice is one of the strongest offensive linemen on his team. He's one of the strongest coming out of the combine. He has to stay healthy. The first year, he got hurt in that Saints game, preseason game, missed the first 7, 8, 9, 10 games of the year, whatever it was. Last year, he was banged up at different points. Played his best game of the year at right guard down in Jacksonville. You remember that? He was tremendous down in that game, and I thought, here it is. Then he gets hurt, and he misses 3 games. So, Juice has to stay healthy. We love that guy. I'm one of the biggest Juice Scruggs fans. I wasn't a huge fan of him coming out of Penn State, but then he got here, and I'm like, man, there's something with this guy, and I really love him. I love his personality. I love what he's about. He's got swarmy qualities. He just has to stay healthy, and I think what we found out is he's a guard, not a center.
Okay, he's a guard, not a center, but let's get to some centers here. Jake Andrews, who we talked to.
Former wrestler, hasn't played a lot of football in the NFL due to injury, but he knows Cole. They were together, Cole Popovich. They were together at Troy. And I think that wrestling background is seen. He's shorter, he's stout, he's thick, but he knows how to win those one-on-one battles. He understands leverage, and he understands this offense. He's heard this terminology. We had a good time talking with him, and I think he's got that mentality that they want linemen to have, but they want their center to have. Like, look, you might be undersized, and you might be looking at Dexter Lawrence, but your mentality and your adaptability has got to come through to block that big sucker. Now, we're not playing Dexter Lawrence this year, but you know what I mean. We're going to be playing some studs.
Simmons.
Yes. You're going to have to block that dude one-on-one. You're going to have to go on the wrestling mat and go against the heavyweight who's 285 pounds and you're only 210, and you got to win that match. That's what they want to see out of him.
Okay, so he's one center. Jarrett Patterson, if they played this weekend, Jarrett Patterson is the starter. Jake Andrews does have a chance to win the job, but what about Patterson this year?
When I saw Jarrett at the Senior Bowl, I had a 6th-round grade on him. The Texans drafted him in the 6th round. I wasn't totally sure. He was playing at guard. I thought, that's not his position. He's got to play center. He's a center. And when I thought about, when I was writing my roster breakdown, I got to him and I thought, it's clear he's smart. Like, he knows, and this is a new offense, but you could tell he knows this offense. He knows where the mic points are supposed to be. He and CJ are going to work very, very well together and have. But the first half of 2023, there were very few hiccups in who to block. When Jarrett took over last year, after concussion, injury, once he took over at center, there weren't a lot of hiccups in knowing who to block. And that fell a lot on Jarrett Patterson. So, to me, Jarrett's come a long way. He talked to us in the media days about, you know what, guys, I can go, instead of rehab, I can finally just go build my body.
Yeah, that's big.
And that's huge. So if he's healthy, and I think he's tough. He's played in big moments. He's played in big games. That Chiefs game, in the playoffs, I thought he held up very, very well whenever he had Chris Jones. They did a nice job on him until the fourth quarter and the dam broke, but that really was not Jarrett's fault. He knows what to do and who gets blocked, and that has got to be huge in this offense. You can have all the 330-pound behemoths, but if the guy in the middle doesn't know who those guys are supposed to block, you're screwed. Jarrett Patterson knows who those guys are supposed to be blocking.
All right, back to guard here. Let's get to Ed Ingram.
Traded from the Vikings. When you see him, he is a Greek god. Like, he is built, and that's why he went in the second round. Now, he had some struggles with the Vikings, so the Vikings traded him to Houston. And when that happens after 2-3 years, and I know our guys have got some ties into the LSU people. They like to talk to the LSU people. They know, and so my guess is this goes back to their college evaluation of Ed. Hey, we give him a new lease on life, new vision, whatever it is. You get a clean bill of health, if you will. Get back up, get your confidence back, and go make some plays. He's thick. He can move. He's athletic. I think there's something there, but he's got to have the change of scenery has got to click for him.
All right, one more, and he's on PUP. Eli Cox, rookie center.
I'm a big fan of Eli. He reminded me a lot of Jake Andrews in the draft process. He had been around Kentucky seemingly forever. I think he started like 47 games. I think, Decula started like 61 at LSU. Eli started like 47 at Kentucky. That's a lot of SEC football. Exactly what it is that he's dealing with. But he's in that vein of Jake Andrews. Kind of thick and stout, willing to fight you in a phone booth. Kind of like Jimmy Morrissey. Remember Jimmy? Yep. I always liked Jimmy for that reason. Yep. He wasn't going to win every single fight at the line of scrimmage because he just doesn't have elite physical skills, but he's pretty damn good, and I can't wait to see him get on his field.
All right, that is your position group breakdown of the day. Offensive line. There were a lot of them, but Johnny got to them all as usual. Didn't need any notes as usual. Reed Harris hits, as you usually should be doing on HoustonTexans.com to get acclimated with the first day of training camp. We're in day 2 right now. Tremont Smith coming up. Brooke Kirchhoffer, Texans radio contributor, wants to run a few things by us as well here. It's Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Believe in champions.
the front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
It's day 2. The team engaged in individual activity right now. I'm guessing they have 3 minutes left in this period. Since John Harris walked back over here, I'm guessing this is one of those really boring individual activity periods. And then they're going to go into special teams. That's my prediction. I don't know the practice schedule program, Johnny, but I'm guessing special is next. And I don't think we're going to get 7-on-7 for a while.
No, I think, look, I've said this a few times with D'Amico. Defensive coaches hate 7-on-7. They hate it.
It's kind of silly. I think you should have. I made fun of Trevor Lawrence once because it wasn't really him. Right. But when they had Tebow on the team, that training camp, and they had these guys like rushing in with these pads to simulate a pass rush, at least that was something in 7-on-7 to simulate, hey, you're not going to have this clear as day green pasture in front of you to throw to guys. You're going to have behemoths coming after you. We're just going over the heights and weights of the O-line. Those guys are in front of you, and there are guys pushing them against you. To really oversimplify it here. I mean, you have to simulate that stuff. You're not going to throw clean ever.
Something. Or you put a time clock on them. Hey, look, you've got...
They did that with David Carr. It didn't work.
Yeah.
They had a little buzzer.
There were a lot of things they could have tried with David that would unfortunately not have worked.
I like
just
David,
for
though.
different reasons.
I like David. Okay,
that's fine.
Brooke Kirchhoffer joins us now, and she helped us out with our draft coverage. She's a Houstonian, but she did work closely with the Saints for, what was it called?
Football, and then prior to that in local TV, so about 5 years, 19 to 23. So I got to see the end, the highs and lows of Drew Brees' end in New Orleans.
So we've been to joint practice in New Orleans before.
Okay.
I want to get your assessment, training camp in New Orleans versus training camp in Houston, just the weather part of it.
Oh, I'm picking Houston every time. The humidity is unmatched in Metairie.
Oh, you'd rather be here?
I'd rather be here than in New Orleans.
Yeah, I'm with her because I think it's a little more like Florida. The humidity is killer in New Orleans.
It's hard to remember because we were there in 2017. I remember it being hot, but we were all distracted with, Hurricane Harvey's going to hit Houston and all that. But look, we've been in New Orleans. There's not much difference, if at all.
It's stickier.
But
it
is
stickier.
And it's rainy. I can remember in 2023, they didn't expect to have as many indoor practices as they ended up having to have, and so it's not really what you want.
Right, exactly. Okay, so some things you saw yesterday, you noticed day 1 that you want to run by us.
Well, the 2, I would call them splash plays because it's usually the backup quarterbacks that are trying to present themselves in a positive light. They're trying to do things a little bit differently. The 2 plays that I saw that were flashy to me was that Davis Mills pass to Jared Wayne, and it was a great pass and catch right on the sideline. I don't know if you saw his chain popped off.
Oh, really?
Right after it. Yes, and then
Chauncey
of course
Gardner-Johnson anywhere around that?
Yeah.
He was not. He was not a part of that one.
All right, we'll get to him in a moment.
Yeah, and then the other one was Slovis, and I saw that John mentioned this one too to Braxton Berrios, that sideline catch. The SEC team drill was really nice to see, but you kind of just got a taste on day 1. Just 2 team drills really at the end, and it was a short practice, but everything was clean.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, thoughts?
I think he is someone great to have on your defense as long as you can manage kind of the emotions and make sure that he's in the same headspace as the rest of the defense and that it doesn't become an issue in the locker room.
Because you were around him a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, he can be a really great teammate when he is gelling with the defense. You saw him in not only New Orleans, but Detroit and Philadelphia. You had very strong-minded defensive coordinators that worked with him and were kind of able to pick up for some of the mental cues for when you maybe need to pull him aside. But the one thing I love about C.J. Gardner-Johnson is he loves on his teammates.
Yeah.
He celebrates his teammates. Any interception, big play, he's right there next to him. I'm interested to see him next to Derek Stingley, which we didn't really get to see at all yesterday. C.J. Gardner-Johnson was working a lot with the 2s, so it might be something they force him to earn at that corner spot.
I think they'll definitely do that. I mean, that's, look, MJ Stewart has done a lot of good things for this organization. I think we all know that eventually CJ will move into that role, but make him earn it.
I was going to ask you about
for
that.
OTAs. I mean, I think that's more than fine. He made C.J. Stroud earn it. He made Will Anderson Jr. earn it. That's the way of the fist here.
The way of the fist.
Yeah.
He's doing a Cobra Kai reference here, Brooke.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've.
I watched the original.
But is it
Karate
you're too
Kid?
young.
Other than
You're too
Swarm,
young.
that's a good way to present it. It's the way of the fist. It's
But-
the way things have to be for a good organization.
But the guys you mentioned were rookies, and he's not.
I know, but still, he's a first year here. There are guys that have been here before. There are guys that know this defense backwards and forwards. I know in the week that he was here at minicamp, there was a little miscommunication on a corner route. That tight end, I think, is Dalton Schultz. Dalton got wide open, and CJ and Nick Neiman are kind of looking at each other like, hey. So there's still some ups and downs. Chauncey will learn this. CJ will learn his defense, and he'll end up being the starter in due time. But
Well, when you see Texan starters, you see Petrie and Kalen Bullock at safety, right? We know it's a nickel.
I hate that word, starter.
I know. But
especially now.
But what I'm talking about is you're starting 5 in the defensive backfield because you're going to go nickel the majority of the time. And right now, MJ Stewart's back there instead of Eric Murray, who's not on this football team. He's in Jacksonville. And I think they wanted Eric Murray back, but he got more money to go to Jacksonville. And sometimes that's the case. You can't pay everybody.
That's right.
And Murray turned into a really solid player for this team.
Reliable.
Yeah.
Captain qualities. He made some plays. And look, when you go back and you watch some of the quarterback was a great. I was really excited to see how they would have Jared Goff and what he sounded like during that game. And they talked about how there was a safety they felt like they could take advantage of him being Eric Murray.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of that was because Eric is not as physically gifted as C.J. Gardner-Johnson is. I don't think he's as physically gifted as Kalen, but Eric was typically in the right spot, but he just wasn't going to be able to run with even Sam Laporta. But I think these guys can, and so I'm really curious how that all comes together. What's going to be really interesting to me, we talk about it, a lot about the defense is no longer a 4-3. It's always nickel, whatever you want to call it now. There's always 5 DBs on the field. There's going to be a level of dime that they end up playing, and I wouldn't be surprised against certain teams, the Rams being one of them, if they're in dime way more than you would expect. But the way they play the front can be very, very different. And I think that combination of how they can mix the 5 up front with the 6 in the back. So and plus I think there could be combinations with the 6 in the back. The dime, how they look in dime, that may not even include Jalen Petrie. They may even have Jalen Petrie playing up near the line of scrimmage in that quote-unquote dime look. So
yeah, sure, because he's
all
a
of that's going to be very, very interesting how they put it together. I think there was some experimentation in the offseason with that, and I think that is going to go a long way in how they're going to play his defense.
I think, too, with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he's so cerebral, but if you listen to a lot of the interviews he has right now, he's trying to change his perception right now. He wants to be seen as a leader, not the guy who's all over the field, kind of flamboyant and very vocal here in Saints training camp, and it's here and there, but I think he's wanting to be more of a leader in that defense. But you were mentioning the culture here. He has to earn it, and he has to earn the trust of a lot of these guys. And the one thing I loved Will Anderson mentioned yesterday is he said the Texans are actually putting more time and money into the facilities. You can talk a little bit more about that, Mark.
Yeah.
He was saying that there's more rooms for the team to hang out, and he said that went a long way. And they also brought in people, professionals, to speak to the guys. I don't know if that was therapist or what do you call them? The life coaches. But he mentioned how much of a difference that made in terms of the cohesion and chemistry that was built this offseason.
So that's what those rooms are for.
How long was he in New Orleans? 1 year?
He was in New Orleans 19, maybe 20.
COVID year. We'll look it up.
year.
Who knows in COVID? I want to say,
but I know it was training camp, so it was a training camp cut.
To your point,
or trade technically.
To your point, I think he wants to settle down. I think he wants to settle in and settle into a place for longer than a year. And with being someplace for longer than a year, you feel a little bit more comfortable. You feel like you can expand upon your captain qualities. You start to understand the defense, obviously, that much more. You know what your role is. When you're always, after 1 year, looking around like, where am I going to go? How am I going to get settled? What am I going to do? I think it's just think about it in your real life. If you're moving from, Houston to New Orleans to Connecticut can't get settled in any walk of life. And I don't think you can be good at what it is that you want to be good, whatever your occupation is. So I think just getting settled is going to help him in the long run. And hopefully if he plays well, that ends up being here. If it's not, then he'll probably be somewhere else next year.
So, Brooke, the rooms you were talking about that Will Anderson mentioned were or are in an area where they were doing a lot of construction during the break between minicamp and training camp. And I noticed that I was wondering what they were doing back there. And that's what they were doing back there. And the Texans grade very high in these player survey marks prior to the combine that get released during the combine. And I think this is just only going to add to it, that this facility is remarkable with the rooms within the building. Now, the building itself, we've heard about renovation and things like that. Mike Toman, Texans president, talking about those things. But a lot of the player rooms within the building are fine, state-of-the-art, and they get high marks around the league. So that's very cool to see. Other things. Oh, wait. And I don't mean to go all Saints here. All Saints. What about Sean Payton? What was it like to be around him on a regular basis as you covered the Saints very closely? I know now you're in Houston, but I just want to get that perspective.
Look, he was intense, especially at training camp. He was very on, everything has to be timely.
Right.
If you're on time, you're late, kind of those things. And everything happened very orderly and things like that. And, I mean, he was just an intense coach. He was intense with the media. You weren't going to get injury updates and things like that. But he knew how to win. And when it was him and Drew Brees able to run the team in a way that a lot of other quarterbacks and coaches really couldn't do. I mean, their playbook was absolutely massive, and they knew each other so well they didn't really have to communicate a whole lot. So in terms of training camp, I always thought it was fascinating how Drew Brees would get the young wide receivers and these undrafted free agents up to speed on the offensive side. And Sean was right there with him, and you see a lot of, like, Josh Hill. You know, a guy who probably wouldn't have thrived on another team. It's a guy probably a lot of people listening right now don't even know that name, that tight end in New Orleans. Right, there's a lot of just these random undrafted free agents that Sean was able to find in this time of the year and make it work.
Wow.
I hope he sucks in Denver.
So there, me too.
Let's hope
but
he sucks in Denver.
Bo Nix, I read, spent 5 days with Drew Brees this offseason.
I saw that.
Okay,
that was
so
interesting.
Let's roll the dice. New Orleans stinks this year.
Yep.
Certain quarterback in Austin.
Yep.
His grandfather played quarterback in New Orleans.
All right, there's a long list building up here because the list includes the Cleveland Browns, now the New Orleans Saints.
You got to be bad enough to get that pick.
You got to be bad enough to get the pick. I mean, even the Colts.
Could, okay, let's be honest. They could be bad enough this year.
That's why I bring
Look
them
at
up.
their quarterback situation.
I know. That's why I bring them up. You want Tyler Shuck or you want Arch Manning?
But look at who they have right now. Spencer Rattler or Tyler Shuck. Are they going to lead this team to a playoff win?
No.
Tyrann Mathieu retiring the day before camp leaves a huge hole at safety. And I know they said they went and found the replacement already. You don't know if that's going to be a direct plug-in. There's a lot of unknowns right now.
I mean, they signed Justin was all about playing with Tyrann, but they were going to start together.
Right.
But, we'll see how that ends up going. But Arch Manning down in New Orleans.
Ooh.
I'd much rather him be in New Orleans than in Indianapolis.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm all for that.
But then again, he could suck in Austin. We don't know. I mean, he could stay for the next 2 years.
He hasn't played enough football yet.
I know, exactly.
Here's the thing about Arch.
Aaron's rolling his eyes over at us because we're talking about his Longhorns. He's like, no, Arch is winning 3 Heismans in 2 years.
I'm Longhorn dad now, and I say that with an eye roll because my kid goes there. But, so I have to sort of support them, okay?
Eye roll away.
I'm eye rolling. But Arch, I'll say this about Arch. Had he played well in the Georgia game, the first one, he'd still be in there.
That's right.
You know, they put him in.
That's
if
what
he
Stoerner
executed
said.
in that game, he never would have let go of the reins. You got Arch Manning under center. They had to bring back Ewers. And by the way, on Ewers, just quickly here, I'll ask you this, Brooke, and I'll ask you this, Johnny. Would you stay in college, go back to Ohio State for 3-6 million, whatever it was, or North Carolina, go to one of those places for millions of dollars versus going into the league? Wouldn't you rather just stay in college for another year? It's not college anymore. It's pro football at a different level, and then you can come to the NFL later.
Yes and no.
Brooke,
go ahead.
I see it both ways. Because what is he on? He's going to be a practice squad or a backup quarterback somewhere.
Quarterback at best.
Seventh rounder.
He's with the Dolphins, and he's behind Tua and Zach Wilson.
So look, he's going to have a very easy year. So he can just collect cash and be a backup and not take hits.
As much cash.
Or if he stays in college football, and then maybe not. I don't know. I could see it both
But the
ways.
difference between him being, he was a 7th-round draft pick.
Yeah.
He's making peanuts. His NIL deal, he could have tore his ACL the first day of camp. He still would have made $4 million on an NIL deal. He ain't seeing $4 million in the league.
Exactly, and still get a 7th-round draft choice opportunity with a rehab knee.
Yes.
Or rehabbing
Right.
knee. So, to me, it's the wrong decision, but it's not my
He
life.
didn't want to go away from
That's
Texas,
what it
and
is.
I understand that, being provincial about your state and staying around, but the business of football told him he should have taken the Miami money, and I think Miami, the U, would have given him the same money that Carson Beck got.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Right.
Would they make that decision over Carson Beck?
If they knew that Quinn Ewers was staying in college football,
They'd rather have yours?
Really?
I could actually ask. I could find out this information. I could get the answer to this question,
We
but
do
I
need to
won't
get
right
that.
now. Brooke, thanks a lot for joining us.
Thanks
Johnny
for having me.
and I will be back. Tremont Smith up, and we'll hand off to In the Loop here on the field. The team doing some group install right now. No full 11 on 11 yet. We'll comment on it later. Who's the guest on In the Loop today? Do we know? It's going to be a big name. It
It's
was
a
Will
surprise.
It was
Hey,
Will
Will
Anderson
Anderson
Jr.
Jr.
yesterday. We'll find out who the guest is going to be next. This is a tease of a tease. It is coming up here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks. CDW experts are creating seamless workplaces using HP's suite of PCs, printers, and peripherals, so remote teams can work flexibly and design, all while keeping your customer data safe.
Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
Back to the show for a few moments here before we hand off to In the Loop. And I got to say, it's a super veteran move by Reggie here, who has the binoculars out. This is something that I've wanted to do at training camp, but I just haven't brought my binocs.
I wonder why you didn't.
You know, I don't know either, Johnny. Probably because they don't do a lot of the stuff I like to watch. Like, for instance, right now.
This is special teams, so this is not your period.
My favorite time.
Not your period, man.
And
this
now
is not.
We'd like to perform a song from our new album. I am headed for the exit and the concession stand, baby.
Play you the hits, man.
But although sometimes, I got to say, last year with the dynamic kickoff rule being implemented, I did want to watch special teams. I wanted to see how.
2 minutes.
Yeah, for like 3 minutes, and then I was done with it. Yeah. This year, it's the same thing, except now we see with the touchback at the 35, it's the same kickoff procedure. But the decision is different because now you're going to have all the returns. This is going to change the game. Andre is going to eye roll big time, but I think he's going to like the excitement. Now, don't go to the refrigerator during a kickoff, folks. We are in it. And remember when the league, you would watch a football game, touchdown, commercial, kickoff, commercial, back to the line of scrimmage.
And typically that kickoff was a touchback.
A touchback. Now, it wasn't what it eventually became because it was at the 20, right? Mm-hmm. So what was happening is you would have, really boring, just a kickoff. And TV networks would try to come back with like some kind of soundbite or an element that might be mildly interesting. But you basically knew that after a touchdown, you could not only go to the refrigerator, you could probably mow a quarter of your lawn and then get back for the next play from scrimmage. So they had to change that, and they did. And I think the league does evolve well that way.
Yep.
And I think this is part of it. Maybe it's not perfect, but I like that you're going to have more kickoff returns, especially since we got some interesting guys who can handle the job.
Yeah, I thought, and I made an observation during training camp or during our special teams yesterday, because they flashed up on the board that they were going to do Team 1 about this time.
Yeah.
So I sprint out of here. Oh, no, it's special teams. I'm like, okay, well, I like to watch special. I don't know if like to watch special teams is the right way to look at it, but they run punt team, like punt cover team. It's got Jake Hansen, and it's got, some guys we're used to Kate Stover that we're used to seeing on special teams. I look on the scout return side.
Mm-hmm.
There's Derek Stingley playing scout team punt return gunner blocker. On the other side, there's Kamari Lassiter.
Okay, here we go.
Wait a second. We just handed Derek Stingley 3 years and $90 million in scout team for special teams.
Nice.
Like, that tells you something about these particular guys.
Hey, Reggie Atatula joins us now, and
Yes,
he
sir.
and I are members of the same support group, which is people who have worked or are working with John Lopez, anonymous. And Reggie,
we have meetings? Cool.
Yeah, and you just tell me, how is it for you? Are you doing okay, my friend? I mean,
I'm doing all right.
I'm here if you need a shoulder to cry on.
I think the training camp experience trumps all. Like this, It's so much fun. I can, smooth. Clean air, green grass. John Lopez can't ruin that.
Clean air? I guess it's clean air. It's just hot air. It's
the
humid air.
Conspiracy theories, love of the Aggies.
Especially when you're sitting next to
down,
John. It's extra hot. So
it's a level of quirk that, I think adds color to my day, is the way that I view it. Yeah, absolutely.
So who's the player guest?
Player guest, we're going to talk to Azeez Al-Shaair today, which is really, I think it's great timing, especially after D'Amico talked about the signal callers.
Awesome. That's coming up. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Thank you, Aaron, for engineering, and Matt. And we're back tomorrow. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
sports station. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find them.
Dumb and Dumber? At all. When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center for Training Camp 2025, day 2.
Day 2
going out here. John Lopez, how you living, bro?
Man, I'm living good. We got another beautiful day out here, and not as hot. Got a nice little breeze working. They were active early, right at 9 o'clock, so it was it can't get better. We got the fans blowing on us. This is a great day. Got the shade. Can't ask for more, man.
How quickly before people get sick of us just talking about weather and conditions?
Oh, they care about us. They care about
No,
this.
they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
I will say, though, I did learn something as I think this is a new, this is a new experience for me being out here at training camp, so I'm trying to take everyone along with it as much as you actually care about 574-610, which is the number to text, or the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live streams.
You've got to keep a very delicate balance when you're out here. And I'm not just talking about us, fans too.
Yeah.
Because it's very easy to get caught up in conversations, and then you miss something good on the field.
Very true.
You know what I mean? So I was chatting with someone. Who was it? I forget. And all of a sudden, hey, did you see that? I said, no. I did not see that. What happened? So
that's the beauty of standing next to everybody, is that if you miss something, you can get filled in pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I did realize, as you might be able to see on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live streams, both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, or the Twitch chat, 610 Houston, that I am not wearing a hat. I've decided to go like no hat. I don't typically. I'm not a huge hat guy generally, and I'm like it's been nice enough, knock on wood, to this point where the hat for me has not been a necessity. However, the secondary use of a hat I think has come up for me, which is the sweat prevention. Or
yeah,
whatever.
That's the main thing.
I've been getting sweat in my eyes, and that's how I'm missing some of these things. Some of this time it's just that sweat that just kind of drizzles from the top of your forehead down into your eyes. That's been getting me every once in a while.
But
so,
you can rock the bucket hat pretty good.
I think I can, but I feel like you got to get the big one. Like the kind of fashion buckets that don't really have the big brim don't seem to be very useful. But with that being said, let's get going on another day of training camp, and another day means another opportunity for some observations. You want to get into some passing thoughts, Lopez?
Let's do it, Figgy. Let's do it.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all. And
go into the house, and I just
it's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
All right, let's give our listeners what we're seeing so far. By the way, they're still on the field. We are going 11 on 11 right now, so some of these passing thoughts may be, updated as we're speaking right here. But let's start with the who's here, who's not. That's always of note. And I have a question for you, Reggie and Figgy. Are we all of a sudden on Christian Harris watch every day?
What do you mean all of a sudden?
Well, that's true. That's true. But I don't know about you guys, but I thought he would be back and going. But day 2, Christian Harris watching from the side, not on the PUP list, not on the what's the other list called?
The non-football injury
list.
Well, we knew it wasn't a non-football injury.
Yeah, so Christian Harris, I guess we can call it the Christian Harris watch now. It's happening.
Certainly. And today it was a street closed. Christian Harris,
just watching from the side.
Just watching from the sideline. Yeah, this is really dicey, and it makes sense as to why Nick Caserio seemingly had an outlook that would point to the idea of if and when he can get there, that's cool, but otherwise we are operating as such in such a way, and of course these are my words, not his, but seeming the impression that I got from him, that they're gonna feel comfortable with the idea of Azeez Al-Shaair, who we'll talk to a little bit later. And then Henry To'oTo'o and EJ Speed, and I imagine Nick Niemann. I feel like those are guys that they feel comfortable with as a linebacking core going into the season.
Yeah, and I'm starting to worry that it's just something that's just going to continue to linger. But anyway, another passing thought for you guys here. I'm really intrigued. We talked yesterday about how the first team is taking more reps than in recent years, and it probably is an indicator of of just what they're doing in terms of installing the offense, etc. Today, I don't know if you noticed this, but the first solid 8 to 10 minutes, the quarterback, specifically C.J. Stroud, were working on progressions. You know, they were doing their dropbacks and not even really looking at to throw the ball. They were just kind of going, okay, this is what you do here, this is what I want to do. But the interesting thing about that, the key thing about that, as much as that's coached, that's not brought from the sideline. You know, that's the quarterbacks making those progressions, which is obviously feeding into having more control of the offense, which, by the way, we'll hear C.J. Stroud talking about that as well today.
And that's the first offensive period that you're talking about,
yeah.
the first offensive walkthrough, not the install period. But I think what that points to is everything's the install period at this point for the Texans. It makes sense offensively. You bringing in Nick Caserio, and it's very different than last year where there's a familiarity. The offense is already in. Now you're trying to make strides. You're trying to make changes. This is an entirely new offense, and at that, an offense that seems like there's a big buffet of options that they want to choose from and maybe whittle it down later. So it would make sense that they're going to go hard really about that early, making sure that they can see all the things that maybe work for them, that don't work for them, and as long as you're doing them and executing them to the highest of your ability, you can give yourself an idea of what you want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Offensive line update. Again, this is something we'll be talking all season, preseason long. Blake Fisher, all of a sudden a right tackle today. They're keeping us guessing a little bit. Not a lot. It was more of a rotation. Heck, Blake Thomas got some reps with the first.
Zach Thomas, that is.
Zach Thomas,
yes,
my bad. Zach Thomas got some reps with the first group as well. But it is interesting to note that when Blake Fisher was at right tackle, Ursery was at left tackle.
Correct. So that first group that came out in the walkthrough, as we're tracking this and still not knowing exactly how much weight to place behind it, Ariante Ursery at left tackle, Laken Tomlinson again at left guard, Jake Andrews as the first guy at center this time around, Titus again at right guard, and then as you mentioned, Blake Fisher at right tackle to start.
So we'll keep an update on that. But Ursery getting some reps with the left tackle as well. A little bit of a side note here, but it is interesting because I honestly do not know how C.J. Stroud keeps up with all the different handshakes he does with players. Today, I noticed him do two specific, and they're all unique. They're all different. I saw him do two with coaches. So now he's adding coaches to his repertoire. I mean, so on top of learning the entire offense and the checks and the reads and the blocking assignments, he's got, 12 different handshakes? 10, 12? And now he's adding coaches to it? I guess, I mean, that's what he does.
Yeah, that's a responsibility.
I don't know how he does it.
That's a responsibility of being the big man on top, right? Like when you're the quarterback, you foster those relationships. I much prefer these things as signs of the relationships that he has, even with the coaching staff, and that hopefully that on lines communication, as opposed to the alternative, which is a guy who just kind of takes what it's had and operates it almost like what you would say stereotypically a 9 to 5 is: come in, do your work, leave. It feels like there's a level of investment, obviously, that he has, but just all the way around with this team, I think has been very intriguing.
Yeah. Another interesting note that I picked up on in a later drill so far. Again, they're going on 11-11. I think we just had our first turnover of training camp, but I couldn't tell if it was a fumble or an interception. Because it's 2 fields away from us. I will get that information for you. But big tell on the offensive line today. On the O-line drills, it was very determined, very deliberate. The coaches were telling them who to block. Like they had the scout team out there, and they were counting out and telling them who to block, not what area to block. And that to me was like, okay, it is. They talked about multiple sets, and they're going to try bring some things in from the Rams on this offense and the Patriots from this offense. But this run game, Reggie, this run game is going to be good old fashioned. I got that guy, you got that guy.
Yeah, I mean, and like I mentioned, and if it tracked again today when you talk about walkthrough, a lot of kind of duo type situations, as you mentioned, gap scheme type situations. I think that really and truly the run has been emphasized. That was evidenced by yesterday during like more of the 11-on-11. There was a lot of run game featured as opposed to they barely passed until late in practice, and it tracks. Nick Caserio, his guy, not saying that that's the entirety of what he is, but he's more of that And I think if you're getting to an abstract place where, and of course this is not a true hypothetical that you have to live with or, ultimatum of sorts.
Right.
But if you had to take one between having a robust passing game to start or having a robust running game to start, I think in football, you want to be able to run the football. If you can run the football consistently, you don't necessarily have to throw. Now, of course, again, this is a false dichotomy. I want you to be able to eventually throw the football at a high rate as well. But I think that is the place that is right to start, to put the foundation, because this team in particular, but football teams in general, need to be able to tote the rock.
Yes, absolutely. And as we're speaking, I said we'd be giving some updates. On this 11-11, Blake Fisher started with the first group again at right tackle, and there was a nice little run by Nick Chubb, but it was negated by a false start by Blake Fisher. We don't need that, big fella. I know that's what training camp is for, but Blake Fisher had a false.
Expected.
Hey, Fig.
Figgy's in the house. And the thing is with that, two things. Nick Chubb, obviously I still think he looks pretty dang good. We'll find out. It's a long preseason. But Blake Fisher, the margin for error for him is almost zero,
I mean, it's going to be tough. Man, we know that that's the whole idea of this camp, is you come out with the level of competition. A lot of different dudes getting out here that are trying to earn that spot, and one of those guys hasn't even gotten a chance to get out here. We were actually chatting a little bit earlier about Trent Brown, who was, he's still not out there actually working. Just once he gets out there, that is a viable option, and especially he is a professional. That he does his job as he is intended to do it, which is going to be another person that pushes him. So he's going to need to make sure that he works that out of his system very quickly, especially because with this team, the false starts hit a little bit harder with the previous season. Yeah, magnified after last year.
Back to C.J. Stroud, a couple things that we've noticed out here, passing thoughts, if you will. Correct me if I'm wrong. I was watching every snap just like you were. I did not see the ball hit the ground once, not once. That's that Stroud accuracy. It's the ability to be in tune with his wide receivers. Some of them were not with defenders, but nevertheless, the ball came out, the ball hit him in the hands. His accuracy seems to be on point.
Yeah, CJ looks. Sometimes I could say this as a pejorative, so I want to be careful. He looks the part right now. He's looking like what you want CJ to look like very early, so I'm cool.
Yesterday you mentioned John Mechie as like kind of.
I'm just going to, can I mea culpa? Can I go ahead and PSA? Don't do as I say or as I do in this moment, because I'm falling for the Mechie thing. Again, I'm watching individuals earlier, and I'm like.
That's where I was going.
Okay,
the little out and up. The little up and out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked sharp on that.
Yeah.
Ball was right there. Did it. And so I'm not saying I'm falling for it, but I could see where you're coming from, because Mechie is the big tease. Here's another one, though.
But before you move forward, one of the things that is worth noting, especially through yesterday's practice into today's, Justin Watson is veteran wide receiver. D'Amico Ryan spoke pretty highly of him early on in the offseason once they had got him signed up. He is on the first team of the special teams right now. Now, of course, again, it's training camp, things move up and down, but it stands to reason that he will not be usurped in that, because he is a heady guy who, he works hard, he applies himself very well. And if you are a special teamer, that is a great way to make a roster. And as we are starting to preliminarily look at the wide receiver room, is that one of the spots that gets taken? And as you start doing the math there, Nico Collins and Christian Kirk are absolutes, right?
Yeah.
Jaden Higgins, absolute. Jalen Noel probably going to be there. That's 4. If you add a Justin Watson, are you pretty much running up the group then?
Yeah.
Before we even get to the idea of me falling for the Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson, who they obviously as a team like him just in general, are you getting to a place where those guys are really squeezed before we even get going really deep in training camp?
I don't think you're wrong. You mentioned Jalen Noel. You tell me, because I drafted him. Jalen Noel just had, about 5 minutes ago, a beautiful, probably 45, 50-yard catch from C.J. Stroud. No, excuse me, from Davis Mills. Would have been a touchdown. It was defended. This was 11 on 11, so he created some separation. He made a great grab and scored. I'm not going to give myself a pet cat point, but let's see what people say about him after practice. Practice is still going on right now, doing special teams, punt right now. But Jalen Noel has got a little juice. I know that's a trite cliche word, but he does seem to.
Ladies and gentlemen, y'all gonna have to give us a little bit of leeway there. But no, I think you're right. He does have some juice. I mean, that's kind of the type of player that you imagine him to be, a juice bringer of sorts. The interesting thing for me with Noel is not even him as a wide receiver. I think that's going to be one of those things that is more supplementary going forward, or at least in this rookie season of his. The idea of him as a potential returner is, I think, where his primary value is to this team early. And I was, talking to some folks about special teams yesterday, and I know that he kind of dropped one.
Yeah.
And Braxton Berrios, who obviously is a consummate return man, smooth returning punts. I know that John Harris in his Harris Hits, which obviously is always a necessity this time of year, was mentioning that Berrios looks really, really good when it comes to returning, which, again, that is one of the primary values that he has. I'm wondering if Noel can be a type of returner that is automatic. I think that might be interesting on whether Berrios makes it. But if he's not automatic, I don't think that you can go into a season and think we're going to let him figure this out, because I don't know that you want another Steven Sims season, which, again, all due respect to Steven Sims, but then once you got to some places where it got a little dicey and now you have to bring Robert Woods in and have Dameon Pierce return stuff and at times bring Tank up to return punts, I think they much prefer going into a season knowing that they have a guy that can handle all of it, and that might be the opening for Braxton Berrios to make a roster out there.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Ones versus ones. I think this is the first time we've seen that going on field 2 right now. I'll keep you information on this. This is an interesting one. I'm wondering what you and Figgy are thinking about this. I haven't seen this in recent years. I'm sure it's happened before, but I haven't seen this in recent years. Did you notice we have 3 numbers battles going on simultaneously? 3 numbers battles. They very rarely have duplicate numbers in the NFL. But number 22 on offense is Jawar Jordan. Number 22 on defense, Arthur Mollett.
Okay.
Who wins that number battle? How does that play out? Somebody's going to have to change, because if they both make the squad.
I hate to be a hater just to start here. First and foremost, I appreciate that look that came over from our engineer. I don't mean to snitch on you, but sorry that happened. Jawar Jordan, that feels like the most uphill of uphill battles that I've ever seen. Like, with all due respect to him, that feels like, hey, buddy, we're working for practice squad. Again, I say that with as much respect as I can muster. And I don't know if Arthur Mollett ultimately makes it, but I think he ends up being interesting as an insurance policy for Jimmy Ward, because Jimmy Ward is the immediate stand-in for the Petrie kind of role. Outside of that, do you have a stand-in for the Petrie role outside of like Arthur Mollett, who's played a lot of slot or whatever? I think that might be, he has more value of those two, I think. And again, I don't think that there's any guarantee that either of them particularly make the roster.
A little bit of an update here. We're going to talk to Azeez about this. He's going to be joining us right off the field. They're putting some pressure. They're putting some pressure on C.J. Stroud in the 11-on-11, but that's to be expected. Number 27 offense, Woody Marks. Number Bryant. Now that's a battle.
That one is interesting.
That's a battle.
Woody Marks, we know what that situation is with running back. He's really in there, but I imagine that he has a leg up being a relatively moderate to high kind of draft pick. Miles Bryant is interesting because, again,
he's on the squad.
He's a depth secondary player, but there's a lot of guys in that room that can make some shake. So I don't know. We'll see what that looks like.
Oh Lord, looks like it's a good defense day. Just had a turnover as well. We'll keep you updated on that. 72 offense, Jalen Thomas. 72 defense, Tommy Togiai.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I'm going to go with Togiai.
Yeah, I think I am too.
As a depth defensive tackle who, honestly, when he stepped in, he was serviceable last year. He was very serviceable.
Very serviceable. That might have been C.J. Gardner-Johnson pick. I'll find out on that for sure. A couple of other things here as we're going passing thoughts. The Nick Caserio energy is real. I mean, very, very real. I don't know what it means. Sometimes people, feed into that and feed off of that. Sometimes they don't. But he is Mr. Energy.
I mean, I appreciate getting delivered a good bill of goods there that falls in line with what we were promised. So yeah, at the very least, it's fun for us out here, and a positive energy always looks good out here at training camp. Day 2 of Houston Texans training camp. Those are some passing thoughts from the early portions of practice here at the Houston Methodist Training Center as Texans training camp rolls on. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, you mentioned hearing from Nico here and break down some of the things that we learned from yesterday's practice. We will do that next on Sports Radio 610.
All right, how about that Pasadena and Livestock Show and Rodeo Fishing Tournament, all for a good cause and absolutely fun. I will be out there. I'm not going to miss that. It's Saturday, August 9th at O'Neill's in Baytown. You guys can register, get your team together.
610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the big voice, man. We're at the Houston Methodist Training Center for Texans Training Camp 2025. Day 2. It's been a fun one already thus far. Appreciate you hanging with us here on Sports Radio 610. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. You made the mention of it, and it seems like it's continuing to track here, John. It's been a defense day thus far. Defense.
And obviously you always go to the point of, well, is the defense that good or is the offense struggling? I think it's pretty safe to say the defense is that good. They always have an advantage early on. The defense has not changed from last season. The offense has. And this secondary, boy, whew, if you want an early tease, an early indicator of all the things that we've been talking about in the offseason, I mean, not to say the offense hasn't had its moments, but the defense has had a lot of moments.
Yeah. But, I mean,
right.
A couple of good throws, and just a second ago, a really nice Jawar Jordan run that he breaks, which is well blocked. I want to make that note. This isn't just Jawar Jordan making a play. Well-blocked play up the left side allows him to go. So, yeah, no, there's some good things happening on both sides of the football, but definitely leans towards the defense at this stage. Appreciate you rocking with us. We were talking about this yesterday. We got to hear from a lot of the major players. Today we'll get to talk to Azeez Al-Shaair, a major player in his own right. But on the offensive side, the part that gives us a lot of curiosity, the part that we're really intrigued to learn about, and of course C.J. Stroud at the helm of it all talk. And so I kind of wanted to get to some of this audio from C.J. And let's start here with Cut 4 because I thought this was very interesting getting a feel from C.J. Stroud, the play caller for the offense.
Yeah, I mean, this is more of a, quarterback's offense where, you're IDing, you're calling the shots, you're switching protections if you need, and it's really like just me in the center. So that's J-Pat or Juice. Got to have good communication with those guys and, relay to everybody else what's going on. So, Nick is doing a great job teaching us the stash, so is Jerry and Gerard. So, it's a lot more ownership.
Look, man, he wanted it. He's got it. We're watching it happening right in front of our eyes, literally. I did think that this was something that, I enjoy the fact that he is truly embracing this. We talked earlier about on the passing thoughts, how they're going through the progressions, how they're getting more reps. And for C.J. Stroud, and not only that, Reggie, but I think, he doesn't want excuses. He wants that responsibility, and he's got it. I like that in my quarterback.
No, for sure, certainly. In fact, to that point, the second question I wanted to play here was C.J. Stroud being asked, with having more ownership now, does it then grow your role as a leader, or how does it grow your role as a leader? Yeah,
I think it's an opportunity to grow there. I think every year, as a leadership role, I can learn a little more. I think that gives me another edge where, guys, if you change a player or do something good, guys are okay, we can trust this guy. So that definitely helps leadership.
Again, when you talk and you hear C.J. Stroud, talking about the leadership and the ownership and all that, I just feel like it also speaks, and we try to be careful about bashing on last year. I think it reflects.
Do we?
I think it reflects just the total frustration he had last year. Like it's almost like a breath of fresh air, that you can sense that he's feeling.
No, for sure. I mean, it's an entirely different space, and I think what's kind of interesting to me is how matter-of-factly he's talking about it, as if to say, like, no, I've gotten comfortable with this. This is the new world order, and this is just how we're operating. And I appreciate that, right? Like, it is no longer novel to him, this space that he's in. He's like, let's go do it. And to that end, now the interesting portion of this is, as he is learning, we see Nick Caserio taking a nice jog off the field in front of our broadcast position. But as C.J. Stroud
he's got work to do, man.
Is learning this and getting a feel for this, one of the things that we heard was that, he was taking look at Tom Brady because, to take a hold of what an early portion early years of working in this in a similar offense, I should say, looks like. And so this was C.J. Stroud talking about what he's learned from kind of that vintage Tom Brady stuff that he's had an opportunity to look at.
Go ahead.
I mean, those clips are always great to watch, somebody do it and at such a high level, just he's not like physically, imposing his will, but he's just mentally, whooping guys, playing and play out. So that's something that I definitely, want to get to that. But like you said, they started back in 2000, 2001, 2003. So, like, it's been a long time. It's been the same offense. So this is my first year. It's not going to be what I watch on film yet, but, I am sure that one day it will. And I haven't talked to him, but I'm sure if he did, he would have some advice.
You know what that made me think of? Is he going to have the plays on his wrist? The little flip thing, flip thing, wristband. He really wants it. He's getting it, and I think they're bringing him along slowly. He talked about it's not an overnight thing. I could see where they give him ownership, but there's also kind of a safety net there, on his wrist.
That's what I really wanted is that, because we've talked about it, right? First time play caller, first time quarterback within this kind of system. Yeah. There is opportunity for difficulty to arise. I mean, again, you're putting a lot on the play of this quarterback, and so there's a lot of places where that's a singular fail point of sorts, where you're getting up to the line, and not only are you taking in the robust amount of kind of plays in offense on, but then you're also now having to do something that he was not allowed or just did not have the opportunity, whatever way you want to put that, to do in previous years, which is come up and diagnose. And he's talked about taking on not just the responsibility of the plays, but then also protection. There's a lot there for him to hold on to. So I would actually be very open to the idea of take some things and give him a little bit of a ramp up as well.
No, I want
within this while he's gaining more of that those reins.
It's
I
not a crutch.
That's important, but
it's a tool. It's a tool to be able to master this. And I don't even know. I'll let you know if I see it at one of these practices. But I like that. I like the ownership. And the thing I like the most from C.J. Stroud right now is embracing it. Like, he wants the responsibility. That's what your quarterback. That's what you want in your quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it was appreciated. I really appreciated hearing from C.J. Stroud, and early on, it was, pretty quick for him. I think I didn't take a ton away from it as we get a nice salute from the man himself.
Man, we got a we're not worthy. We got a we're not worthy from Cal McNair. How about that?
And Hannah McNair stopping by.
Just so you know, you are worthy.
And it seems like Hannah wants to jump on. And no? Okay, I was going to say, if she want to salute the listenership here. Cal McNair is going to grace us, give us a little bit of time. He is the owner of your Houston Texans.
Omar is going to be so mad at us.
He probably, quite possibly. But,
is Omar looking? I have to get off if Omar's looking.
Omar is going to be so mad at us.
We'll steal a minute or two from the man himself. And the way I'll justify it is when the owner comes, can't say no. Cal, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are y'all doing?
Doing quite well. What for you have you noticed in training camp here today, being out here on the grounds?
I've noticed that you guys have the best spot on the whole place with the air conditioner and shade and tread. We've really upgraded you guys. So
this is a great spot. Look, we are unofficially talking to you right now, so we're not going to get into too many nuts and bolts, but just get a good feel for things. Is this your first day out? I was looking for you yesterday.
I was out yesterday.
You were out yesterday. Okay, I didn't see you. Obviously, Joanna's gonna run the show here and get everything taken care of. What are your takeaways early on, just on the feel for the team? I'll leave it very generic.
It's early. It's hard to tell a whole lot. You just see a lot of energy from the guys and a lot of good execution very early, which is fun to see. And there's a lot of talent. You see a lot of talent out there. So it's a working process. It's I call it a storybook where you have a beginning, introductory chapters, and we'll have 18, 19, 20 chapters to work through our season this year. And this is just the introductory paragraphs.
A couple of non-football things, because I'm sure we'll talk to you football-related with Omar's approval, and I don't want to get my hands slapped. But new layout. New, somewhat of a new layout here. I'm guessing that's fan, with the fans in mind?
Yeah, we're always looking to improve the experience for the fans. We're really excited to have them out on our first open practice Saturday. So come early. I'll be here early to greet everyone. To say, can't give away anything too much. Or
are you going to cook hamburgers this year?
Hamburgers are on the menu.
Yeah, baby, we got hamburgers on the menu.
And you're invited.
You're darn right, I'm invited. I'll be there. Listen, so we don't want to keep you, Reggie. I don't know if you have anything else.
No. I was exactly going to ask you what you wanted to tell the fans for Saturday, but you got right to it.
Yeah.
I haven't met this guy before.
Yeah, we haven't officially
made. I'm glad to see you and meet you officially, and
you're gonna love
look forward to seeing y'all more.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Enjoy the day, fine sir. Tell Hannah hello for us. and you guys have a good one.
Y'all have a great one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Cal McNair out here on the grounds at the Houston Methodist Training Center. I mean, you never know what can happen out here when you're covering.
Now Cal's
Texans
nervous.
training
Now
camp.
Cal's nervous about Omar.
That's right. Okay, very good. Oh man, what were we talking about? Like Cal and Hannah were just like, no, we need to make sure that we speak to the fans.
Yeah,
Omar coming.
That's right. That's right.
You got to keep your head on a swivel when you have the unofficial interviews. But no, he's a good dude. Boy, you talk about someone who's changed. Not to get like into a topic about Cal McNair. Just another little passing thought here. I don't know anybody in Houston football history that has changed their own narrative more than Cal and Hannah McNair, especially Cal. The guy truly, and we've talked to him about this in the past, wasn't even wanting to talk to anyone for a long stretch, and now he's everywhere. He's accessible. Fans love him.
Yeah, and he's also been a steward of quite a revival of what's happened with the Texans here. As he mentioned, Saturday is the first open practice. I don't know if you have an opportunity to find a ticket somewhere because it's been sold out since damn near when it opened up. And it's going to be fun out here. And what a time, rather, just to be a Houston sports fan, but particularly a Texans fan. This is quite a level of excitement going into a season. I don't know, when's the last time that you felt this particular excitement going in?
Well, especially after what we saw from the defense just a little bit. Another little programming note here. And I'll say it again, as much for Figgy as anyone, practice is over, so keep your head on a swivel for Azeez Al-Shaair.
I might want to break right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to do. You're listening to In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I imagine we might have Azeez Al-Shaair. If not, we'll get to the question of the day. But no matter what, you want to keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610.
Training camp is...
That's AmericanEagle.com/773-network.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, out here at the Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston Texans Training Camp 2025. We are on the watch for Azeez Al-Shaair, where we should be sitting down with the defensive signal caller and any time now, so we'll keep our head on the swivel. Until we get there, let's get to our question of the day. It is that time of the day, and so with that, 713-572-4610, let us know what is a memorable false alarm for you, because it does seem like that might be what's happening with the New York Jets at their training camp right now up there. As Justin Fields earlier today, we got information. It was a Shefty bomb of sorts. Yeah, where it was like, hey, Justin Fields has been carted off the field. Ooh. And I was like, oh, boy, what a nasty place for the New York Jets to be, because that was already a quarterback signing that they were doing in such a way where they're like, all right, he's solid, but we're just kind of going to, bide our time, maybe try and do something for next year. And then very early, not even late into training camp, very early, it was looking like, oh, man, they might have
carted off.
Carted off sounds like something incredibly serious. Yeah. Aaron Glenn, obviously well known around here, the now new head coach of the Jets, is known that it is a toe injury. That could still mean something, but it does feel like...
But they have said it's not going to be... It doesn't look like it's a serious...
Good. Yeah. So, look, that does feel like we're in very much big false alarm there, because, I started looking at free agent quarterbacks. Do you know who the free agents are right now?
I don't think
that
I
are out
want
there?
to.
All right. How does a Carson Wentz sound to you?
Not great. Not great.
Teddy Bridgewater?
Again, not great.
What about a C.J. Beathard?
Yeah. C.J. Beathard?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Jeff Driscoll?
Yeah. Well, you know what? False alarm.
False alarm.
Yeah.
And so I was like, we've all had that in our lives, a false alarm moment. So 713-572-4610. What is a memorable false alarm moment for you?
Okay, so a couple immediately came to mind, and one of them was me being very, very stupid as a teenager. So
aren't we all?
Do as I say, not as I did. So cut class. When I was a senior in high school, so I was probably 17 years old. I think we bought a couple of 6-packs of Miller. I think we bought it. I remember it vividly, because you'll see why in a minute. So we go to Almas Park, a little park there near the high school, and lo and behold, we're just sitting there in a 1976 Mercury Monarch drinking beer. Park Ranger pulls up behind us. Park Ranger pulls up behind us, and this is a testament to what times used to be as opposed to now. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to jail. Park, we're just sitting there drinking beer, and he goes, "Hello, boys. You mind pouring all that beer out and moving right along?"
Oh, he was nice.
He just made us pour it all out and go back to school.
He was not. You were so close.
Dude, I was so close. I was so close. What's your false alarm?
For me, I feel like we've all been in this place. The one that immediately came to mind was particularly egregious, because I had recently gotten my car, so I got a new one. And I was going triple digits. I was going triple digits, and I had a accompaniment down the highway. Yeah. And I saw, you were talking about whoop whoop, I saw them flashing lights. And I was like, oh, goodness, here we go. Yeah. You going that fast, you're going to spend a good amount of money. I wasn't the one they got.
Oh, wow.
And I very quickly started putting a governor on the way that I was driving in these streets. So yeah, that one was very much a false alarm moment for me, as there's no false alarm here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, because sitting down right now in our guest seat is the signal caller for the defense, number 0 on your program, number 1 in your heart. His name is Azeez Al-Shaair. What's happening, my man?
What's up, man? How y'all doing?
Hey, man, we are having an absolute blast. My name's Reginald Atatula. I know you're like, who is this fresh face? Because this is my first time at Houston, Texas training camp. And so one of the things that has been real interesting, thank you, I appreciate it. One of the things I've been very interested in is like the level of advice that you have for new guys to camp. Like what maybe did you have, were you given, or what do you maybe tell a new guy to camp as a level of advice that's been helpful for?
I'll say it's hot. It's really, really hot, especially during training camp, man. You know, we running around all day. Even if you're on the sideline, I've seen people who just in the stands end up passing out, literally. Like, so I mean, it's hot, man. So make sure you wear the right clothes, man. Make sure you wear the right clothes. You know, D'Amico, he always tells us, ain't no sweatpants and hoodies. Don't come out here with no hoodie, man. You're gonna be on the stretcher.
Yeah.
So that's probably the first advice I would say. And then from a player standpoint, man, it's fast, man. It's fast. This is my 7th season now. Been doing this.
No.
Look, see?
Oh, no.
Look, see? There you go right there. 7 years, man, with this man right here. So, you know, it's been, man.
Watch your P's and Q's.
Man, time go by so fast. So, I mean, I just tell the young guys to enjoy it, embrace it, be grateful every day. You know, D'Amico talks about the bridge that we got to walk across, calls it the gratitude bridge. Just be grateful to be out here, man. And the more years I played, the faster it goes by. You just see, you know, the years go. So I'm just grateful.
When you do cross that gratitude bridge, like what immediately comes to mind for you? Because I imagine you're visualizing any time.
Man, just a little angry little rookie, undrafted rookie in San Francisco, torn ACL, walking out there with Dre Greenlaw. We just trying to figure out how to play football. D'Amico Ryans is yelling at us and telling us, like he just said just now, did you make any plays today? he used to have a rule with us, me and Dre Greenlaw, when we were rookies. He said, if you ain't make a play, you can't smile.
Yeah.
Like, hey, man, what? he catch you laughing. He's like, what you laughing for? You ain't make no play. So, you know, I just think about stuff like that, man, just being grateful for how far I've come and still doing it, man. I'm grateful for that.
But you did make a play today, right?
Yeah. I ain't as many as Jalen today, but, you know, I made some.
Yeah, we saw that. And D'Amico Ryans was in a very good mood, stopped by to give you a couple of words of whatever, criticism, fun. He was having some fun, but he was smiling. And he was smiling because the defense looked good today, man. I mean, I know you go full board, no pads, but you can tell some things. Could you tell some things today about this defense? There were some plays out there.
Yeah, man, I think it's just back and forth. You know, this is iron sharpen iron is what D'Amico always tells us, and we got to practice that every day. So I think it's the NFL. You know, I've been in the league for 7 years, and I've probably been a part of like maybe 5 total blowouts. Like me and CJ and EJ were talking about this yesterday. It's like it's the NFL. It's the best of the best. There's no higher than this. This is the Jeff Bezos and, you know, Elon Musk of the world in our profession in one place. So you really gotta bring your best every day. So it was a good day for sure.
You talk about, you know, the bridge. We had Will Anderson here yesterday. He was talking about the puzzle pieces. I think D'Amico calls it the
put
the ring on a bull or something like that, or bull on the ring, whatever it is.
Yes, sir.
A lot of coaches, when they have these little catchphrases and you know, things that they try to focus on, it's kind of an eye roll for players. It doesn't seem like it's ever an eye roll when D'Amico says it. Like, it's sincerely from his heart. Does that make it resonate a little more?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think especially, you know, because, you know, everybody knows that type of culture and what that looks like. You know, when you talk about the eye rolls and stuff like that. But when you talk about, like, the culture that we've been building and that the foundation that we have, you know, over the last 3 years that he's been here, that's not the type of guys that we have. You know, and it's day one training camp. Like, what are we doing?
You're in trouble.
So it's going to be a long year for you, and you probably won't make it out. So it's definitely something that you buy into and believe wholeheartedly. And I think every day you have to go work to get that. You know, you talk about all these goals and stuff, but at the end of the day, you got to put one foot in front of the other and actually do the work. And that's the part that nobody actually likes to do. Everybody would love to play in the NFL, but nobody would love to come to training camp for a whole month. So
And speaking of doing the work, I mean, you had a great day defensively today. D'Amico praised the signal callers, which obviously would include you, yesterday for how clean and efficient the operation was. What goes into that efficiency for you from your perspective as a middle of the field, handling everything on the defense?
Just being loud, concise, clear, kind of keeping everybody composed and calm. Just being decisive. I think a lot of times there's different stuff that'll happen. I'm a human being. I don't do everything right, just like anybody in the world. But I think when you're decisive and you just make one call and everybody's doing the same thing, as long as we're on the same page, we can figure it out. But when you got guys who are unsure and you're like, I don't know if I should make this check or not, and then half of them heard it, half of them didn't. Now we're not on the same page. Now we don't have a defense where we're playing man and zone and that, we got to play one call. So my biggest thing is just making sure we're all on the same page and everybody is calm and composed.
You've joined us here in the past last year, and everybody knows your story, overcoming so much, such an incredible story of perseverance. And so I want to go back to last year, because one thing that bothered me the most, and I want to get your perspective because I know it bothered you, is not just everything that happened. Forget that. You've had to, like, prove people wrong again. Like, I'm not that guy. You know, was that the frustrating part? Not just what happened, but, like, I am a good dude that has done it the right way and overcome a lot, and all of a sudden you had to do it again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's the thing about this league, and that's the thing about life is, like, you're constantly trying to – you got to show up every day. And I think it's the epitome of the NFL is I play with guys who are at the top of the game and are no longer in the league. I play with guys who you didn't even know their name, and now they're one of the face of the league. So I think the thing for me when it came to that is, you know, I was frustrated because I know the type of man that I am, but I also know, you know, I'm Muslim, and it talks about in the Quran, you know, you don't have to speak on your own behalf to defend yourself. You know, God knows your intentions, and he knew my intentions. So for anybody that felt however they feel or still might feel, that's between them and God. They got to go figure it out with God. But I know, you know, I know the man that I am. I know what I do on a daily basis, you know, and I don't have to go out my way to prove that to nobody as far as, you know, the character of who I am. If you see me and you're around me and you get to feel that energy from me, then that's a blessing for you. And if you don't, then, you know, I try to hopefully you hear from somebody who does. But at the end of the day, you know, people are going to make their opinions good or bad, and that's just between them and God.
I love that approach. D'Amico espoused something similar, like he reiterated the start anew every year kind of approach. How does that manifest itself for you kind of in this management space that you are, but also just on the field from a player perspective on the defense? Because y'all were really good, but starting anew, it sounds weird from the outside looking in.
Yeah, I mean, I tell the guys this, and especially, you know, guys who has, you know, what you do, let's say you put this much work in and you got this result. What you do the next year, the way the NFL is, this much work, not the same that you put in, but this much might not even be enough to require what you did last year. It might take through the roof just to get what you got last year, let alone if you're trying to excel. And that's the one thing I've learned about the league is you never figure it out. You know, it's constantly evolving. If you're constantly trying to push the envelope to be the best, you got to actually go outside of yourself and outside of your comfort zone to find growth. And that's something I even read in a book that I was reading today, this morning, and they talked about that. It's like there is growth when you're uncomfortable, and you can't get comfortable. Otherwise, now you're just going to be, you know, stagnant or taking a step back.
Man, it's always a pleasure talking to you. We know that you have places to go, but it's our pleasure, and go get them with that defense, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
Hopefully we can talk again soon. That's Azeez Al-Shaair, middle linebacker for your Houston Texans, joining us right here at training camp 2025 for the Houston Texans. Man, I could listen to Azeez talk forever.
Come on now.
He was preaching at some point. I was like, we were not having a conversation. I was having a personal sermon delivered.
I was like, can you talk to my kids even though they're all grown?
What you mean your kids? Can you talk to me?
Talk to me.
I need this. I need to get my life right.
I need to be a better person. Where's Azeez Al-Shaair?
Yeah, man. That very, very intriguing. And look, he's about to go talk to the assembled media, and I know that they'll get into even more there. Very, very good sit-down talk with Azeez. Appreciate you. Coming up, we'll go around the NFL. There's a lot more things happening all around camp. Let's dig into some of those next.
What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick Caley's new look? Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 6.
Let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. The first hour of this show every day of training camp is going to be a thing. I'm getting a feel for it.
Reggie's getting indoctrinated big time.
I'm getting a feel for it. Hey,
welcome to training camp. Head on a swivel. All that.
Yeah, sometimes, Cal McNair, the owner of the team, will just drop in on you, and then you have a deep conversation, at least of a certain depth, with Azeez Al-Shaair, and then we're off to the races talking around the NFL. Why not? Let's do that right here. And we begin with, we were mentioning a little bit earlier, a little bit of a false alarm or a little bit of a scare injury-wise for the New York Jets and Aaron Glenn, former Houston Texan, now the head coach out there as the quarterback, QB1 of that team, Justin Fields, went down very early in practice today. And he was stretchered off, carted.
Yeah.
Stretchered off is a little bit much, but he was carted off
it's more like Vietnam.
the field. Yeah. They put him in a chopper.
They had a plasma
bag. They took him to the match unit. No, none of that. He was carted off the field. Ultimately, we find out it is a toe injury and not one that is going to be super major. And so they are not going to have to go to the space, although Aaron Glenn apparently did say that they have an outstanding level of belief in a backup quarterback, Tyrod Taylor. That's just something you got to say, right?
You have to. Yeah, that's Justin Fields is what they're hitching their wagon to. No doubt about it. And, how about, you mentioned it, how about Cal McNair with a little pop-in? That was pretty cool. Just like, hey, boys, what's up? Training camp is here. All good.
He just wants to stop in and say hello, and we appreciate that. He did make sure to mention something that I guess we have not talked a ton about. It's a different kind of setup here when it comes to the stands and the seats for fans when you get out here to the Houston Methodist Training Center, which you'll be able to see on Saturday with first open practice. And I'm excited for you to see it. There's some real fun things happening. The energy is palpable early on in practice. Even through walkthroughs, you can see that there's a level of energy.
Did Al-Shaair leave a puddle like Will Anderson?
I don't know. I don't believe that to be the case.
No, he did not.
No, he did not.
Well, he's a veteran.
I imagine that Jakob Johnson left the puddle when he was running up and down, getting some extra running in.
Yeah.
After I'm excited about. We haven't talked much about that. I know that this is something that we probably could talk about a little bit later. But the idea of the fullback that I feel very confident that they'll have. He looks like he is ready to go.
Big dude. But to your point, fullback and tight end. It's going to be a new definition of what they do with this offense, and we know that coming in.
Yeah. All right. So as we continue around the NFL, Fig, I'm going to need you a little help audio-wise. This is a big, long audio cut here that I want you to hear from Titans camp. Obviously, Will Levis ends up having season-ending surgery. He's put on season-ending injury reserve, and the quarterback who they're going into the season with, #1 overall pick in the draft this year, Cam Ward, is, it's all on him now. I think that there's a full expectation already that he's going to be the guy, but now it's all on him. I don't know that there's as much relief behind him if you needed to go to that space. This is Cam Ward's response to any feelings when it comes to finding out that Will Levis was injured and out for the season.
What was kind of your reaction to the news that Levis had decided to have surgery and is kind of subtracted from the quarterback room now?
I really didn't have a reaction. I focused on Cam Ward.
Okay.
Yep, big long response by Cam Ward there. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I was just going to ask you the same thing. How would that make you feel?
I still don't know how I feel about that, because I understand, especially for Cam Ward coming in.
Because there's a little bit of element of screw that guy.
A little bit. It does feel a little bit like that.
I'm here to replace him.
Juxtapose it with C.J. Stroud. Not everybody's going to be C.J. Stroud. He's a unique guy. It's why we love him, or it's part of why we love him at the very least.
Yeah.
And C.J., you're talking about all the different, different handshakes that he has with everybody else. You're talking about the ways in which, he embraces all of his teammates.
Yeah.
And then you got Cam Ward, and again, I'm not saying that he doesn't do any of those things, but very much it seems very almost someone would describe it as a diva-like answer. I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about me. And to be fair, there's a lot to be worried about for a rookie coming in. The learning curve is steep as a quarterback. So I understand that he has a lot of that, but it just hit me wrong.
And it should, as I'm trying to process it a little more here as we're talking about it, I think I would lean to, come on, man, don't do that, because it was an injury. Like, it's one thing if, like, they just asked you, and because Cam Ward, his entire life, he's been a fighter. He's had to fight, to get everything he ever got on a football field. So you get that edge. When there's a season-ending injury, you're like, screw that guy.
You know what might make it sound even worse?
Yeah.
He does do the third person at the end of it, as evidenced by, as pointed out by the 713. I'm worried about Cam Ward as opposed to I'm worried about myself and maybe the development or learning, picking up the offense. I'm worried about Cam Ward.
Yeah.
So, yes, if that's any indication, make of that what you will when it comes to the Titans, obviously losing Will Levis. Some other things around the NFL, injury news. Cardinals first-round pick, Walter Nolan III, he's missing the start of training camp with a calf injury that he suffered while training in the offseason. Not too unfamiliar from this or unusual for this circumstance, teams dealing with the level of injuries. The thing that allows me to get to is I look at the NFC just in general, with the NFC West and that Cardinals team. That was a team that was interesting that you were looking at, hey, what could they do? How many teams in the NFC are you really looking at as potential, in the same way that you look at the AFC and there's a number of teams that you go, these are the guys that are, or these are the teams that are at the top of the crop or the cream of the crop. I look at the NFC and I don't really see many of them.
Well, you're right. Eagles, Commanders, Rams. I mean, yeah, you're right. The
Lions.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Lions. I forgot about them. But
and maybe Packers, depending on how you feel about them.
But those are maybes, those are maybes. And I think that actually opens it up for the NFC. A lot of teams, not just saying that they think they have a chance, they probably do have a chance.
Yeah. Some other things around the NFL. Russell Wilson named named starter for the Giants. Nothing surprising there, right?
Not really. They did draft Jackson Dart, but Russell Wilson came in fourth and Dart. First ever pass at training camp practice, pick six. So in terms of 11 on 11, but I still like that kid. I think he's going to be good. But Russell Wilson,
that's one of your guys. I forgot that's your guy.
Yeah, that's my guy.
That's your man that you got out there. Yeah, that was not fun. But of course, it's training camp like that. I don't think that's a huge deal, and it was to be expected that Russell Wilson was going to be that guy. I do wonder, do you feel like he gets usurped at any point this season by Jackson Dart, or do you think that this is going to be an entirely a season where Jackson Dart sits, learns, and eventually gets the opportunity to have that job?
What team is it again?
The New York Giants.
So, yes.
Okay, cool.
The Giants, with the pressure they have, I guess, urgency to win, anything that Russell Wilson does in general is going to be magnified, good or bad, but in New York, even more so.
Yeah.
So I think he will, actually.
I can see it. I can see it. Some other things around the NFL. We got an initial Browns quarterback training report. Mm-hmm. And obviously Shedeur Sanders is a person of interest. Tell me if you kind of understand the thought process here. So day one of training camp yesterday saw a quarterback rotation that was similar to OTAs. Kenny Pickett, first guy when it came to quarterback. Dylan Gabriel, second team. And Shedeur Sanders, third team. No reps for Joe Flacco. How do you read that?
Well, I look more with the first three than the last one. Flacco, he doesn't need to he doesn't need to have any reps at this point. All classroom, maybe a couple little things later in camp or preseason. Some headlines, and I think there has to be something with that. As everybody knows, if you don't, you should. These reps or these practices are short. The reps are precious. If you're the third quarterback getting reps, you are behind the eight ball. You are fighting an uphill battle. So I think that stood out to me more than anything that Shedeur Sanders was third.
Especially because if you want, or if you're in favor of him or rooting for him to eventually take that job, right? Because I think there was a lot of people that, obviously we know what happened on draft night or in that time period. There was views or thoughts of him being a first-round pick and he falls all the way to fifth. That disparity, in order for you to make that up, you got to have the opportunity to actually get out there and throw the football and have opportunities to be impressive. And that is a climb that he has to make. I understand that you can think of it maybe as, all right, the depth chart isn't specifically a climb, but I think you laid it out pretty nicely. It's the reps.
Yeah.
And with whom you're running the reps with as well.
Exactly. Hey, the Browns also released their new helmet.
They sure did.
Figgy, you saw this.
Yeah, I thought that was a UPS hat for me, man.
Well, yeah, first of all, the helmet itself is not getting good reviews.
Why should it?
Yeah.
Who thought it was a good idea is my first question.
Yeah.
If you're unfamiliar, the Cleveland Browns unveiled a helmet that they will wear at some point this year. It's not going to be their primary helmet, but it's the first time that the Cleveland Browns, aptly named the Cleveland Browns, will actually wear a helmet that is brown. And the brown...
Do the brown helmet.
Buddy, I don't know what that was, but it is brown, but it has orange, a couple of orange racing stripes down the middle of it. This, they did so by they were on the lake.
It was on a floating sort of barge.
Yeah, on the lake.
Yeah.
So they had a giant iteration of the helmet. A seemingly like very elderly fan. I don't know exactly what that was. I don't know if she was just like, the big time fan. They had, was the mascot on there as well?
The mascot? No, it was a staffer.
It was a staffer.
It was a staffer.
A staffer getting a video of it. Who is trying to get like a kind of panoramic or panning shot.
I need another angle.
Yep. Stepped right off the barge into the lake.
And I'm presuming Lake Erie, right, Figgy?
Yeah.
Presuming Lake Erie, which is not warm water, even at this time of year.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
It wasn't that there was a mascot for the team. It was a mascot for the sponsor of this helmet unveil, which very aptly, as you said, Doo-Doo Brown, was Dude Wipes. Like, how do you not see that juxtaposition there?
And
we're going to make fun of you, Cleveland Browns.
And you saw it all over the internet. I mean, it was the most Browns thing ever. Dude was so confidently sort of angling around the helmet. Oh, this will be a good angle. Bloop, right into the drink. Right into Lake Erie. And my favorite part, I don't know if you guys noticed this, the mascot you're talking about didn't even skip a beat. Grabbed a life jacket, threw it at the dude in the water, and then went back to acting a fool. And then he started doing all the little crazy dances and stuff.
I want to ask y'all this because this kind of been going around a little bit. Do y'all think that's staged?
No.
Yes.
You do?
Yes. It was going to be my confession, but I've gotten to a point where, like, I am so skeptical.
I get it.
That get put out, especially in a corporate capacity. Like, everybody is trying to get something that's viral, and you want something that's organic. Except organic stuff doesn't always happen, so then you create the organic. And that one felt like, oh, well, he organically fell off, and we happened to have a drone shot, and there was a life vest that we threw in. Like all the things feel.
Well,
like
you
this
have
is
to have life jackets on boats.
But see,
it's the law.
Even the Dude Wipes sponsorship.
Yeah.
To me, that was kind of all part of it too.
I don't know. And I'm generally the conspiracy theorist, but give that guy an Oscar, first of all, because he
stepping off the bar.
He sold it. I mean, it was so smooth. It was so smooth.
You know what sold it more? Gravity. That's what sold it, John Lopez. What do you mean he sold it?
I mean, he just like casually was walking, never dropped the camera, never looked out in the side of his eye that we could tell. And then the other thing, the reason I don't buy it, that it was staged, although I'm not saying it wasn't, but I don't buy it. This is the most Browns thing ever. And do they really want to elevate their own silliness by doing something silly like that?
I'm going to use your phrase, Lopez. Just spell the name right.
That's right.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Right.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, so that's happening. One more thing around the NFL. Actually, two more things, because you already know one of the last thing is going to be. But the Jacksonville Jaguars, obviously, they have one of the most interesting portions of camp that's not a camp battle, which is how are they handling the two-way players, cornerback, wide receiver, or wide receiver, cornerback, Travis Hunter. So it seems like they're not taking it easy on him early in camp. They're switching him both sides of football early on, and there's two minds of thought that you could have about operating like that early in camp.
Yeah, look, if you're going to do it in the season, you better start now. We were just talking about reps, and as a rookie, if you're not getting those reps on either side of the ball, we all know how risky it is. We all know how unique it is. But if he's going to play on both sides of the ball, he needs to do it right now. He needs to start doing it right now. I applaud them for not taking kid gloves here or whatever. But we'll see how it plays out, because it's a big ask.
I mean, one of the things that you talked about, we mentioned it with Azeez, is like after a while, camp is an absolute beating.
Yeah.
And playing both ways is a beating, so playing both ways in camp is a beating, and then the regular season will start. Like, I've already been of in mind, though. Like, I understand your thought, you've got to get used to it, but also, I don't think that you can take that mileage off once you go, all right, well, now we get into the season.
Yeah.
I think that this might lessen the opportunity that he even makes it through 17 games doing this both ways.
But this is really the only choice.
Probably. Yeah, probably for him to be up to speed on both the offense and the defense. I just continue to find this fascinating. I'm going to watch that. And, of course, we'll get an opportunity to see that up close and personal with the Texans seeing the Jaguars twice in the season. Of course, the final thing that I'll leave you with at this period of time when it comes to around the NFL, your top 100 player of the day, as voted on, obviously, by the players, the NFL, NFL.com, for some reason, releasing the top 100 player a day. Your player today, number 64, drum roll, please. Bo Nix.
You know what? I'm not gonna just shrug at this one.
Wow, we got him. We got him. Big.
I'm not gonna. I think there's something here. I'm not gonna just shrug at this. Bo Nix is going to be at 64. That's going to be a really good indicator, because there's no way, or is there? There's no way that C.J. Stroud is not on the list if Bo Nix is on, right?
No, I mean, I felt very confident about. You were the only one, I think, on the show who was not confident about that at this point.
Yeah, based on the fact that he didn't make a lot of top 10 lists and et cetera. But no way Bo Nix is on the list at 64, and C.J. Stroud is not.
We're doing a lot for Bo Nix off of that first season.
We sure are.
I will give him credit. I think he handled that offense incredibly well. He talked about it, I think, yesterday at camp, that he is, he's reached out to Drew Brees and talked to him, which I think that's a very good person if you're running a Sean Payton offense. But and maybe I'm just a hater, it's quite possible. I'm still interested in seeing what it looks like for him in year 2.
Yes.
And when it comes to how highly I want to rate
Sean
him.
Payton had and I know we're kind of up against it, but Sean Payton had a good comment yesterday, and I don't know if you saw it, that a lot of people are saying Bo Nix is in a great situation. He fell into a great situation. He's taken time with Drew Brees and all that. Sean Payton kind of went off. He said, you guys are just doing that, or people who say that are just doing that to justify your pre-draft take that he wasn't that good.
Correct.
And I think he's right.
Correct. I will not hide from that at all.
No, I think he's right. Yeah. And by the way, shout out to the NFL for finally giving, after 36 picks, something to talk about.
We'll keep that going as we continue to move through training camp and obviously into the 2025 NFL season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, look, we can't neglect one of the hottest teams. In fact, a team that is tied for the best record in all of the AL, the Houston Astros. So coming up next, it's a good day, I think, to have some Joe Espada appreciation. So let's do that next.
Training camp is here. The Texans are back on the field, and we'll be your eyes and ears for every practice, every press conference, and every inside conversation leading up to the season. It's football season, H-Town. Can you feel it?
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms.
Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
It's Texans Training Camp, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the big voice, man. Training Camp 2025. Day 2 is also in the books now. Good practice, as usual. Is there any day where you go like...
Absolutely. And this wasn't necessarily a bad practice for the offense. I think it was just a really good practice for the defense. And the offense, you'll hear from D'Amico and others as we move along. The defense was what we thought it was. But, yeah, man, I've seen some stinkers out here. If we're being honest,
today was not one of those by any stretch.
They haven't seen one yet, so
no.
Keep it going.
Very good, yeah, absolutely. That's been a really great thing, is seeing an early efficiency, early propensity to be really good about getting your work done. And I think hopefully, now I'm doing too much. I'm trying to stress this. Hopefully that'll mean that you'll get a good Houston Texans team all season long. Yeah, we'll see what that ultimately looks like. But this is preferable to the alternative. Also preferable to the alternative, the Astros sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks in Arizona with a 4-3 victory yesterday. And we talked about this, a little bit of a day game, getaway game. Mm-hmm. We talked about it when we saw the lineup, and we were like, hey, man, this looks like the Space Cowboys out there that they sent out to play in Arizona. And yet and still, a victory nonetheless. And, there's obviously a lot of people to give credit to, and we will talk about all those, including, namely, certain Brandon Walter getting out there giving you 7 innings of one-run baseball, which, to be fair, I do appreciate was Keith on the YouTube page asking the question, hey, he had only thrown 82 at that point. Could you have also left him out there a little bit longer, because a couple of runs did score for the Diamondbacks in the 8th. But, neither here nor there, because, again, another victory, and it is Joe Smith, Tuve both get the day off, still getting a victory with Taylor Trammell leading off. Like, it's just, there's a level of appreciation that we have to give to Joe Espada and this Houston Astros leadership, because they keep getting the job done to the tune of now being tied for the best record in all of the American League.
Yeah, let's pause here for a second and do something that we just truly, and it's our fault, it's fans' fault, it's baseball writers' fault that haven't done this, that we haven't done really enough of, and that is, let's appreciate Joe Espada. It's always easy to blame the manager, good or bad. I mean, the Astros were on their way to World Series, and we were talking about Dusty this, A.J. Hinch, oh boy, what did he do? How he's handling, back in the 2019 World Series, etc. The manager in baseball is always one of the more talked about issues, and very rarely in a very positive light. I hope Astros fans realize, because I had this sort of light bulb moment yesterday as I'm watching this. Let's go back to what you just laid out. They put out what by all rights was a largely minor league lineup yesterday.
Hell, I heard Sean talking about this morning. He's probably not wrong. If you had seen this lineup in spring training, you'd have been like, all right, this is split squad, maybe even type lineup that you're seeing out here.
But in doing that, he sat Jose Altuve and Cam Smith,
which I think they had as a planned rest day.
Well, they said it was a planned rest day.
Still bold.
Yeah, but those things can tend to, if you're injured and your lineup is not what you hope it is, and you're trying to get a sweep and you're trying to get to the top of the American League, as you mentioned, tied for the best record, it happens all the time where a manager goes, hey, can you go? I really need you. And they do, especially a young player like Cam. And he didn't. Joe Espada clearly is a guy that, and this is not to criticize Dusty, as we were just talking about, or A.J. Hinch.
Here you go.
No, it's not.
I know.
It's all on Dusty.
I think it's more, my point is Joe Espada is not afraid to do things that Dusty Baker and A.J. Hinch, hesitated to do. And that is, don't be unafraid to be flexible, to adapt, to be light on his feet, so to speak, in his managerial decisions. And we saw it in living color yesterday, with this lineup. But beyond that, let's talk about being flexible, playing small ball, baby.
Buddy.
Yeah.
Did I text you guys when this one happened? I think I texted you guys earlier in the series with Bunts, but
it was your other show.
I am very much. Hey, what are you talking about? What happened there? What was I just accused of?
Yeah.
Did you just make me like a man in the 70s who has two families, one across town? Is that what you just made me?
I think you're a Mormon radio host.
Whoa! Hold on. Wait a minute. I don't appreciate that particular. But going back to the Bunts, man, I think that also
that's flexibility.
But not just that. I think that's understanding the situation. You got Zach Short coming up, and then right immediately after him, oh my goodness, of course, off the top of my head, I forget who was immediately after.
It was Trammell.
Yeah, it was. And she's like, look, I know what these guys are. Trammell, who, he was 1 for 3 on the day because of that bunt, but he'd seen a lot of pitches. You bring him up, and you're like, hey, these guys I don't necessarily view as guys that are like going to be incredible swinging the bat. We need something.
Yeah.
Let's use the speed that these guys have. Let's use what they have. Hey, put down a good bunt. Go out there and you a couple of bunts and you play a little small ball. And you ultimately get the run that you need.
Yeah, and so that's a Joe Espada appreciation point, as is the lineup, and not being able to just keep his guys down, showing some confidence in the lineup that he did put out there. They produce. They end up winning. He plays small ball, which I don't think a lot of managers in this era would ever do. Back-to-back bunts?
Yes.
That's pretty impressive.
The real sick part is that it worked both times. Like at some point, I also look over there at the other dugout and I go, "Hey man, what's happening with y'all?
Yeah.
Why y'all can't field a bunt and get you out there?"
And then on top of all that, the confidence to be able to, and this is pitching staff, coaching staff as well. Brandon Walter all of a sudden was like, come on, he's good. He was good yesterday. And then Christian Walker, we know he's had his bad moments. He's not having the most amazing year, but seems to be coming around, puts him out there, gets a big hit from Walker as well.
Doesn't just put him out there. Christian Walker was hitting in the 3-hole yesterday. Like, I think they've pulled a lot of the right strings. And look, there's places to absolutely criticize. I think that the YouTube is doing a good job of bringing up some things. Right, like obviously by not bringing him back out there. Bennett Sousa has been pretty good this season. I don't know that I hate the idea there, and especially you don't want to. I don't think you want to overwork Brandon Walter.
Exactly.
Your starting pitching rotation. We've talked about it time and time again. I understand how they're trying to manage that, but man, you got to give him credit. I think it was Adam Spillane on Twitter that was talking about this, and I really did value this. At some point, we just got to the Texans, or sorry, the Astros, in the way that they build up pitching is goated, right? Like this is a 29-year-old cat in Brandon Walter that is,
he's been up and down twice in the last 2 years,
and here he is giving you 7 innings of 1-run baseball, and he's been pretty solid for you continuously all year.
3.6 something,
3.35 ERA after this one, so like. The organization deserves a lot of credit for these things and being able to span the gap here from the 7-1-3. Y'all think the bunts were called by the manager? I would have to imagine.
He said it. we have the cut.
In fact, here we go. Cut 3, Joe Espada. How did those bunts come about?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's more behind it, but I can't share here. But, we talked about it before the inning started. It gets on, you run him over, and Matthews on that push bunt trying to get a guy over to third, even though he's swinging the bat really well, but just trying to get guys just move down the line.
Appreciate Joe Espada. He's had a hell of a year.
He has.
He should be the leader for manager of the year, all things considered. 17 guys on the IL. Oh yeah, we didn't even mention that. And your manager is finagling the best record in.
On the YouTube page, Christian Walker struck out 3 times, left runners on base all game before that hit. So excuse me if I don't praise him. Okay, I hear you on that. However, one of the things that I will point to is, Christian Walker got how many 5 hits in that series, being, I guess, in a way, back to his previous home in Arizona. And if you look at his splits over the last 7 days, last 14 days, he's swinging the bat pretty well. Last 7 days, 346 batting average with a 952 OPS. Does this feel like the jump start for you, or am I doing a little too much?
It might be doing a little too much. What I'm saying, though, is the confidence the manager's had. He did come up with a big hit. It is fascinating to me. I think the text board and the YouTube stream are kind of illustrating what I said at the very beginning. People are just hell-bent on not giving the manager full credit when it's so easy to criticize, and we're seeing it here. Some people are giving him a lot of credit, but a lot of people are like, excuse me for not crediting. Oh, are you sure he called it? Yes and yes. He's doing a hell of a job, man, and this is a good day to talk about it because it was illustrated yesterday.
Yeah, and so ultimately, the biggest thing that we look at when we talk about a manager, I know that process matters. We're out here, I know Nick Caserio would, if he was sitting in front of us, he'd be like,
stack
guys,
days.
Process, stack days, other cliches. But yeah, process matters, but also it's a results-oriented business, and right now the results are looking very good for your Houston Astros, to the tune of now tied for the best record in the American League, as you mentioned, with 17 on the injured list. As of this moment, on the injured list, it's incredible what this team has done, and they get back at it tonight. There's no rest, and it's one of the reasons why you made sure to get rest for Altuve and Cam Smith headed into a four-game set versus the Athletics, who are coming into town at Dyke Park. That gets going tonight for your Astros. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including a big-time passing in the worlds of sports entertainment. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. How about you need that new car, you get that new car, you pay less. That's the easiest way to put it with D&M Auto Leasing, up to 50% less. And I got the receipts on that, literally. We've gotten our last 2 vehicles through D&M Auto Leasing. My wife got beautiful Toyota Highlander hybrid is what she wanted. That's what she got, and they check those boxes. You tell them on the Easy Lease phone call. It takes about 10 minutes is all. What you're looking for, what you want, the amenities you want, what you're thinking to pay, what your driving habits are, and they will craft that lease to fit all those things and check those boxes. I needed a new truck.
That sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Thursday is going very well. It's been a fun one for us. Very fun one for the defense out here at training camp. We'll talk a little bit more about that, I imagine, here, and then also next when we have an opportunity to hear from the head coach of the Texans, D'Amico Ryans. But first, we were just talking about the Astros and, an appreciation for Joe Espada, for the leadership, at least in the places that we can. Obviously, if we wanted to knock him, we very well could and start talking about injuries or whatever, but we do have to give credit where credit is due. Now, this team the record is 60-42, ladies and gentlemen.
Unbelievable.
60-42 with many. In fact, I want to go with, I'm sure that they keep the stats. How many games lost have you had due to injury? It's got to be astronomical.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
What it is for this Astros team to still have a tie for the best record in all the American League and really only be one game back of the best record in baseball, which is the 61-41 Milwaukee Brewers. Right? Like, this has just been incredible by the Astros. But to that end, because of that, someone on the text line, again, 713-572-4610, texted in from the 281. They were listening to a national broadcast on Sunday, and on the broadcast, World Series teams, Tigers, Yankees, Blue Jays, Dodgers, Phillies, no Astros love in there.
Yeah.
Fair or foul?
I'm going to say foul because clearly, we know where they are now in the standings, but there is a little bit of a fair element to it.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody believes it. We don't believe it, that this is real, that it's really happening, that the Astros, the way they are. Come on now.
Don't put me in there. I never said anything so bold.
Come on now. And I'm all obviously buying in now, and we just talked about, an entire segment about the Joe Appreciation Espada, the Joe Espada Appreciation Day, so to speak, and I'm buying it, and I get it, but I think nationally it's like, really? Those guys, you expect them to win a World Series, to be a World Series threat? I get that part.
Yeah, and again, I think we've talked about it in various different ways. The injuries do need to resolve at some point. Like, they're making it shake without the injuries, but I think regular season is one thing. Postseason baseball is a different, and I think you need some of these injuries to resolve. Namely, I think the big ones that we talk about, obviously Payne, I think we have a level of confidence that will resolve. Jordan probably needs to resolve. We're talking about not just, hey, we're going to make a run, but World Series champion type team. I think that's necessary. And then, again, we've talked about the pitching injuries. Some of that definitely needs to be resolved for you to be in that space. But I guess not even a mention does. That's nasty work.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, it's foul, but I get it,
Yeah. So appreciate you texting that in. People still, they don't believe in us. Like, get in the clubhouse, put it up on the bulletin board. They don't believe. Nobody believed in us. I love an athlete's ability to conjure that up. Nobody believed in us. What do you mean? You've been number one in the power rankings for weeks. Nobody believed in us.
Didn't we have one last year? Was it Ohio State?
Yes.
Was it Ohio State?
It was Figgy. It was yo man.
Yeah, it's like nobody believed we could do this. You're freaking Ohio State, for God's sake.
Now, to be honest, after that Michigan loss, I don't think nobody believed in them.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Hey, none of y'all ain't have Ohio State winning it all.
Yeah, but that's because I'm a hater.
But it's freaking Ohio State. I was like, okay. But I get it. Every team tries to build that, that sort of like nobody believed in us mentality.
Look, if you've got to lie and just, delude yourself or what have you, again, I've said it many times that I subscribe to the Slim Charles rule of thought, which is if it's a lie, then we fight on that lie, but we got to fight. So if that ultimately produces the results, do what you got to do, big fella. Some other things that are popping. This is a big part of news for anybody that grew up enjoying sports entertainment, otherwise known as wrestling, as I like to call it, especially in the WWE, WCW at some points. We've had numerous people mentioning on the text line, hey, y'all know this? And I imagine Sean Pendergast is somewhere pouring a little bit out. Hulk Hogan has reportedly passed away at 71 years of age. Obviously, big-time wrestler. What are your thoughts on finding out that the Hulkster, Hulkamania?
I'm interested. I'll give you mine real quick, but I'm interested in Figgy's as well. I think this is part of the era that you really dug in. When you go beyond your realm, you're a megastar. The guy was in Rocky movies. He was a constant at a lot of arenas and stadiums, getting the crowd juiced up. He boxed Muhammad Ali, I believe, or somebody. I think it was Muhammad Ali. He had an exhibition against him. It was one of those.
Did he really?
Yeah, he had an exhibition against somebody. It might not have been Ali. But you know, the guy just transcended his sport. And this is where I'm going to toss it to you, Figgy. Is he top 3 WWE of all time?
That's a tough one, man, because I think far as image and all that stuff, I would say yes, because he's the most memorable, recognizable wrestler, one of the recognizable wrestlers of all time.
Ric Flair.
Mm-hmm. But I know some. Yeah, Ric Flair is probably number 1, to be honest.
But I don't know that there's another like Andre the Giant. I start thinking of, but I might just be doing that with the size.
Up there.
Yeah,
but I think Hulk might be too.
Yeah, I know you might have some, some Sean Pendergast type people that saying technically he wasn't the best wrestler.
Well, who cares?
I don't know about that part, but no, as far as that, I was just talking about Hulk Hogan last week. I want to say. His viral video, I think, remember he had that reality show on MTV?
Oh, buddy, boy, do I.
And he was in the car listening to Jeezy.
That's right.
And he kept replaying it back. I just posted that like last week.
Yeah.
Okay, so now if we're going to do this for real, I need to actually lock in because J-Rock, appreciate you on the YouTube. Under Johnson, Stone Cold, all factor in. I don't know. Rock might have an opportunity as much as
The Rock. A lot of texters say 1832 undeniably top 3. I think he probably is. Yeah.
And just a programming note of sorts, make sure that you watch KHOU's newscast tonight because it seems like our very own Sean Pendergast will be the expert du jour that speaks on the passing of Hulk Hogan for the city of Houston. So check that out.
Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, brother.
Oh, buddy. My heart stopped because I knew exactly what was supposed to be said there.
Booker T.
And by the way, now I'm going to say unquestioned top 3 because Sean Pendergast just said unquestioned top 3.
Oh, I was with you, but I was just like, let me make sure that I'm doing the due diligence. But I guess to be fair, if he's doing the due diligence, I don't have to keep going. All I will say is I know for damn sure Iron Sheik is excited to see that man come up and meet him wherever people pass away to, because I know that Iron Sheik was like, oh yeah, let's get after that Hulk Hogan. But I know that made a lot of people happy. People enjoyed watching his work. And I think that's pretty much what most of us can ask for is that situation there. So I guess rest in peace to Hulkamania, to Hulk Hogan, who passed away at 71. Some other things that are popping in this moment. Did you see this? Salute to JV. Mm-hmm. Salute to Justin Verlander, who is obviously a legend in the game. He is going to be a Hall of Famer. In fact, I have something for you on that later on in the show. He wins his for the San Francisco Giants. Now, I know that you're saying, hey, Reggie, I think you might have said something wrong because he's been with the Giants all year. And to that, I would say, no, I know.
But wait a minute. It's July 24th.
That's right.
It's July 24th, Reggie. Snap out of it.
I am completely snapped into it, in fact. 16 tries at getting a victory with the Giants, and the Giants just ain't help him out. Finally, he gets win number 263 on his career with a victory yesterday. I mean, the Giants just ruined his opportunity to get to 300, right?
Yeah, I think they have. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he retires after this year. You're right. A lot of bad luck. A lot of bad Verlander, too. You know, both of them.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that the Giants' fault?
Oh, yes.
I felt like...
No, the Giants have not helped him.
Okay,
but he's
because
also
he ain't
not
been pitching
good.
the best either.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's also true.
Yeah, 4.70 ERA, which obviously I think you put that on the pitcher, you know. But there's been a very big problem with giving him some run support with the Giants.
Yeah,
and it has been a bad go for him. And I mean, you understand why he makes the move that he does, but the Giants have not delivered in supporting him in particular. 1-8 record, and I think even knowing JV and where he's at in his career, I think we could all look at that without knowing anything else and go, that does not seem indicative of what Justin Verlander has been and even still is at this point in time in his career. So bleep you, San Francisco, is what I have to say to
Reggie,
that.
it sounds like you saying Dana Brown made the call.
Oh, whoa!
Sound like you telling him to make the call.
Whoa! Who said that?
That's what it sounds like you saying.
He just needs a
Bryce Matthews for Justin Verlander.
Oh, Lord.
Let's go.
Oh, Lord.
Who said all that?
You said all that. You said that's a bad organization, so we got to go. You got to go back to the Astros for a third time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you think about, no, I'm just playing. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to allow you to corner me. I already have my full slate of bad takes already. I'm already on the I like Mechie train right now. Like, I don't need any more of the takes that I already know are going to age probably not the best. So don't do that to me. But yes, that's what's popping. Oh, and one more thing. I want to say this today. I definitely want to say it again tomorrow, but just in case, because I think we should have B. Scott in tomorrow.
Yeah.
And so there's going to be a lot of things moving and shaking. I don't want to miss this. This weekend sees Billy Wagner join Ichiro Suzuki, CC Sabathia, and the recently departed Dave Parker in being inducted to the Baseball Hall of Fame. So that's the 27th at 12:30 p.m. is when Billy Wagner, obviously fantastic Astros closer, is going into the Hall of Fame. I will do my damnedest to make mention of it tomorrow, but I know myself enough to know that there's a lot of things moving on a Friday, especially if we get B. Scott in. I want to make sure to salute a absolute legend in the game who is going into the Hall of Fame.
Look, I've been on that train for the longest time. When I had a Hall of Fame vote, I was voting for Billy Wagner every year. So I'm glad you brought it up, and definitely 100%. It's well deserved and long overdue.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll definitely keep track of that. Of course, we love our Houston Astros around these parts. All right, coming up next here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Let's hear from we got a little bit of a little cameo as he came over and hugged Azeez Al-Shaair as we were talking to him, but let's hear from him in full as he talked to the Assemble Media after day 2 of training camp. You'll hear that next.
Training camp is here. The Texans are back on the field, and we'll be your eye. access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Oh, yeah, that's us. We're in the loop. Right here on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Day 2 of Texans Training Camp 2025 in the books. In fact, we're watching groundskeeping happening on these luscious Bermuda grass fields.
It looks like you could eat on them.
Why was that where your brain went?
Because they're so clean.
Like, let's examine that.
They're so clean,
so,
man.
So you just be eating off of grass, huh?
You could.
Clean grass?
No, I'm not saying I will.
Why are you the way that you are?
I don't know.
Okay. As long as you recognize that. As you can tell, we're having fun out here. We are having fun getting some things done. And we were just talking about Hulk Hogan passing. And a number of people have done the thing where they go, these things happen in threes.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ozzy Osbourne passes recently. Malcolm Jamal Warner. Does that count? Can we all? No.
All due respect, mega stars.
Oh wow! So you're gonna be disrespectful to Malcolm Jamal?
I guess you can call it that.
I get that is what you're doing.
He's a star. He's not Hulk Hogan and Ozzy Osbourne. Who's the next mega RIP that we're gonna have to mention?
I want you to understand. I'm not saying you have to change your mind. I want you to understand that what you're saying is you are still waiting for someone else to die.
Yes.
You would. Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just co-sign that straight up.
And I am not alone. Would you open the text board?
No, I'm not asking people if you want someone to die. I'm not doing that on the airwaves right now. What I will do on these airwaves, again, I mentioned day 2 of training camp done. So let's hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans. What were his thoughts after another day of Texans training camp?
My biggest takeaway from today was very competitive on both sides of the ball. You saw, see offense making some plays there in the passing game, and bust a run open there, and defense really competing, making plays as well. I think the highlight of the day for me was Petrie, being in a really good spot to intercept the football. Just continue. He's been a guy who's been very consistent for us, no matter where we put him, what we've asked him to do. He's just my type of player. He's all over the field, always up for the challenge. Whatever the down is, he's going to be around the football making plays, and it was evident today.
You coach and played with a lot of great athletes. Is Daniil Hunter in your top 5 type of guys as far as y'all being a specimen and all those things?
Yeah, Daniil is a very special athlete. Find a way to get the muscles that he has, right? He's definitely a guy who's, one thing that stands out about Daniil, this guy, he works in the off season. He puts in the work to take care of his body the right way, and it's a testament to him, and hopefully younger guys are watching just what does it take to be a guy who's in his position and the caliber of player that he is. It's he's definitely one of the top athletes that I've seen, but not just an athlete. The guy plays with strength, he's smart, really great technician, and he's a really great teacher because he's doing a great job of teaching other defensive linemen how to use their hands properly.
Yesterday you mentioned delegating this year. How did you come to that, and how far does that go? Does that mean allowing other people to call defensive plays, or what does that look like?
Delegating for me, it looks like a lot of different things. It's just understanding I'm one person, and I just, relinquishing a lot of trust and giving a lot of trust to others to handle many things. And it's not just about, play calling. There's a lot of duties that are on my plate that I give others just to see how they can grow. So as part of me as a leader, I think as a leader, you're tasked to grow and develop other leaders. So with that, you have to put people in positions to allow them to lead. And sometimes that's stepping aside and seeing them grow and being okay with the mistakes, knowing that mistakes and things will happen, but that's how you learn from it. That's how I learned best from being in the various positions that I had. Someone gave me an opportunity to do that and allow me to fail, where it's allowed me to be better at what I'm doing.
What do you kind of have that revelation that you're trying to delegate more and give people a chance to, learn and make mistakes and grow from the past?
I don't think it was a revelation. It's something I've always knew, and seeing is just a matter of time and seeing when the right time is to do that.
It's the second year of having Neil and Will kind of have parents together. They obviously had a lot of success last year, but how can they even improve with year 2?
with Daniil and Will, they just have to continue to be themselves, right? Really improve on the small things, and that's really finishing at the top of the rush. For a lot of times we've been in the backfield. When I talk about finishing, I'm talking about finishing on the football, like how many fumbles can we force as opposed to just sacks. We want to take the football away to put our offense in a good spot. So can we improve in that manner with the rushing? Not just Will, Daniil, but it's all of our rushers.
What do you like? What you've seen from Woody Marks both in the spring and this summer thus far?
Yeah, Woody he stepped in, and he's a very quiet guy, and he's efficient, right? He's a smart player. We put a lot on him, and he's handled it all really well. So I'm excited to see Woody actually put the pads on and see him go, against our guys out here, and also to see him in live action, see how he's done. But Woody's done a great job so far.
Coach, what you made of what Sullivan Bird been able to do with the off-season workouts and a couple of days of training?
I didn't hear
Sullivan Bird.
Okay.
What have you been able to make of him through off-season workouts and then through a couple of days of training camp?
Yeah, Solomon, it really started for me. I saw Solomon start to peak in our OTA practice. Guy kind of finished up how he had that last one of his reps versus Tennessee at the end of the year, where he finished up sack fumble on the quarterback. And since he came back this offseason, he's been doing a really great job. He's consistently been in the backfield. No matter who he's going against, he's done a really great job of working his technique, really getting off the football in a violent manner, really playing faster. And that's one thing that I see from him. He's playing faster. He's not thinking. And now, he's becoming a better player because of that. And I think year two, it slows down for everybody, right? And Solomon has definitely benefited from having some experience his first year, seeing, what we expect of him. And now he's really flourishing now in camp.
When you talk about balancing, the first 2 years you said those are over, and now you're moving on. How do you balance building on that, or just still not marking on it?
Yeah, for me, I understand very quickly about our first 2 years, like with the success that we had, it was great, but you have to forget that very quickly, because to me, again, it doesn't predict, it doesn't really guarantee what's going to happen now. And every year, I tell our coaches, I tell our players this, every year the team changes. You're going to have some additions to your team each and every year. So it's all about how does that puzzle fit together? How quickly can we come together? Can we connect as a 2025 Texans? I truly believe that. So if I'm harping on what we did in 2024, to building this team, this roster in a manner that we need to be to go out and be great. And it'll be a growth process, right? We won't just, you don't just start off where you ended last year in the playoffs. There's a lot of work that goes into getting back to that moment. It's not just guaranteed to you. So how bad do these guys want it? How bad do our coaches want it? We got to put in the work to put ourselves in that position. It's going to be one day at a time, one game at a time, and we'll see where we end up.
Coach, you look currently at Taylor Street. Yesterday you saw reps on the right side, today you saw reps on the left side. Just the importance of him learning both positions throughout the early stages of training camp.
With our offensive line, you'll see a lot of guys moving around different positions, different spots. We're just trying to find the best combination of where those guys will play. And you also know at different times of the year, sometimes you lose guys, especially at the tackle position. That's one where you have to be able to, what we call, have the swing tackle, where you can play right, you can play left. Especially if you're a backup player, you're either interior player or you're playing on the edge. So you have to be able to know multiple spots. And that's one thing that a lot of people don't know about the game. We take 53 guys on our roster. You take 46 guys at a game. Those backup players are so valuable because it's unseen, but those guys have to know multiple spots, and they're counted on to know those spots without getting as many reps as the starters. So it's really a credit to all the guys who are backup players in the league, knowing what's on their play to actually get in the game and get action and get the reps. They have to be on it mentally even better than the starters. So there's a lot that's on guys' plate when you are those type of players, and I always tip my hat to guys who are in those positions.
Will Anderson mentioned that he felt he matured over this offseason. For a guy who's already seems like he's ahead of his age, how have you kind of seen that this offseason, this maturity?
Yeah, Will, Will is definitely, I think, mature for his age. He's always felt very mature for his age. Even our first time interviewing him on this 30 visit, like for him, he sat down in a room and he really commanded the room, had all great answers. So to see a guy like that is still in his mind, looking to grow, looking to become a better, not only player, but a better man off the field, it doesn't surprise me because that's who Will is.
As a coach, earlier this year in the spring, you mentioned Justin Watson as impressive and stand out for you in the offseason. Tell me how you're seeing him here.
Justin's been the same. And what I like about it, he's consistent. Right? Every day he shows up, he's consistent. He's exactly where he's supposed to be, getting the proper route depth. Plays with great hands. He plays multiple spots, really smart player. So he's just consistent, and that's a lot to be said. That's what being a pro is about. It's about being consistent, knowing who you are, showing up every single day, and not wavering. And that's who Justin is.
We'll take a couple more. Will and Jamil, some of the line kind of want to go to the next level, man. Finishing more.
When it comes to when you're looking at a defensive unit, right, you want to apply pressure as much as possible, right? You want to be a heavy pressure team, but to truly affect the game, and that does affect the game, but to truly change the game, like if you turn those pressures not only in the sacks, but the sack fumble, that's the big play that changes the game for us. Like a lot of people have the sack stat rated very highly, but if you're pressuring the quarterback and the coverage is right and you're forcing him to throw inerrant throws, forcing the quarterback to make the bad decisions, to me that pressure can turn into interceptions. It can turn into batted passes. So it all plays together, but it starts with just having a mindset of guys just playing together, rushing together, and then if you can get the quarterback down, we want to get the quarterback down, but most importantly, take the football away.
As you're given more responsibility, what do you see?
Nick is only my fourth day with Nick, and he's done everything we've asked him to do. Like he's a pro. Like Nick has been the same guy. I've always admired Nick from when he was back at Georgia playing. Always admired him, and it's no different. I can see why the guy's been good in his career is because he's a hard worker. He doesn't say much, but he shows you by his actions. Every single day he shows up, he's ready to go. So we'll see how he continues to grow and gel with our guys.
All right. Go ahead, Sam. Last one.
You talked about Coach Popovich kind of focusing on the little details. How do you see him lead his group so far in his first few days?
Yeah, Cole has done a great job of leading, he's been leading with intent. He's been leading with intensity as well. Like it's the drill work. He's definitely on it. Like it all starts there for me with O-line. It's about basic fundamentals and being consistent. And Cole has done that. He's been consistent with his communication with the guys. He knows how to be intense when he needs to be intense, and he knows how to love the guys up when they need to be loved up. So he's done a great job of coaching those guys.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, appreciate it. Have a good.
That's D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the Houston Texans today after day 2 of practice. And what jumped out to you? Because there was one of the things that he came back to a couple of times that I do find to be somewhat interesting.
Well, first of all, the offensive line thing that we know they're going to be alternating, trying to find. He said they have to be versatile, but he's talking about camp. He wants them to find their best spot. Then at the end there, you heard about Cole Popovich, of course, but he loves him some Jalen Petrie, man. He goes back to the guys that are him. He wasn't asked about Azeez Al-Shaair, but Al-Shaair is basically D'Amico. He joined us. You'll hear from him here in a little bit. Jalen Petrie literally said, that's a guy that I really, really like, and
for good reason. He had a fantastic play today. If you talk about a winner in practice today, he's going to be up there.
He's it.
For sure.
Yeah. So just the guys, and then, of course, Will Anderson. He went back to his visit. I think I don't know what you're talking about that really stood out. What stood out to me, there seems to be an even more of a comfort level with what this team is. He talking about how they're practicing and they're crisp, and the Petries and the Al-Shaairs and the I think he just really feels year 3, it's a reflection of D'Amico in every way.
And that sounds like a great thing because
Yeah.
you talk about Cap, as he's referred to. That is a fantastic dude to reflect all the way around. All right, so a couple of things for me. You mentioned the offensive line. I did want to get into it because he was, obviously speaking to the ways in which we really harp on who was the first line out, who's the second line out, and he was really talking about, he took the opportunity to talk about backups and how important they are, like having that backup guys. He obviously mentions kind of the roster crunch of not just the 53, but on a game day, you have 46 players active. And so you have to make the most. It's not just those 22 that are going to be playing offense, defense, and then the additional that play special teams. In the car crash sport, as I like to call it, a sport that is a war of attrition, you're going to need guys to step in at various points, and they're going to need to be able to be flexible because you're not going to be able to keep a backup for every single position. And I think when he starts talking about, the swing tackle and everything, I think that speaks directly to Ariante Ursary, who the last 2 days was the first guy on the right tackle side and the first guy on the left tackle side. He is the one of any of the guys that has really demonstrated in these two situations of being a swing tackle. And so I do wonder if that in some ways places him, maybe not on a depth chart, but maybe in a role for this Texans team moment, of which, again, things can change, but as of right this moment,
just gonna say,
he might be sitting in as that is our swing tackle. So that does bode well for him, at least on being on the roster on game days, but maybe does not necessarily bode well for some of our thoughts to maybe does he usurp right tackle with Blake Fisher or what have you.
Yeah, what I was going to say is for now. Second day camp, and he made it clear to point out that they're trying to find those guys. That's why they're rotating. But I don't disagree with you. I think this is where they're penciling him in. He did get the reps at right and left.
And then the thing that I was mentioning that he came back to, when you look at this defense, and I know that he has an idea, every year is different, but there is one, hey, we're building off of years prior, which is now we don't just want to get sacks.
Yeah.
We want to get ball. We want to get sack fumbles. I found that to be very, very interesting. Yes, 8-3-2, forced fumbles, strip fumbles. This is going to try and be a different level of takeaway defense.
And they weren't bad last year.
No. And the pressure creating interceptions, I could easily see how that returns.
Yeah.
If this defense finds a way to somehow turn up the knob on turnovers, oh my goodness. Cancel Christmas.
And oh, by the way, they got one today.
They sure did.
It was Jalen Peachey with the pick. Yeah.
Look at things coming full circle. Look at God. Don't you love it? All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 out here at the Houston Methodist Training Center for day 2 of Texas Training Camp. Coming up next, we'll do our lunchtime confessions as we always do. Next.
Take it from Nick Caserio. When it
armyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyeds.org.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, out here at Texans training camp, you'll be hearing from Azeez Al-Shaair here pretty soon. I might have a confession about him later, but my confession right now, so we had a little post-show meeting yesterday when we got back to...
oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did. Figgy was there. You were there, by the way.
Thanks.
And it was just, it was with one of our managers, Kristen, and there was one place left for her to sit when she came into the room, and it was on the couch next to me. I'm pretty sure I had body odor. I'm pretty sure I stunk, like not stunk as the case, but stunk as in stunk, like rank,
as in smelled, as in odor.
Yeah,
okay,
yes.
very good.
Do you think that's going to leave a forever impression with her because she's relatively new to the company?
All right, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
I feel like the biggest, I guess, slight that you can put up against somebody, the biggest kind of demerit you can give them is that they musty.
Yeah.
And so I think that you're still in a window where you explain that you've been outside. For the next, 2-3 weeks, you better be wearing some smell good at all times. Because I feel like some people only give you that one shot, especially if that must is real strong.
Yeah.
If you give it 2 shots, I think 2 times where I'm around you and you smell musty, that is who you are.
Yeah.
Like, that is just who you. So you got one more time.
Yeah.
One more time to be around her musty, and you are musty cat forever.
Figgy, I'm curious on your thoughts because that was kind of part of my confession. Like, if I am around meet a person, I should say, that has bad breath, I am out on them forever.
Out on them as a person?
Not out on them as a person, but
okay.
I do not want to be around in close proximity to them forever. Figure, am I scarred for life?
No, I think you did something very important. You kind of addressed it before she even sat down.
I did.
You said, "Hey, just a heads up. I was
out at training camp all day.
Yeah, I was outside. So you made it clear from the beginning. So
yeah, that might help.
I think that helped out a lot.
Yeah, but I did stink pretty bad.
But what I'm telling you though. You bet. I would personally go up on the. I feel like. Ooh, here's the thing. I was about to say. I feel like I'd rather be on the other side and have too much smell good on.
No.
But then the problem is that reinforces the same thought is that now you're trying to cover it up.
Yeah.
You just got to make sure that you're on your ones and twos.
It also perpetuates a stereotype because Hispanic men, my people, they've been known to put it on pretty strong. That cologne.
Yeah.
Huh.
You just got to get a good cologne.
Yeah.
Like bring out your best cologne next time you're around.
And to be fair, I don't normally smell bad. I don't think, unless everybody's keeping a secret. I was pretty rank, sweating it up yesterday, but we'll see.
Not looking good for you here on the text line.
I didn't think it would.
Not looking pretty good for you. They say you just stanky Lopez now.
These are my confessions.
I'm going to be honest. And honesty is something around this particular subject that I was kind of questioning on whether I was going to actually deliver. I just found out that Lopez might have made something shake with our What's Poppin', because I found out that somebody else passed.
Oh no!
And I don't know if it rises to the level for Lopez's mind, but it actually makes me sadder than finding out that Hulk Hogan passed, because Chuck Mangione,
I loved him,
legendary jazz artist, passed away. In fact, I can't even remember what the age was because I was looking at it through tears.
Mm-hmm.
But Chuck Mangione passing,
the flugelhorn,
hit me harder than finding out that Hulk Hogan passed.
I always liked when he had a monster album back when I was in college, high school maybe, and he was playing music. He doesn't quite rise to the Hulk Hogan, Black Sabbath, but he does to you. So maybe he's your number 3, but he was awesome. I was a big fan.
Well, he's not going to be over Malcolm Jamal Warner because Malcolm Jamal Warner means something to me, Lopez.
Yeah.
But no, also I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Chuck Mangione passed away. Feels so good. Is not how I feel right now.
Yeah,
I say
exactly.
that for damn sure.
These are my confessions.
Speaking of pouring one out, I think all the fellas got to pour one out because Taylor Rooks is officially married.
Buddy.
Oh,
yeah.
Brother.
Yeah.
When I tell you it's been a hard week.
Yeah.
It has been tough.
That's worse than Chuck Mangione dying.
Yeah, nah.
My delusions also died today or yesterday.
It's been tough for the fellas on the timeline, man. So a lot of people been grieving that.
I always laugh about that because it goes back to, so you thought you had a chance?
I called it a delusion, didn't I?
So you thought you had a chance? Oh, dang, Taylor Rooks got married. I was just about to hit her up.
Dang, my girl is gone. My girl is off the market now. But my confession is, I kind of like seeing the reaction from the fellas on the timeline. So many funny videos, so many funny memes. I enjoyed it way more than I thought I would. And this is probably the all-time high. Because a lot of fellas, this ain't new. A lot of fellas had these girls where if they get married, they like, oh no, or if they get a boyfriend and say, oh man, she's taken. But this one be at the top of the list for everybody, man. Because I know people kind of went crazy over who was the girl, Sydney Sweeney. Yeah, I know people kind of went crazy when when they found out she had a dude.
Yeah.
But this one might be an all-time high, man, and I'm enjoying the content from it.
It's also how it happened. It wasn't like, oh, she's in a relationship. She popped out married.
Yeah.
Like, it was just like,
married. Like, all
it was
of a
just
sudden.
like, oh, man, we love Taylor Rooks married.
And I think people didn't even know her personal life. To the point, I'm like, maybe, I figured she probably talking to somebody because it's Taylor Rooks, but I didn't know it was like, wow, married. Like, whoa, what?
Which, to be fair, we probably shouldn't. Like, we probably know too much about each other as of right now, if we're going to be entirely honest. We probably know too much about people's lives. We've allowed people to commodify their lives, and I get it, right? We want to have that closeness, but also we're not entitled to this, and yet and still.
But see, the thing is, like, she's very professional. So she don't post any of her personal stuff on the timeline. But this one she decided to post. It's like, oh, you posted the professional pictures in the wedding dress, and oh, this is the dude. This is the dude, and oh, KD is at the wedding.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, and he might have had his hair brushed too.
I don't know that the visual evidence supports that necessarily.
Yeah, it was black and white pictures, so you probably couldn't tell.
It was hard to tell. No, jokes aside, though, like, man, there was a lot of hating going on, but the tough part about it is like, man, what am I supposed to hate on? His hairline is perfect. Incredible ways. What am I supposed to hate on right now?
And it was a light-skinned brother.
Yeah.
Well, the light-skinned brother's up 2-0 right now, man, because Klay Thompson out here representing too.
Oh, boy, he is.
I want everybody to know that I'm doing a lot of joking right now.
He's getting some props.
All these things are jokes right now, but also I am hurting a little bit.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I mentioned Al-Shaair. This guy, I said this to him, and you'll hear it here in a little bit. We spoke with Azeez Al-Shaair. I really felt bad for him last year, that after overcoming all the obstacles as a kid, troubles, reputation, becomes one of the most respected players, on this team and in the league, a mirror image of D'Amico, and then all of a sudden the stuff happens last year. He gets suspended, and he has to start all over. And I just felt so bad that happened, because I think we knew what Al-Shaair was really, how he was really wired and all that. And then he comes out here with us today and says, no, all good, I don't care. I'm like, man, you're a better man than me. Because I'd still be bitter about that.
I'm always I always really appreciate the folks who you can tell, like, kind of walk their faith in a way. Like, again, I'm not trying to cast judgment on anybody. I know this is a slippery slope that I'm kind of deciding to tread here. But, there's a lot of people that will proclaim faith, and then there's a difference when you kind of see it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of incredible. And, of course, I'm not speaking to anyone particular, like, very generic, right? But Azeez is one of those dudes like, hey, man, you can tell he's walking it, man. He's walking the way that he believes it.
Yeah.
Because, man, it's hard to get out here and have people, really disparage him to some degree. There's a level of boldness to be able to walk out and be like, actually, there's a level of forgiveness that I'm willing to give here.
Yeah. I can't always do that.
Buddy, I wish I want to be that kind of person.
Yeah.
And it also then makes me chuckle in some ways how he is also a man who can turn it on and just get out here and hit people real hard.
Yeah.
That will never cease to amaze me, the ways in which football players in particular have to use that level of aggression, then come off on the other side and end up, telling you about this book that they read, a la Seth Payne, or even Azeez Al-Shaair. That was something that he mentioned during this one. So, man, a ton of respect for him and obviously everything they're doing. And he's got a lot of work on his hands as well. He is the signal caller of that defense that is continuing to try and find a different level as well headed into the 2025 season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, I mentioned Azeez Al-Shaair. We were just talking about him. Let's hear from the man. He sat down with us earlier, and you'll get to hear that conversation next.
Yeah, you definitely want to hear that. But you.
Grainger, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yep, it's In the Loop with Reggie Adatula, John Lopez, and I am Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. A lot of good stuff from the boys out there at Texans Training Camp. Day 2 is in the books. And earned by Azeez Al-Shaair, Texans linebacker, straight off the practice field. He joined the OG and Reggie for a really deep interview, man. He was spitting some knowledge. Here's Azeez with the boys from In the Loop.
Sitting down right now in our guest seat is the signal caller for the defense, number 0 on your program, number 1 in your heart. His name is Azeez Al-Shaair. What's happening, my man?
What's up, man? How y'all doing?
Hey, man, we are having an absolute blast. My name is Reginald Adatula. I know you're like, who is this fresh face? Because this is my first time at Houston, Texas training camp. And so one of the things that has been real interesting, thank you, I appreciate it. One of the things I've been very interested in is like the level of advice that you have for new guys to camp. Like what maybe did you have, were you given, or what do you maybe tell a new guy to camp as a level of advice that's been helpful for you or helpful for them?
Man, I would say it's hot. It's really, really hot, especially during training camp, man. You know, we running around all day. Even if you're on the sideline, I done seen people who just in the stands end up passing out, literally. Like, so I mean, it's hot, man. So make sure you wear the right clothes, man. Make sure you wear the right clothes. You know, D'Amico, he always tells us, ain't no sweatpants and hoodies. Don't come out here with no hoodie, man. You're gonna be on the stretcher. Yeah. So that's probably the first advice I would say. And then from a player standpoint, man, it's fast, man. It's fast. This is my 7th season now. Been doing this. No. Look, see? Oh, no. Look, see? There you go right there. 7 years, man, with this man right here. So, you know, it's been, man. Watch your P's and Q's. Man, time go by so fast. So, I mean, I just tell the young guys to enjoy it, embrace it, be grateful every day, you know, walk across the gratitude bridge. Just be grateful to be out here, man. And the more years I played, the faster it goes by. You just see, you know, the years go. So I'm just grateful.
When you do cross that gratitude bridge, like what immediately comes to mind for you? Because I imagine you're visualizing any time.
Man, just a little angry little rookie, undrafted rookie in San Francisco, torn ACL, walking out there with Dre Greenlaw. We just trying to figure out how to play football. D'Amico Ryans is yelling at us and telling us, like he just said just now, did you make any plays today? he used to have a rule with us, me and Dre Greenlaw, when we were rookies. He said, if you ain't make a play, you can't smile. Yeah. Like, hey, man, what? you catch you laughing. He's like, what you laughing for? You ain't make no play. So, you know, I just think about stuff like that, man, just being grateful for how far I've come and still doing it, man. I'm grateful for that.
But you did make a play today, right?
Hey, man, I made some plays,
there
man.
You go.
You know, I ain't make as many as Jalen today, but, you know, I made some. Yeah, we saw that. And D'Amico Ryans was in a very good mood, stopped by to give you a couple of words of whatever, criticism, fun. He was having some fun, but he was smiling. And he was smiling because the defense looked good today, man. I mean, I know you go full board, no pads, but you can tell some things. Could you tell some things today about this defense? There were some plays out there. Yeah, man, I mean, I think it's just back and forth. You know, this is iron sharpen iron is what D'Amico always tells us, and we got to practice that every day. So I think it's the NFL. You know, I've been in the league for 7 years, and I've probably been a part of like maybe 5 total blowouts. Like me and CJ and EJ were talking about this yesterday. It's like it's the NFL. It's the best of the best. There's no higher than this. This is the Jeff Bezos and, you know, Elon Musk of the world in our profession, and want to bring your best every day. So it was a good day for sure. You talk about, you know, the bridge. We had Will Anderson here yesterday. He was talking about the puzzle pieces. I think D'Amico calls it the
put the
ring on a bull or something like that, or bull on the ring, whatever it is.
Yes, sir.
A lot of coaches, when they have these little catchphrases and you know, things that they try to focus on, it's kind of an eye roll for players. It doesn't seem like it's ever an eye roll when D'Amico says it. Like it's sincerely from his heart. Does that make it resonate a little more? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think especially, you know, because, you know, everybody knows that type of culture and what that looks like. You know, when you talk about the eye rolls and stuff like that. But when you talk about like the culture that we've been building and that the foundation that we have, you know, over the last 3 years that he's been here, that's not the type of guys that we have, you know. And if you're a guy, you coming in here eye rolling, you know, it's day one of training camp. Like, what are we doing? You're in trouble. So it's going to be a long year for you. You probably won't make it out. So
It's definitely something that you buy into and believe wholeheartedly, and I think every day you have to go work to get that. You talk about all these goals and stuff, but at the end of the day, you got to put one foot in front of the other and actually do the work, and that's the part that nobody actually likes to do. Everybody would love to play in the NFL, but nobody would love to come to training camp for a whole month. So
yeah.
And speaking of doing the work, you had a great day defensively today. D'Amico praised the signal callers, which obviously would include you, yesterday for how clean and efficient the operation was. What goes into that efficiency for you from your perspective as a middle of the field, handling everything on the defense? Just being loud, concise, clear, kind of keeping everybody composed and calm, just being decisive. I think stuff that I'm a human being. I don't do everything right, just like anybody in the world. So, but I think when you're decisive and you just make one call and everybody's doing the same thing, as long as we're on the same page, we can figure it out. But when you got guys who are unsure and you're like, I don't know if I should make this check or not, and then half of them heard it, half of them didn't. Now we're not on the same page. Now we don't have a defense where we're playing man and zone and that, we got to play one call. So my biggest thing is just making sure we're all on the same page and everybody is calm and composed.
You've joined us here in the past last year, and everybody knows your story, overcoming so much, such an incredible story of perseverance. And so I want to go back to last year, because one thing that bothered me the most, and I want to get your perspective because I know it bothered you, is not just everything that happened. Forget that. You've talked about that. But all of a sudden you had to, prove people wrong again. I'm not that guy. Was that the frustrating part? Not just what happened, but, I am a good dude that has done it the right way and overcome a lot, and all of a sudden you had to do it again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's the thing about this league, and that's the thing about life is, you're constantly trying to – you got to show up every day. And I think it's the epitome of the NFL is I play with guys who are at the top of the game and are no longer in the league. I play with guys who you didn't even know their name, and now they're one of the face of the league. So I think the thing for me when it came to that is, I was frustrated because I know the type of man that I am, but I also know, I'm Muslim and it talks about in the Quran, you don't have to speak on your own behalf to defend yourself. God knows your intentions, and he knew my intentions. So for anybody that felt however they feel, still, they got to go figure it out with God. But I know the man that I am. I know what I do on a daily basis, and I don't have to go out my way to prove that to nobody as far as, the character of who I am. If you see me and you're around me and you get to feel that energy from me, then that's a blessing for you. And if you don't, then, I try to hopefully you hear from somebody who does. But at the end of the day, people are going to make their opinions good or bad, and that's just between them and God. Yeah.
I love that approach. D'Amico espoused something similar, he reiterated the start anew every year kind of approach. How does that manifest itself for you kind of in this management space that you are, but also just on the field from a player perspective on the defense? Because y'all were really good, but starting anew, it sounds weird from the outside looking in.
Yeah, I tell the guys this, and especially, guys who had success the prior year. What you do, let's say you put this much work in and you got this result. What you do the next year, the way the NFL is, this much work, not the same that you put in, but this much might not even be enough to require what you did last year. It might take through the roof just to get what you got last year, let alone if you're trying to excel. And that's the one thing I've learned about the league is you never figure it out. It's constantly evolving. If you're constantly trying to push the envelope to be the best, you got to actually go outside of yourself and outside of your comfort zone to find growth. And that's something I even read in a book that I was reading today, this morning, and they talked about that. It's there is growth when you're uncomfortable, and you can't get comfortable. Otherwise, now you're just going to be stagnant or taking a step back.
Man, it's always a pleasure talking to you, and go get him with that defense, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
Hopefully we can talk again soon. That's Azeez Al-Shaair,
Thank you.
Middle linebacker for your Houston Texans, joining us right here at training camp 2025 for the Houston Texans. Man, I could listen to Azeez talk forever.
Come on now.
He was preaching at some point. I was like, we were not having a conversation. I was having a personal sermon delivered.
I was like, can you talk to my kids even though they're all grown?
What you mean your kids? Can you talk to me?
Talk to me.
I need this. I need to get my life right.
I need to be a better person. Where's Azeez Al-Shaair?
Yeah, man. That's very, very intriguing. And look, he's about to go talk to the assembled media, and I know that they'll get into even more there. Very, very good sit-down talk with Azeez.
All right, that was Azeez Al-Shaair with In the Loop on Sports Radio 610, live from Texans training camp. Salute to Reggie and and Lopez for that amazing interview. Coming up next, we got more from camp. In the Loop got some more nuggets from today. You can text in at 713-572-4610 if you got any nuggets from Texans training camp. Keep it locked. It's In the Loop.
What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick Caley's new look offense?
It's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. It's not just a copy and paste from other places that he's been, and he's been very successful at other places. It's just him being able to be adaptable and put our guys where they need to be.
Insider access, exclusive content.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, it's been a very, very fun Thursday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Day 2 of Texans training camps. As Figgy said, in the books. Was a good one. More of a defensive day than an offensive day, but not necessarily a bad one either. I appreciated D'Amico Ryan's making note of that was broken. I believe was that a Jawar Jordan or J.J. Taylor?
I think it was Jawar Jordan.
I believe that. Yes, you're right. It was a Jawar Jordan run. A couple of really nice passes, including Jalen Noel catching Arthur Millette on an out route that he then was able to break up. Or actually not break up, but like he caught the ball, got to the outside, turned it upfield down the sideline. A number of good things from the offense, but a lot of good things from the defense, including big-time takeaway, which apparently seems to be a big-time deal for D'Amico Ryans, as we heard him talking about it. But Jalen Petrie, nice interception in that game or in the practice, rather. I say in that game because I'm starting to turn my head back to the 2024 rewatch. You thought it was done. You thought we were over. Nah, no, man. Never. Because I'm still watching these games from the 2024 season to get a level of insight into what this team was and maybe spin it forward into things that we can hopefully, hope to see in this season, but also maybe kind of in training camp, some of these things possibly addressed. And so week 13 was the one that I left off on, and it was versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. Lopez, what do you remember from this 23-20 victory?
Well, actually, kind of we were talking about it in a break. All year long, you're like, ooh, I don't know about this offense, or oh, well, maybe C.J. Stroud needs, is feeling it a little bit. But you brought it up, and you are 100% right. This was the game where, all right, something's wrong. Something's wrong with this blocking assignment. Something's wrong with the pressure they're allowing. Something's wrong because C.J. Stroud is feeling it.
Let's get into a little bit of that. This was a cut 11 from that game in particular. And, C.J. Stroud was sat down, unfortunately.
Second and goal at the 6. Here's Stroud in the gun with Mixon to his right. Dell in motion to the left. CJ takes the snap. CJ looking. He's got a little time. Now pocket collapsing. He's going to take a sack by Hines Allen back at the 18-yard line. You couldn't do it. It happened. Hines Allen drops CJ Stroud. And now it's third and goal with a long way to go.
So I'm still not used to Hines Allen. Really? I'm about to say, who the hell is that? Oh, Josh Allen? Okay.
Yeah, but you'd rather have him say Josh Allen than have to explain that. No, also not the quarterback.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I'm used to Josh Allen getting the sack.
I put Josh Allen in my notes.
Not Hines Allen.
I put Josh Allen in my notes.
I need to respect that man who said his name, Josh Hines Allen. But yes, he absolutely got the sack there. This one happens in the second quarter. It was a second and goal, as you heard the man mention. It was from the 6. You're in the red zone. And this line is just incapable of blocking one-on-one. This literally is one of those instances where the Jacksonville Jaguars send 5 guys, and you have 5 guys in the offensive line. And this isn't one of the instances where there's a tight end tackle or end tackle game. Rather, there's not any level of switching or games that are happening in front. This is just. You have matched up. In fact, all 5 of your offensive linemen engage with the defensive linemen. They just lose one-on-one. Specifically, it is Laramie Tunsil gets – okay, so actually, there's a number of them. Juice Scruggs at left guard. Laramie Tunsil gets bent. Like, he gets around the edge, his defender or his kind of opponent, as does Blake Fisher. So you got your 2 edges coming around your tackles, and from the middle you get a level of pressure. And this was just the part that made me sick. I'm just like, look, man, one-on-one, this isn't even like, hey, communication, we didn't get the right guys in the right places. You have an opportunity one-on-one. You're engaging with all these guys. You got to be able to win. And this was an instance where you weren't able to win against this Jacksonville Jaguars offensive or defensive line, rather. And that is the thing where I go, I need that to be better, and that's the thing where I'm still interested to see if they have addressed it, because that might be more of a talent thing. It's a little bit of a size thing, I think, but that one might be a talent.
No, I think you nailed it right there. That's where I was going to go as well, because we've been talking about, projecting what some of these things might how they might look better. We've talked about the safeties, and okay, now you got Gardner. We've talked about some other things. One thing that is undeniable this was not scheme. This was not scheme. This was getting beat. And how much better are you? How much better are you just in terms of can you not get beat?
They have a number of new guys in there. The one, like I mentioned, the thing that is I'm trying to lean into to hopefully find a level of solace and possibly good answer towards this is they are more sizable on the offensive line. And also, it seems like there's a point of pride in this. D'Amico Ryans was talking about Cole Popovich and his stewardship of this offensive line right now, talking about he knows how to be aggressive with them. He knows how to love on them. And when those times create the right mentalities for these guys to where there's just a level of pride where in a moment like this, we are manned up one-on-one. I'm engaged. We're bigger than you most of the time. Technique should be right. I'm not getting beat once I lock in with you.
Yeah, I mean, you hope, and we'll see. One thing, you said how it translates to training camp as well. We saw the edge get beat a couple times today.
Yeah, the pockets did collapse. Yeah. Now, of course, they're playing against a good defense. This is the benefit, though, of knowing what this Texans team is, particularly on the defense, is that we don't have to do the little cha-cha that is done at every training camp across the land. Right?
Is it the defense?
Any play you go, is that because you're good or because you're bad?
Yeah.
And we don't have to do that particularly with this. That play breaks down in large part, I imagine, because the defensive line is good. Now, of course, last year, it was also because the offensive line was bad. But yeah, you're right. There were some moments today where you looked at that supposed pocket, and it wasn't a pocket. It was a very tight fist that CJ was having to try and escape out of. So that one was very frustrating in this game, seeing that. There was another play, I did not have the audio of it, but this one of those because it wasn't a highlight necessarily, and it wasn't even such a low light where the Jacksonville Jaguars scored. There's an instance where Tank absolutely dusts Ronald Darby, who, hi, we know who that is. He dusts him on a play, and the ball just takes too long to get there. CJ is waiting a beat too long, possibly, to be fair, because the safety Antonio Johnson, who is the free safety, he's like waiting for him to show his intention. He's not playing the post that Tank is running, the skinny post that Tank is running after Tank breaks it. But CJ Stroud all season long to this point, as I'm rewatching it, has been a guy who's thrown with anticipation. And it's one of the great things about the accuracy that he has. So when you throw with accuracy and anticipation, you end up with fantastic throws. He does not do this here. The ball gets hung up, and ultimately Darby's able to get back into the play. And this was, like you were talking about, this was the game where I go, okay, there's a number of times where CJ is not that he is afraid to throw the football, but he wants to make sure it's wide open. And I don't think that allows him to be the high-level quarterback that he's capable of being, and it's definitely not going to allow him to jump into like any level of conversations of elite. If he's
we also saw him doing things that were just so uncharacteristic and certainly not to be anticipated this year based on what we've seen and what they've said, is holding the ball a little bit. And that has never been him, but there were some instances where I thought he was holding the ball.
Do you even, and this was a thought that crossed my mind as I'm watching this as well, how much do you think that this team is going to be going deep? Because there was portions in the last few games that I rewatched where all of the plays are longer developing downfield, 10-plus yard routes, and then you're trying to keep your guy upright as he's waiting for these to develop. It feels like, conversely, this might be an offense, especially when you listen to guys like Nico Collins, who talked yesterday, get the ball into the hands of the playmakers. Not to say that inherently that tells you what an offense looks like, but I do wonder if that puts you in a more quick passing situation where, all right, the ball comes out relatively quickly. Now Nico Collins go make a play. Christian Kirk go make a play. Jaden Higgins or Jalen Noel go make a play because we got the ball into your hands earlier.
I'm glad you brought this up because all offseason and into training camp we've been talking about they're going to run the ball. They've said it. We're going to run the ball. Running the ball is going to be big time. Some play action and some quick routes, which is what you're talking about, and playmakers making plays. But I don't make the mistake of thinking they're not going to take shots. I think they're just going to be more diligent, prudent in terms of when they take the shots. But you don't have Nico Collins out there, and you don't have Christian Kirk out there without picking your spots to take the deep ball. I think they absolutely will. I think it's going to be a little more frugal.
Other side of the ball, this is a play that happens in the game, and unfortunately it's one of the few where you get a big-time toss up there, and unfortunately the other team comes down with it.
And they're going to go empty here, and 4 receivers wide side left. Last time they ran a receiver screen in this formation. 3rd and 10 from the Jags 31. Jones to throw. Jones over the middle. He's got Thomas cutting across. Right side 40, 50 right sideline. The 40 of the Texans, the 30, the 20. And he's finally ridden down inside the 15-yard line by Bullock. Huge play to Thomas.
And by the way, before we even go further, you heard him say Jones? Yeah, as in McCorkle Jones. Mac Jones was the quarterback. You remember why that was, right? Fig, Lopez?
Yeah, we referenced it a little bit earlier.
Yeah,
did y'all?
This was the game in which the play happens with Azeez on a sliding Trevor Lawrence. And what's funny is actually seeing the play, it did not feel as big of a play as it ultimately ended up being talked about, but we understand the reasons why. It's the uproar afterwards. But remember, Trevor Lawrence comes out of this game. It's Mac Jones. So remember, Mac Jones is the man throwing the football down the field, getting a big 56-yard play. In mind to ask this question, and I don't know that I have a great answer, but I wonder what you think on it. There was a number of times where one of the few weaknesses of this defense was just big play tosses, especially when that other team's quarterback could stay upright. And the Jaguars did a good job of not allowing sacks in this game at all, but generally they didn't allow too many sacks as an offensive line last year. And I wonder how much of that is there's a lot of stack boxes. The Texans had guys up, and how much of that is just we're going to allow you to throw over top us because we know it's not going to happen very frequently, and this is just what we give up in order to make sure that we help stop the run, which obviously wasn't something that they were incredible at all the damn time. And then, like trying to make sure that you get up and apply pressure. How much do you feel like is that the natural give and take, or is that something that you maybe could see them actually closing the door on and not allowing to happen nearly in the same way that it did?
Well, I think absolutely that's part of it, but I also think what was exposed here to a degree is something that they also are addressing, safety play and speed. I mean, Brian Thomas is good.
He is very fast.
He is good, and he's very fast. And so, yes to what you're saying, but I also think a little bit of an exposure there in terms of keeping up and help from the safeties. And those are both things that they addressed. They addressed both those.
All right, and then the last one that I actually wanted to make note of in this game, there's obviously a lot of notes that we can talk about, but the last thing I specifically wanted to make note of was this play that is a highlight. I know that I've been kind of being a little negative, but there was something beautiful, which was outside of a lot of plays in which Joe Mixon was just making a little something out of nothing. How about a touchdown run that is made?
Stroud in the gun, Mixon to his right, 1st and goal inside the 7. Bunch formation right for the Texans. Stover in motion to the left. Handoff Joe running left across the 5 to the goal line. Touchdown, Houston, Joe Mixon. The Texans take the lead. And when they needed it most, there is the shot in the arm known as Joe Mixon. 30-yard run to set up 1st and goal, 7-yard run. Hello, end zone.
And that 30-yard run, that was one of those plays where the play dictates that you go to the right. You look as soon as he gets the ball, and the right is stonewalled up, and he's like, well, you know what I'm going to do?
Yeah.
Go left and get 30.
Yeah.
That 7-yard play, it's just outside zone, but there's actually a hat on a hat, and of course that parlance meaning, like, you've got a guy for every guy that is open. Like, you got a blocker. Irv Smith is the front side tight end. You're actually getting to the second level on the offensive line. Stover is lead blocking out of a motion from the right side, and he just hits the hole and gets up there and lead blocks. And they just spring Mixon. Like, Mixon did not have to create it. And what that, I think for me, and I'm interested in what you kind of get from that, they were capable when they executed, but their execution was piss poor all season long.
Well, that's exactly where I was going. I was going to say, how about a shout out to Bobby Slowick? Because at its best, when they did do the things you mentioned, reach blocking and then cut back and then being able to get to the second level, it was very, very difficult for this line to execute, but they did do it some, and that was a perfect example.
But I think that, again, and if you want to do this, you can. We can come back and say, Bobby Slowick, you as the offensive coordinator aren't executing.
Absolutely.
And I think the thing that spins forward in a positive manner, if I'm inclined to look at it that way, is what has this team, particularly this offense, focused on early? It's the little things. It's the details that hopefully lead to good execution, because, again, you can have a great play call, which sometimes you didn't, to be fair, last year. But even when you have a great play call, if it's not executed, if there's a broken chain, a broken link in the chain, which happened again many a time last year, you're not going to make the most of it.
Yeah.
Some of this, and we're talking about, is Nick Caserio offense. What is it? Some of it is just going to be, can you run the play right? Because it's a very simple math game when you break football down to its most minimal, most basic. And all it takes is making sure that you execute so you get yourself an opportunity to have that math game. And Joe Mixon's the type of player, if you give him the advantage of I'm only running against one guy or I'm running ahead of somebody and they have to try and catch me, you're winning that battle.
Yeah, and I mentioned it earlier, the big difference that I've seen, at least even in the drills today, we mentioned it in the passing thoughts, they were doing drills exactly what you're talking about. Instead of going to spaces and reaching and trying to get to the next level, just beating the guy, counting them off. You said math. That's my guy, that's your guy, let's go. And that's what they're going to be, the details that they're trying to work on.
Yeah, so those were my main takeaways from a Week 13 win. And I guess the final takeaway, which is not, we don't have to talk about in depth, was, boy, did they need that bye week.
Yeah.
Like, they needed that bye week like the 1st and the 15th, right? I think they needed that so damn badly, an opportunity to get a little bit of rest and recoup and calibrate and last. A really frustrating, even in a win situation, frustrating win.
Felt awful the whole day.
Felt terrible that game in trying to make sure that you got over the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, Mac Jones was in there for a good period of time and able to sling the ball.
And then the Azeez stuff, you're just like, oh boy.
Yeah, real frustrating. But yeah, that was the 2024 Week 13 matchup versus the Jaguars, the second, obviously, of the season. And yes, 337. Shout out to Mark Vandermeer, one of the best voices, Bulls on Parade, LFG. I agree with you in that particular sentiment. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's been a fun day up and down, but of course it gets more fun. It's no more fun than at 1:20 p.m. every weekday when we turn things over to Figgy for Figgy's Mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so y'all out there at camp, so I got a list of camp buzzwords. And so we might have heard some today, but I got a list of camp buzzwords, and I want to get your thoughts on them.
Let's get buzzy next.
All right. How about let's get that new roof or that roof repaired. Bronze Roofing. Skeeter.
.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
The most important thing about football is the football.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Camp still going on. You guys were out there. You guys were scouting and taking notes and all that stuff.
Definitely taking notes. I don't know how much I could say I was scouting.
Yeah, you was look at number who is number 67 right there. He got some good footwork.
Number 67. Good hips.
Great hips.
Great hips.
So that kind of got me thinking about the buzzwords around camp that you always hear. I think I heard one earlier today. Is iron sharpen iron.
Oh yeah,
that was one. That's a good one.
Big ups to Azeez.
Yeah. So I got a list of camp buzzwords I want to throw at you, and what I want y'all to do, I want y'all to place a player who fits that word.
I like this.
I do like this.
Yeah. So I also have a translation for some of these buzzwords. I want to see if it's kind of accurate. It's kind of a little BS translator. So the first one is best shape of his life. He's in the best shape of his life.
Best shape of his
There's dudes that I think are actually best shape of their life, but I also feel like when you use best shape in your life, you're saying something entirely different. So that would be a different.
That's what I'm saying. Who is that? Who is that one person?
Will Anderson.
Yeah, that was my thought. That dude looks.
Yeah.
So you feel like
not just looks. People have been. There's been a lot of talk about this.
So you feel like he's in the best shape of his life.
Someone is going to, if they haven't already, say that about him.
I'm trying to. But this is the thing. You never actually say that about the people who are actually in the best shape because they're just.
That's what I'm saying.
That's true.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Like Daniil is in. Because we didn't realize he could add 5 more pounds of muscle, and look at this weirdo.
You know what? You're right. You're right. I'm going to change my answer. I'm trying to think of a good one here.
Who is best shape of his life?
Yeah, who do you hear somebody saying that about?
I don't know.
Maybe an older player.
Well, yes, of course, absolutely.
An older player that has not been in shape.
Correct. You know who it might be?
Is it the same one I'm thinking of?
I don't know.
Jake Andrews?
That was really mean. I'm sorry.
That's a good one.
I just thought of a conversation I had with Sean Pendergast this morning that I will not be relaying again. That as it pertained to Jake Andrews.
I'm not saying he is. I'm saying somebody's going to say that.
No, I don't think anybody would say that about him. You know who it might be eventually when he gets back? Would it be Trent Brown?
Could be.
At first, I was thinking Titus. Like, Titus has done a little bit of making sure that he's in the right place, and I think that might happen. Well, yeah.
So the BS Alarm translation says he's either underperformed last year or was hurt, and is trying to. They kind of praying that he shows up this year. So that's like the perfect in the shape of his life.
Yeah.
Then next thing you know, he retired.
That'll fit.
He retired in a couple.
Bit like a Trent Brown.
That does feel a little bit.
With all due respect, please don't come see me. Like, I am out there. We are out there in very close proximity. If somebody wants to come see me, please don't.
What about this one? He's really flying around out there.
He's really flying around out there. I think I know
who is
this
that
one.
guy. He's really flying around out there.
Because to me, that's the guy that you're not sure, to what level he's going to play, but you're giving him the benefit of that. I'm thinking EJ Speed.
Ooh,
really flying around out there because there have been some mixed. It's been kind of a mixed bag in terms of the Texans bringing him in.
That's interesting. The tough part about it is I could easily see EJ Speed being the person that they talk about. In 2 days, I have not done my due diligence in making sure to get my eyes on him or really the linebackers in general. So I'll go with you. I'll just defer to you and your thought process.
It's funny Lopez said that because the BS Alarm translation said we have no clue what his actual impact is.
Thank you.
But hey, he looks busy.
Yeah. I think EJ Speed fits that.
All right, what about this one? As I continue to camp buzzwords on the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610, we love his motor.
Ooh, white guy.
Who is the guy that we love his motor?
White guy.
White guy.
So
no, that's I found the nice thing to say, which is he does a lot. What does it? It's kind of the flying around. Like, what does this actually come to? Like, are we actually finding the productivity on the backside of this?
This one reminds me of. Remember Jacob Martin?
Yes.
That was somebody just on third down so he could just rush the passer.
Yeah.
And he got a moat. It's just like to me, that's like saying, oh, he's a great defensive player in the NBA.
Yeah, that might be.
I just Googled the image to show Reggie.
That might be one.
Jake Hansen.
He love his motor.
This is the man he tries so hard.
Yeah. We love his motor.
He does a lot of trying out there.
What about this one? Taking the next step. Who is taking the next step?
That is the person that you are waiting on, that you've been waiting on to take the next step. So now you're speaking it into existence.
It's a layup. It's your man.
Mechie?
Yeah.
I was going to say Mechie or maybe Brevin.
I think more Mechie. Brevin fits.
Yeah.
Brevin fits.
So the translation said, this guy hasn't broken out yet, and we're crossing our fingers. Hopefully,
dude, we are nailing this.
Hoping it's finally the year.
We are.
This is the
nailing
year
this.
that John Madden.
Yeah, I know.
Puts it all together.
You calling all of this BS alarm translations right here?
Yeah.
What about this one? The game has slowed down for him.
I hate this.
Oh
one.
yeah. I believe in this, so maybe I just need to own it.
No, I think it's real.
I do believe there is an instance where you're like, okay, he's starting to understand and have a feel for what's happening, as opposed to it being like really fast and not being able to keep up.
Slowing down for him. So it's got to be a second or third year player.
I imagine.
Yeah.
Especially since we're so early in camp. Maybe later in camp, some of these younger guys, the game will have slowed down for them.
Is it fair to say CJ Gardner-Johnson?
I mean, it's your guy. If
it's
to me, no.
Okay.
To me, no.
The only thing that I would even get close to maybe saying the game is slowed down for him, and I think it'd have to be altered, and it's again in a few weeks, is he is getting used to the heat of this place. He came off that field.
Yeah.
The way that he sat down on the field, I was like, is he good? Like, is he hurt? And I was like, oh no, he is just feeling the Houston heat for the very first time.
Welcome to Houston. I have one, but he may not even make the team, but I think the characterization would fit, and that's Jawar Jordan. Running back, drafted in 24.
Great play today.
Really good play today.
Good run. Although it was well blocked.
You know why?
Why was that?
Because the game has slowed down for him.
I can hear that.
So this translation is he finally understands the playbook.
Yeah.
We think.
Mm-hmm. We think. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I thought about CJ GJ.
Yeah.
Because he talked about it in interviews how he was playing a certain way, and I think in the Super Bowl he kind of had to slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
It seemed like he kind of understands, what it is to be a defensive player now. So that's the reason why I kind of thought about him. What about this one? He's a great locker room guy. who is the great locker room guy?
I think D'Amico kind of went down that road a little bit today.
Oh, you about to do the Justin Watson?
Justin Watson. Justin Watson, been around a little bit. Didn't necessarily say, boy, he's lighting it up, but he's like, I really like that guy. He does all the things we like. He was kind of going down the path of great locker room guy. So I'm going to say Justin Watson.
Okay.
Yeah.
This roster is that the way that the Texans roster is set up, they this is really like a refining roster as opposed to like a lot of other teams that are trying to find things.
Yeah.
They're really refining their roster in a way. So I feel like they're missing some of these at times. But yeah, I guess I'll lean with you there.
Yeah, so this translation is he's not playing much, but he jokes around and keeps the vibes good.
Yeah, just good vibe guy.
All right.
Yeah, great locker room guy. What about this one? He's a real pro.
He's a pro's pro.
That is actually probably Justin Watson.
That might be Justin Watson, too. I'll try to think of someone else here. I'm looking. Pros. So I would define it as not necessarily a standout, but not necessarily a liability either. Just a guy that is going to be. Oh, Dare.
Dare is a pro's pro.
I explained
Dare
myself.
is a pro's pro.
I explained myself into Dare Ogunbowale. Yeah.
Yeah. So this one is he's old. He tapes his ankles early, and he won't complain about snaps.
Yeah. Dare.
That sounds about right.
A real pro's pro.
I think Justin also works there as well, with all due respect to Justin Watson.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, that's the ones I got. Some of the camp buzzwords. I feel like y'all Lopez really hit it out the park.
How about that?
Yeah,
I mean, you've done it about 70 times, so I would expect that.
No, a lot of times people uses these words, and sometimes it be like a cover up.
Yeah.
Where like best shape of his life.
Yeah.
It's just like, all right, he's on probably the last leg of his life.
I think some of them are done more intentionally than others. Like a lot of these, I think we've gotten to a point where we're aware as sports so on that we know what we're saying to each other. It's just coded language that we're saying.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
hey, I want to say something that probably isn't the nicest thing, so I'm gonna try and find the nice way to say it.
Yeah, like would you be surprised if somebody said last year Robert Woods in the best shape of his life?
That's a perfect one. Yeah.
Like, all right, man. All right. I see what you're doing here.
281 sneaky athletic. They went with Braxton Berrios.
Oh yeah.
I wonder why. All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So I ran across this post on Instagram, and I don't know if I should laugh at this or be a little afraid or sad about this. So police are still looking for a guy who painted a tunnel under a bridge.
Is his name Wile E. Coyote?
It's funny you said that because somebody painted a tunnel. It was one of those illusion paintings.
Yeah, like a
where
3D.
it looked like a real tunnel, and somebody apparently crashed into it. They thought it was a real tunnel. So now police are still looking for the person who did it. And
it's not funny, and I can't.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it looked clever. It looked super clever, but somebody actually thought it was a real tunnel, and they wasn't hurt or anything. It was minor. Yeah, the car was banged up a little bit.
Oh, so they actually hit the.
They actually ran into the wall.
Like I said, not funny, but it is. But I'm still laughing.
I gotta give whoever, I don't even remember who did Looney. I guess Warner Brothers or whatever. I gotta give them some love here because I always watched those cartoons and was like, come on, dog.
Yeah, well,
funny thing about it, in this picture, he actually painted the Roadrunner right by the tunnel.
Wow.
So maybe he was saying, not a real tunnel, because the Roadrunner's right here. You know what happens to him?
Yeah.
Or actually, to the Wile E. Coyote.
It looked really real, though, man. It looked super
Somebody
real.
ran into
So
the
the police is actually looking for somebody who did this.
And they actually should.
And they gonna,
what do you charge them?
That's the thing. They charging them with vandalism.
Oh, they getting them for just they were like, we don't have anything we can get you with.
Yeah, dog. Like, just stop doing this, bro. We gonna charge you with vandalism.
But it is dangerous.
But vandalism not gonna stop it from making that. Like again, if the vandalism charges worked, we would not have all the graffiti that we do. And I say that without I like a decent amount of graffiti. I think that it's an interesting cultural kind of phenomenon. I just don't know that this is actually gonna stop that person from painting.
It's not going to stop, but they got to do something. Like at that point, it's like, dog, you can't go around painting tunnels like this that look real as hell.
Yeah, you can't.
So it's like, all right, bro,
we use RICO charges for everything. You can hit them with a RICO,
RICO
right?
charge.
We just be hitting people RICOs for anything.
He's a mobster. It was a mob.
All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. And last night, I went out with my boys, man.
I saw that. I liked your post.
Who were your boys?
Reggie.
What?
I went out with T Mill, Luke Morrow, B Scott, and Chewy from over at Mix 96.5.
And Luke let the locks flow.
He sure did.
Yeah.
He let the takes flow too.
Yeah.
My favorite iteration of Luke, which is hating ass Luke, came out in full force, and I love it.
He's from last night. So we went to Cabo's, had a nice little steak night. Shout out to Raul, who was running the joint. Pretty good steak, man.
Yeah,
it really good steak. Like, I might go back. I really might go back. It was really good, well seasoned.
Yeah.
So highly recommended.
All right.
Another takeaway. Remember, I mentioned in the in Confessions, if Luke was going to be wearing the Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, Black Sabbath.
Yeah, he was not. He was wearing he's pretty much wearing the F. LeBron shirt.
Well, okay, but that's still disappointing.
Yeah,
he did say he has been listening to a lot of Black Sabbath recently.
Good.
Yeah, but he also said this about Black Sabbath. He said it was a little bit overrated.
What?
He said they got 3 songs.
He said it was a little overrated.
I am not the biggest Black Sabbath fan in the world.
Hey, that's Luke.
But overrated is a bit of a reach when you're talking about an absolute legend. I don't care if it's 3 songs. I mean, that Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath, legendary.
Yeah,
and I'm not Mr.
I think he realizes. I think he kind of be in the spot where I be in, where you realize a legend, but you can also say it's a little overrated. But I understand why he is who he is.
Yeah,
this is a great point from the 832. I might go back isn't a good advertisement.
You know what? I might grace them with my presence again.
That steak was good as hell, man.
Yeah. No,
if Figgy don't tell you, I will.
I was about to say I might go back next week.
Oh, gotcha.
But I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna go back next week.
So you didn't
yeah.
on next week.
Yeah, but Luke felt like he was a little overrated. And also in that same conversation, T Mill felt like the Beatles are overrated.
He will find more company than our guy Luke will.
This has become a more and more popular, hot take or whatever. It's stupid, of course. And I'm the Rolling Stones guy. I think the Rolling Stones are better than the Beatles. So I'm not like a Beatles apologist. I really feel though you cannot. It's like almost impossible. You can say it, but you'll be dead wrong. Like I said, stupid. Because if you listen to their entirety of their,
the catalog.
The catalog is the word I was thinking of. We're talking about hundreds of songs that made top 40 hits, number 1, etc. Hundreds
of songs, solo careers.
Yes.
Yeah, it had a big impact on their solo careers.
Yeah. So Tyler's stupid.
Also, another takeaway from this is we actually argued a very heated argument about Ron's boy band list. So, do you know the boy band list off the top, Reggie?
I don't know it off the top. We heard a little bit of it.
I still don't remember it.
Yeah, because I want to say he had Jackson 5 at number 1.
Number 1. I think it was NSYNC and Backstreet Boys, if memory serves.
Yeah.
I feel like T Mill is going to walk by and just give us this answer again.
I think 4 he had,
was it Boys to Men in here?
He did have Boys to Men. I don't know where.
Yeah, and then he had the group, what's the group with Bob Brown? I thought he did.
Yeah, he did.
I think he either had them 4 or 5. But I did not know we was gonna get into a heated argument.
Dude, you would think with 5 sports personalities and then hanging out with our guy Chewy, who is over there on Mix 96.5, that we would have been talking a lot about sports. We talked about sports minimal. It was movies and music for hours.
Yes.
I see who was there by who was omitted.
Who's that?
Menudo. Top 5 easy. Easy. Easy.
Was Menudo a boy band?
Yes. But I mean, the people who were there probably, conveniently
Menudo was a boy band.
Conveniently forgot about Menudo. Okay. But I like his list.
Okay.
Yeah, I just think it's a little bit biased.
Yeah,
I think we underrated, and we had a long conversation. Underrated New Edition within this list.
Yeah. That was the basis of our argument.
That's the beauty of lists, is that you will always have a conversation on it. Yeah, always.
And my last takeaway, trying to think. I might save this for when B. Scott comes.
Yes,
in.
no, please.
Because this brother had a couple.
Him up.
Yeah, he had a couple hot takes.
This is what
a couple movie hot takes.
Yes, this is what we call a tease. Because let me tell you, B. Scott sits in a seat on In the Loop tomorrow, and we are firing him. I swear to God,
we're going in.
Look. I understand this is a sports talk station.
We're going in.
We've got.
I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
We're going in.
We are getting after him tomorrow.
Can we do a tease of what his hot take was about?
I don't want people to understand. It is going to infuriate. Look, I'm not saying that I am the most knowledgeable on our fan base, top to bottom, but I know that just generally the consensus view on this particular film is A+++++.
Oh, wow.
And B. Scott thinks it's bad.
Movie related. Okay.
Yeah, movie related, okay. And one is a mob movie related.
Yes, classic mob movie related.
Now I feel like going in right now.
Yes,
I'm not even sure.
Be here tomorrow, 11 o'clock hour. So there you go. That is Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something you believe to be mixtape worthy, and he'll shout you out. Coming up next, we'll get ready to hand things off to Clinton Ron. But before we go there, there was a couple of interesting things when it came to the Astros, one of which is an all-star ranking that came out from The Athletic. I kind of want to get your expert opinion, Lopez. We'll do both of those next.
All right, let's make sure everybody knows there's never been a better time.
His opening thoughts at the start of Texans training camp.
A lot of work in front of us, 20 practices, 3 preseason games, and then we open up against one of the best teams in the league in the Rams. So had a good spring, team's in a good spot. I think we have a pretty good football team, but in games.
Insider access.
golfhof.org.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, it was a fun day for day 2 of Texans Training Camp. You heard that voice of Cal McNair. He actually just stopped by our broadcast location earlier today. He's excited for Saturday when all the fans can come out and see practice, and he's also excited for his yearly opportunity.
Tell me a story, OG.
Flip some burgers for you.
We did tell some stories, actually.
That is true.
Yeah.
That did happen. So appreciation to all of you rock with us. Getting ready to hand things over to the fellas of the drive. Allow them to break down what they saw from the expert experience that they bring to the table. But before we get there, I did want to give a little bit more love to the Astros. I saw that Chandler Rome wrote a piece that was very interesting to me because Cam Smith, we were talking about like the future being bright for this team and how I think for you, Lopez, you're starting to get to the place where you're being drawn to it almost like a siren, right?
Yeah, almost more excited. Almost more excited for the future based on some of the guys we're seeing.
Well, of course, Cam Smith right in the midst of that. And one of the things that is interesting is we gave Joe Espada and the, kind of the organization they've handled the season. This is also a thing that I think they deserve a level of credit for. Again, Chandler Rome writing about this for The Athletic. Apparently now they're trying to make sure that our guy Cam Smith takes the later bus to the park. And the idea behind that is Cam Smith's work ethic is unbelieving deniable. He has been a guy who is first guy in because he knows that the vets come through, they do their stuff. He's been trying to do a lot of stuff to help him get himself right for being a rookie and, playing a new defensive position that he had never played before and having the responsibilities that he had coming out of, not playing baseball at this level ever, right? Only having a little bit of minor league experience in a year, less than a year before he ends up on a big league club, previously playing college baseball. Like, it's a very fast transition for him. So he's been getting to the park early and taking a lot of hacks and and this is literally the longest season of baseball that he has ever played.
Yeah.
And can you imagine having the additional leverage, like the heavier type of situation? It's the more stress of an MLB season, I think, also weighs on you. And then on top of that, every day going and putting in extra and extra and extra work. They're actually having to rein him back in to try and help him, kind of span the entirety of the season.
I think it's some of that. I also think it's a kind of a tip of the cap. You've made it. Don't sweat it. You don't have to prove anything. We know how you work, kind of to what you're speaking. But the second bus is generally the guys that, they are locked in as players. They're locked in as veterans that you don't have to worry about. I think it's almost like it's a tribute to all right, these guys, you can go on the second bus. We don't have to worry about you. First bus is generally, the younger up-and-comers, the guys that are really putting in the extra hours. I think it's both of those things. It's just kind of an attaboy, so to speak.
100%. So they're really tailoring his pre- and post-game workload, and they're making that a priority, was said by a coach on the team. And so, yeah, I thought that was very interesting to see, and I encourage you to read the article. There's definitely some more in there, and hearing from the various coaches and the ways that they view Cam Smith, who has been very vital and actually has ramped up even more so relatively soon. I thought that was interesting, and you talk about the attaboy there for Cam Smith. The other thing that came from The Athletic and the baseball writers, the Baseball Hall of Fame tiers. This comes from Jason Stark, obviously covers the league at large. And what he does kind of periodically is he sets tiers for which active players are on their way to Cooperstown. And so the tiers that he has here are in right now, as in if those guys, when those guys stop playing, we can go ahead and just shuttle them on in. In the red zone, obviously borrowing from a football perspective of getting close. Across the 50, again, football
on
perspective.
their way.
Moving the chains, as in, all right, they're starting their way towards that general direction. Drive stalled. I think we kind of get what's going there. Still alive, which is not very, optimistic. Starter's corner, which I guess is just like, hey, you're starting pitchers.
We'll see.
Closers of those, but I think the major ones are up until moving the chains. When it comes to in right now,
I haven't looked.
Would you like to play the guessing game?
I think I can
some
guess
of the players that are going to be in this
couple
space?
of them.
Just generally in baseball, who are the guys that are just, if they stopped right now, we'll just slot them right in?
Justin Verlander.
Correct. which, again, a damn shame the Giants are not allowing him to flourish and maybe be possibly the last dude to hit a milestone that used to matter so greatly in baseball for starters, which is 300 wins.
Jose Altuve.
No.
What?
Not an in right now, according to Jason Stark.
What?
Yeah.
That dirty dog.
So you got Justin Verlander. Would you like to guess any more? Or would you like to talk about?
No, help me out.
All right, so Clayton Kershaw. That one feels evident.
100%.
Max Scherzer.
Yes.
Mike Trout feels very obvious.
Yes.
He was careening towards trying to be one of the best of all time if injuries did not continually whoop his ass.
Yeah.
Freddie Freeman.
Yes. I'm good on all these.
And then new to this area, according to Jason Stark, Mookie Betts and Aaron Judge. Do you have are you in agreement with him on this space? That those guys
they're not like in now, guys.
Like in right now. They have
Aaron Judge in right now.
He's moved that guy.
Mookie Betts in right now.
In right now. And I feel like I'd probably lean more towards a Mookie Betts than I would an Aaron Judge in that space.
I'd
but
probably be there with you.
Even both of those, I'm like, huh.
Yeah, I think both of those I'm with you on like, okay, not quite.
All right, in the red zone. So maybe not specifically they stop right now, but they're knocking on the door they'd be in.
Who?
Well, I mean, you don't want to take any guesses?
Well, it got to be Altuve now.
Jose Altuve. But he is saying that Jose Altuve just moved into that space.
That's ridiculous.
He's getting the knock. Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. The 100%. It's what it is. Look at Clint Stoerner wearing the exact same shirt I wore yesterday.
What? Look at this self-centered. This self-centered son of a gun talking about the same shirt that I wore. You think Clint Stoerner was looking at you like this is what I gotta wear?
I'm thinking about going back. I'm thinking about going back and getting the other hooded ones.
Dude, those dry fit hoodies.
You've been on these fishing shirts for a long time, and I'm hesitant on to go too hard in the fishing gear.
But the dry fit are versatile.
The hooded dry fit. The hoodie came in big today for me.
Yeah.
That sun was beating on the back of my neck at practice, so I kind of put it up halfway on the hat and saved my neck.
Yeah.
It was
They're comfy,
clutch.
man.
It was clutch.
Of course, that's Clint Stoerner, Ron, the show, Hughley jumping in, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, as we do a little crosstalk here. Y'all are y'all sunscreen cats? Like, are y'all making sure to take care of the skin as y'all are out there in that heat?
I never have been, unfortunately, not proud of it. But my wife is. That's one of the positive things my wife has kind of influenced me here. Is we got a pool as well, and with the kids, there's always there was never sunscreen around. So I didn't take the time to get it. Didn't take the time to apply it, man.
Well,
and now that it's
listen
always
to your
around,
wife.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that's why I was looking at least you get the UV covering of that hoodie on that fishing shirt. So I guess I will allow it, and not that you were waiting for me to do that for you. We were just talking about Jason Stark's kind of his Hall of Fame, his baseball Hall of Fame tiers, and we were mentioning the idea that he has slotted Jose Altuve in the red zone type perspective when it comes to a Hall of Fame candidacy. Like he's kind of knocking on the door, but not if he retired right this moment would he be in. And then on top of that, this is a part that kind of piqued my interest, that drive stalled category, where I guess in some ways, if you're trying to speak to it, the idea that, hey, their progress has now been stopped towards that end.
Yeah.
Garrett Cole, Adley Rutschman, Carlos Correa, and Yordan Alvarez steps into that space.
I actually don't have a big problem with that right now today. Drive stalled?
Like, yeah, for sure. I mean, the continual injuries there, it got me thinking about, like, the larger perspective. Like, this has really stopped his forward progress in a larger, long-term perspective where people are starting to turn on Yordan, not just locally, because I think there's a myopic feeling to that, but maybe just in a general baseball sense, people are starting to turn on Yordan and how strong he factors around the league.
Yeah, he'll just have to play again.
Yeah. But
you think that's all? Like, if he returns, he starts doing Yordan things again, and nobody cares.
Yeah, if he starts playing again, like, I'm not saying nobody cares, but I mean like Yordan was never even, initially felt as a, not to say he's not on this level as a player, but was never felt as like a star like Judge or Ohtani or any of those guys are. But he's, I think, every bit the hitter that those guys are, and actually has been more clutch when it comes to winning in the postseason. And to me, as soon as he starts playing again, I mean, and he's also he's not 35. Like, as soon as he starts playing again, people will it'll go right on track.
Well,
Garrett Cole is accurate.
There may be a real conversation, or at least one to be entertained about Jordan is the only injury category of that. That's something that could slow him down or keep him out, or potentially hurt. But boy, if he's healthy, I just don't see.
Yeah.
I don't see that train stopping.
Yeah, maybe I interpreted it differently. I kind of took that as they're kind of now, or Jason Stark is kind of looking at him like, I don't think that I can trust him to be a dude who's not always injured.
No, I think that's part of it. Like you're both saying, he just needs to start playing again.
Yeah.
Okay.
He starts playing again,
what's the confidence level of that?
But the starts and stops of playing again and injured again and playing again will not push him towards a Hall of Fame career.
Right.
That's the thing that felt kind of interesting about that. Fellas, obviously, another day.
I would also like to say I deal in the place of stupidity.
Agreed.
That I just haven't chilled out. That I just haven't returned from. I believe I'm black, so I don't use sunscreen.
You are black.
That melanoma will whoop your ass, dog.
I'm white.
Again, as I said,
I'm white, and I got enough black friends to know that that's dangerous.
That melanoma will whoop your ass, buddy.
You mess around down here, it's going to be a shade, a touch. That fade's going to be a touch darker.
Listen, I said it's
going to hurt.
Face of stupidity, but I've never. Only time is when tries to make put it on, and then many times I just try to just hold my ground and have something for myself not to do.
Fighting your queen on this one, huh?
But no, y'all don't wear it. I believe in that. No, I don't wear it.
You come in here blistered one day, and we're going to all point and laugh.
It's not the blisters that'll get them, because I think you'll be fine. You just be darker. But it's when that doctor comes into the room. It's like, hey, Mr. Hughley, that's the one that'll get you. So yeah, I don't want you to get. I like you too much.
41-0, baby.
That's okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, 41-0. Again, I'm not saying you're not right. I'm telling you. It's very much like
41-0. I'm gonna start using that. I tell my wife all the time. She's, boy, I do this, I do that. What would you do if I? Baby, I made it 44 years without it. I'm gonna start using that. 44-0. We'll be all right.
Yeah, Champ Slice. I have some African friends who go from black to extra crunchy black after a few hours in the sun. Again, as I say, 41-0. I'm not experienced that.
All right, so I don't know
in Houston.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with us having.
Look at Vanessa on TV.
On ESPN. Oh, Vanessa Richardson. She done glowed up.
Yeah.
She's about to glow up. Unfortunately, past us if we're not careful.
Yeah.
She's about to just leave us in the dust.
He said, unfortunately.
Well, because we enjoy having her services here, focused on the Rockets.
I mean, she's
She'll
up
mess
there.
around and
She's
go
up there
cover
interviewing
national.
Shams Charania, man.
You know,
good for her.
No, I love it for her. She deserves it.
Parlayed that right. That's what happens when the Rockets start having a little success.
I'm telling you.
All of a sudden, the ESPN wants to steal your courtside reporter.
And she wouldn't.
She was a brief co-host on it.
She didn't know that Steve Francis year.
She was a fill-in on Clint Stoerner in the show once or twice.
She did, yeah.
She did.
Y'all ran her. Look, what's wrong with y'all?
I should have known something was up when she wasn't at the Texans media party. She's a Texans media party gal, and she wasn't there this year. Oh well. She must be in.
Good for her.
She must be up there in Bristol.
Really and truly good for her. All right, fellas, I'm excited to hear what y'all got from training camp, and I'll be listening intently because we got our little pet cat rankings, and I'm trying to gain some points if it's possible. But another great day of training camp. The fellas will fill you in even further. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. Kick Rocks comes in. Did she make it on the Wikipedia page? As a,
I don't remember her being on there.
Very soon she will.
She didn't.
By 2:15, she'll be on the Wikipedia page, Ron.
Vanessa Richardson.
I mean, the
contributor, former host, former guest host.
Jim Nance was there. Might as well throw Vanessa up there.
Stop mentioning his name.
Why?
Was he retired?
You just shut up and let me do my job.
Anyhow, not to get this off to a bad start, but speaking of him,
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
No, shut up. A lot to get to here as day 2 of training camp. Another hot one out there, but they got some good work done. I want to get the thoughts, as I know Clint was out there, had his eyes on the prize. I want to get his thoughts and the takeaway, and we can discuss the takeaways from training camp today. But let's hear from the head coach the head coach. If you missed it, you could heard him right here on In the Loop as he speaks to the media after practice. This was his biggest takeaways from day 2 of training camp. Here's D'Amico Ryans.
My biggest takeaway from today was very competitive on both sides of the ball. You saw, see offense making some plays there in the passing game, and Buster Run open there, and defense really competing, making plays as well. I think the highlight of the day for me was Petrie, being in a really good spot to intercept the football. Just shows just continue. He's been a guy who's been very consistent for us, no matter where we've put him, what we've asked him to do. He's just my type of player. He's all over the field, always up for the challenge. Whatever the down is, he's going to be around the football making plays, and it was evident today.
All right, he said competitive practice. Both sides of the ball did some things. Offensively and defensively. I don't know, Clint, it felt like a practice dominated by the defense today.
Yeah, look, I thought it was a sloppy day on the offensive side. There was 2 balls in the background on the ground in the backfield that were inexcusable. One of them was C.J. Stroud, and I believe it was Jarrett Patterson, and that's the one where C.J. picks it up and turns a bad play into a worse play by throwing an interception. He missed Higgins on an in cut to his right, and I believe that's the one, the interception everybody's talking about where Petrie was back in a safety spot more so, and it hit him dead in the chest. I guess that's what it was. But bad play gone worse, and then one of the backup quarterbacks had a fumbled exchange, which the defense jumped on and would have took the other direction for a touchdown. So I thought overall, it was a super sloppy day by the offense. Because also you mentioned the protection problems. The pocket just absolutely collapsed multiple times on C.J. Stroud. Juice Scruggs got 2023 season abused at guard because they got the replay up there, so you see it happen live, and they got the replay going, and you watch it. It's one of those where we all saw it several times last year, where the guard stands up like he's going to pass protect, and it's like his feet are stuck in concrete, and the defensive tackle goes around him. It was one of those. The very next play, the entire pocket collapsed. Again, the guard and both tackles met at C.J. Stroud. So, yeah, I thought it was a sloppy day by the offense. You can call it a dominant day by the defense if you'd like. I think they took advantage of some sloppiness on the offense.
Is this, I guess, just getting from your expertise, is this something that is to be expected though? When like to the degree that it was, is this something that's to be expected when you have, as we've talked about? Listen, when you go to camp, when it's an open camp, if some of you go, shout out to Cal McNair, who jumped on with the fellas at In the Loop and said he'll be there, the first one to greet you, is what Cal said. How about that? If Cal is at that fence,
hold on,
ready to shake hands as soon as you walk in. Hell, he might be. But when you go out, I think we probably believe that this defense is probably going to be ahead of the offense throughout training camp. Yeah. And it's probably going to be getting the best of the offense throughout training camp because of the level that they're at and the level of where they know their defense is. And this is an offense that's just installed. I'm just asking you, from your experience in football, is this something to be expected, or was this some sloppiness that was more than it should have been at this point?
Well, I think two things can be true to answer your question, Ron. I do think we're going to have times this year where this defense is so dominant and there's such an aggressive physical nature that they are going to just disrupt things in a practice that makes it ugly. They're going to be responsible for that, and that may be some of what went on today. But I think also, as you're installing an offense the way that you're doing, with new terminology and new scheme and new voices and everything, there's going to be some serious peaks and valleys. There's going to be days where CJ goes out there and he sees everything clearly, and it looks like $1 million. And then you're going to go out there, and it's going to be days like today where balls are on the ground, the communication's not going to be right. And infection's not going to be right. Routes are probably going to be some kind of miscommunication where an out routes ran when he thought it was going to be an in cut. You're going to see those things when you're installing an offense. And so I think two things can be true, Ron, that it's – and today to me was probably a little bit of both. I do think this defense is going to be overwhelming in a practice setting for a lot of offenses, and I do think that offenses that are installing new systems are going to have ups and downs and ugly days and balls on the ground and blown assignments, and I think both of those things could be true about what we saw today.
Yeah, I mean, you got guys like Will Anderson's going to give people problems. Danielle Hunter's going to give people problems. Stingley's going to give people problems, and especially when they start to get an understanding of what you're doing. So yeah. I'm not trying to give him a pass. I'm just saying for people out there, especially with the offensive line, and again, there's no pads on, and we can get to that offensive line stuff a little bit later on. But just in case some people may freak out by some of the stuff they saw and read today. Well, I mean, I wouldn't freak out about it. It just is what it is. I mean, keep tabs on it. You want to have more good days than you do bad days when you're an offensive unit that really struggled last year up front. You want to have more good days than bad. I've got Dirty's rant today. I mean, Will Anderson's going to get a little bit of that. I don't know when you want to jump into that one, but let's hear this.
I just jokingly, yesterday Brevin Jordan caught the brunt of it. Today is Will Anderson. It's Will Anderson's turn here.
Is this the same thing that Will has been getting to you about?
Yeah, but it's I'm dead ass serious. Like CJ Stroud needs to have a conversation with Will Anderson. I'm telling you, I've been in a position. I've been in CJ's shoes before. When you're trying to install an offense, when you're trying to communicate, and you're trying to get quality reps, and you're doing it in shells, and you're doing it in a 3 to 4 day, ramp up phase here in training camp, and you got a guy over there that's Junior Seau on this thing and going 9,000 miles an hour and disrupting everything. And it's impossible. I mean, Brevin Jordan tried to reach. If a reach block is really, he's outside the defensive end kind of, and he's got to reach across the face on a backside of a run. And Will just blows right through Brevin Jordan and catches a running back in the backfield. It's one of those come on, man. Nobody has pads on. And so we've jokingly discussed this multiple times, but I'm dead serious. This is something that I'm passionate about. You've got an offense over there that's trying to install something, and it's going to be a battle. When you get chances to go 1 versus 1, it would benefit this football team greatly if Will Anderson wasn't out there. You put full pads on, hey, man, let it ride, and Will do what you do.
You're saying right now is there's no full pads.
He is completely a problem. I mean, it is completely – you can't get any work done. You just flat out can't get work done because he is full speed – super physical, and it is unbelievably disruptive. And I know that's what D'Amico likes. I know that's the standard that's set on the defense. Everybody else can practice.
I was going to say, is he – should there be an adjustment? To hell with you saying take him up. Should there be an adjustment on him? What speed do you think he should be going? Like if you said he's going – 100% like he's got pads on, full go. What should he be doing in this setting?
Well, the same thing everybody else does is once you get reached or get your first step, get your hand placement. Once you get reached, hey, let's throttle down a bit here. I mean, he just keeps ramping up until he makes contact. And it's just one of those that if you had an experienced offensive unit. And you were at a point in training camp, and they're never going to be here, by the way, in training camp. If you ever got to a point in training camp where it was good versus good, we're scheming you, and we've got an experienced quarterback that's in this system that's got a play caller that, hey, we got our stuff together, and now we can take some time to offset it, then that's a different game. But you've got an offensive unit that is trying their damnedest to install something. And even when you do, if Brevin Jordan was in a position where he could have just rode that defensive end all the way down and pushed him into the pile, but Brevin's not going to do that. You don't do that when you don't have shells. When you have shells, and you don't do that, right? And so he kind of 4 or 5 steps in, kind of eases up. Will just continues on and just disrupts. I don't know.
Next line coming through here. Only Clint would have a problem with Will Anderson's intensity. Art says, leave it to the quarterback to complain about the DB. I have an understanding of why you have an issue with it, but I guess explain to them what this, as you said, you can't get anything done, and if Blake Fisher or Ariante Ursary matched, or Brevin Jordan matched,
somebody
that,
hurt.
Somebody's
get hurt. Somebody ends up getting hurt, and it's one of those where, again, if this wasn't an offense that's playing catch up to every other AFC team that's worth a damn, right? If you're playing catch up, you're trying to install things, you're trying to communicate things, you're trying to teach, you're trying to like for C.J. Stroud, he drops back. And if if every time Will Anderson's in the game, he's going full speed in my tackle, he knows nobody can buck
I can't drive him into the ground. I can't.
There's nothing you can do, and it's just one of those where for the Texans, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just telling you, it's so disruptive that it stalls.
Well, I have a problem with it.
It stalls the offense's ability to get good looks and get reps at what they're trying to accomplish. I'm not worried about Brevin Jordan's ability to cut, to reach or cut, or whatever you want to do, whatever's legal nowadays. Will Anderson on the backside of a run. I'm not.
I have a problem with it. We gotta, because of the injury factor. Like I got a problem. Like the way Will is coming sometimes and bending around that corner. I mean, it's all everything until he's coming 100% full speed and he bends around that corner into CJ.
Yeah.
Right. Or something else. Hell with I'm not going to keep getting embarrassed, and I'm going to push you, and we get people on the ground and we're rolling up.
Well,
I just think we got to have an understanding.
The very next play, Ron, after the undercutting Brevin Jordan or Brevin Jordan not being able to reach him, he just drives a tackle back into CJ, but CJ has to really move around as if it were. And look, I'm okay with CJ being pressured. I am just telling you that this is an offense, and I've been in this position. It is highly frustrating when you are doing everything. I've never been in CJ's spot where this is a huge year for him, and he's got like championship. I was just trying to install an offense and didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was a kid trying to install an offense. Like, you know how frustrating it is when you're trying to get a good look and like you need to see Dalton Schultz sink his hip so you can get this because you're working on the timing and this and that. And you need to see this linebacker do, and all of a sudden, because you don't have pads on, your right tackle's getting driven back into your lap. It's just I've never met an offensive-minded person that didn't get frustrated with this kind of thing. I mean, I've seen a guy get cut for it. Not Will Anderson, but I've seen guys get cut for it. I mean, it's just it is. And I've jokingly talked about this before, but somebody needs to talk to Will Anderson, or somebody needs to seriously consider just taking him off the reps of when they have shells on and go team. Now, Will, you go over there and work with that private coach you got on the side.
Yeah, I just think we got to be on the same page on what it is that we're doing. Yeah. Listen, I love Will for his aggressiveness and getting his work in and going. You see other people come around the corner and they're up and bam, they touch the quarterback, or they get back, or they slow down, or they stop. Like, Will is going so hard, I get concerned if he can put on the brakes fast enough.
Yeah.
Or if he and he's dominating the thing, but again, like you said, I mean,
well, to me, Ron, it's the worst thing in football, right? And I'm not talking about Will. I'm just in general. Like when I look at I get a lot of videos on social media from kids that go to camps, and the dumbest thing, the worst thing in all of football, and there's a lot of things to complain about, especially if you're an old head like me and it's this new era of football, right? The worst thing, the dumbest thing, that if I had a kid, I would pull him immediately out of a camp if this is going on. When you've got O-line and D-line going one-on-one, heated one-on-one, I'll embarrass you type stuff if you slip, and they ain't got no pads on.
Yeah.
There's some guy back here holding a pad like this, and that D lineman is just firing off, hand in the throat, bull rushing. I mean, all kind of crazy stuff. It's like that's a dumb. Like, you're not getting any work individually. You're not getting any work. Somebody's going to get the risk versus reward is silly, and so I'm that part of it. The going hard with no pads on when you're talking about trench play is silly as hell to me.
Yeah, it's different, I believe. Like the receivers and corners and those, that's a different thing.
And I get it, guys. Will is getting better every single snap. Never doubted that. But what's happening is it derails the offense 3 or 4 times.
Again, I feel like he's going to fall into somebody's legs all the time, every time when he.
They had a meeting at the quarterback today. I think it was Juice Scruggs was head first on the ground against somebody.
Yeah,
but Will was part of it.
Yeah, and they're pushing their asses back on it. I know there's people texting in, "Hey man, those offensive linemen got to get better." But then if you pull that, then you're bringing injury into it.
But you're not getting better in shells going against Will Anderson in a physical manner. You're not doing it. You're not getting better.
All right, coming up, Nick Caserio spoke with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and said something that maybe should spark your thoughts in terms of expectations for this team. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, you guys talk about him all the time.
Training camp is here.
County, Texas, displacing families, destroying homes, and leaving many in urgent need. The Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services team is on the ground right now, serving hot meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You're 2 for 2 with your rants here. And I got drug into.
Dirty Red's got them anger sharks swimming in his head today.
Ryan, I already knew you were a B, but come on. Tell Clint to stop being a B too.
Wow, dude.
I got a tissue over here for the offense. Someone did bring up a point, though, Clint.
That's interesting. When that offense is behind significantly, and you look up, and they've been in training camp for 6 weeks going against a dominant defense. It's been disruptive as hell, and that offense is over sputtering. Come back and tough guy me.
Your point is much more to the, hey, we got the Rams coming up before you know it, and we're trying to get a picture of this, and this is a new offense, and we're running, and we're trying to install something. I'm trying to get a visual of this, and we're in just helmets right now, and I can't really get a visual of it because we got one person out of the 22 out here who is deciding to take this thing to a whole nother level.
Yeah, I'm not going to pull a guard and ear hole you. I'm not going to put Nick Chubb over there and ask him to put his helmet in your rib cage. I'm not. We're not going to do that. We're going to try to work our scheme. Because we need to work our scheme, not try to game plan for you, and so it's.
But for me, it is that cat's lined up over there like it's week 1, and he's up against the right tackle of the Rams, and he is dipping and coming around the corner on somebody who is dropping back, and offensive linemen who are in shell or not thinking about clubbing you and hitting you. I'm just saying the potential of rolling into somebody, the potential of an injury for no reason right there is my biggest thing. So I'll be the B or whatever when it comes to that. But I do think this is a point that somebody did bring up, a texter, Clint, when you said CJ should have a conversation with Will. Someone texted in, shouldn't that be the coaches to be telling him that rather than CJ?
Yeah, no, but if I were CJ, like I've watched it, we've watched it long enough to where if I were CJ and now I'm in a spot where, like, man, we're trying to install an offense here, and you've got a championship caliber defense on the other side, like let's weigh the reward here. Like, is the team getting better because Will Anderson's going full speed every day on July 24th in a team drill, or would the team be better suited to have a good clean pocket so CJ Stroud can see what's going on in the secondary, so that there's a run lane inside if it is created, instead of the running back being able to be patient and see where the hole may be. Will Anderson's already blown through Brevin Jordan in shells and gone over there and grabbed the running back by the back of his shirt. Like, it's you can't see anything that you're looking. And again, the value change, like if you're an experienced offense with the same play caller and if you're Andy Reid and this is going on, you tell the quarterback, hey, before we go out there, hey man, Will's over here acting a fool on this. I'm gonna call this run to the left. Hey, Pat, keep this thing out the back door and teach Will a lesson. I know we're in shells, and I know, but you can afford to do those kind of things, right? These guys are installing an offense. Hell, they're trying to communicate. They're working on double teams. Right? I mean, so it's a different, to me, it's one of those, to me, it's about being disruptive on defense and disrupting the whole practice and the value of every single rep when you're trying to install an offense.
Yeah. They must be okay with it.
Oh, yeah. Clearly they are.
I ain't never met a defensive-minded coach who didn't like it. I ain't never met an offensive coach that wouldn't roll their eyes at it at the very least, if not dog cuss it. And I've never met a defensive coach that would ask it to stop. I used to have it out with the D-line coach. I used to have it out with my D-line. At Arkansas, I'd be like, hey, man, we're trying to we would have these plays, like we'd have a period where these are the 10 new plays, or plays that we're tweaking a little bit. And we need to get them rep versus this defense. And we snapped the football, and I'm standing up there, and all of a sudden, we're in shells. All of a sudden, the D tackle over the. I'm trying to hit a little basic cross by my tight end. All of a sudden, the D tackle that everybody stopped in the middle, 2 steps in. All of a sudden, the D tackle jumps up and bats the ball down. And I'm just like, what are we doing here? What are we accomplishing here? This is loser type stuff. This is silly. I used to have it out. I mean, all the time. It was just to each their own. Defensive minded, offensive minded. I need this offense to get up to speed ASAP. Good things going on here, right here, baby. 2 sports you don't half-ass in practice: rodeo and football. You do half-ass in football. When you don't have pads on, you don't. Yeah,
I mean, you call it what you want, half-ass. I mean, there's
you do.
I mean, get all. I just question the value of.
They don't go. They don't go hard. Do they come around and hit the quarterback in practice?
Them guys in the red jersey.
Do they finish him off?
Yeah.
Get out my favorite one here.
I just think bottom line is this. I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, which I think we already have. I just think somebody ought to get in Will Anderson's ear and say, hey, man, let's get a little better look at these reps.
I'm just saying this thing could be a mountain. And I don't want to, like where this person texted in, let's not overlook the fact that Stroud may request him to go this hard.
Well, I'm going to tell you, if anybody on the offensive side of the football is requesting that, I question their ability to play at or above their ceiling or coach at or above.
As you said, I want to make it clear, as you're saying, when they throw them pads off, that's not what you're talking about. They throw the pads on, you're like, go ahead. Let it ride.
When they throw them pads on, absolutely. And if Will Anderson, those snaps that Will Anderson is over there, let's work our chips.
Yeah,
let's work our guard. Let's work that guard pulling on the backside of a protection and ear holding his ass. If he's going to come that hard, it's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, Tyler, and I slightly feel bad about this. I don't mind it as much when 10 or 18.
Let him go the twos.
Whoever the other quarterbacks are in, it's not as much of a problem with me. But when that joker comes burling around that corner and Sevens around that corner, and he's going around that corner, and the tackle is trying to do, enough to stay with him coming around that corner, and I see them 2 big jokers coming around that corner, that one. But I feel as bad as if it happened if that's happening when Davis Mills is in the game. And I apologize, Davis, but I don't. When O'Graham's in there, I don't feel as bad. But Seven's in there, I'm like, hey man, we got it. We got this thing. We got you. Chill out, man. Just a taste. Give me 3 good hard steps, and then let's chill out. That's what I always thought it was. Give me three good hard steps, and then let's chill out. All right, coming up, let's move over to the Astros, the team who has the best record in the American League. And when you have the best record in the American League, as you sit here on July 24th, 8 days away from the trade deadline, there are bigger thoughts. And I have a question about the pitching that I want to get your thoughts on. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Take it from Nick Caserio. When it comes to offense, success is simple.
An offensive football in the end is about 3 things. It's about moving the ball, it's about scoring points, and it's about taking care of the football. You can put whatever
Visit ASCOEQ.com or stop by your local ASCO today.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive as we continue rolling here, day 2 of training camp. Let's shift over to the Astros though as they return home. A good road trip as they go 4-2 on the road trip, sweeping the Diamondbacks, and now their lead is 6 games in the AL West, as well as now they're tied with the Blue Jays with the best record in the American League. And you know what else? 8 days away, fellas. 8 days away until the trade deadline. That's where we are, July 31st, 8 days away until the trade deadline, and that is the moment in which the Astros have to add to their team via trade. And I'm certain this is at this point Dana Brown is working the phones hard, and his staff are working the phones hard to improve their team. And I just want to kind of pose this question to you and the people. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Jump in on this. 8 days away. We have started to hear some positive news, Clint, as guys like Spencer Arrighetti, guys like Christian Javier, guys like Luis Garcia are now moving up in the system. Spencer Arrighetti and Garcia are, and Javier with Corpus, and they have made starts with Corpus. Javier and Arrighetti going 3 innings apiece, and Garcia going 2 innings. Now to a point where Christian Javier has been promoted up to AAA Sugar Land, and he is going to pitch there. You would assume that Arrighetti and Garcia are probably headed that way too. You start to get to a point where these guys are going 3 innings. Now we're getting closer to 4 or 5 innings, and I think that gets you closer to a place where you think they may be ready to pitch for the big club. Does the potential of getting guys like Arrighetti, Christian Javier, and Garcia, and in particular Arrighetti and Javier, are guys that you would say you feel comfortable being third starters? The potential of getting those guys back, does that change your thoughts on the importance of Dana Brown getting pitching at the deadline?
0%.
It doesn't. You don't trust that?
No, 0%. Like, look, if they don't go get somebody, it'll give me a little bit of hope. With these guys coming back. But right now, I don't know how. I don't know how the Astros can be confident in getting guys back on schedule, getting guys back in time to ramp up, getting guys back so that you know you can depend on them as a third or fourth starter in a rotation. And right now we're talking about the third starter because it is the most important. You're right now you're dealing with a Lance McCullers that comes back. You get the point. Like, you never know what you're going to get when those guys when these guys you mentioned come back. You have no idea if there's going to be setbacks. We may be talking about these guys throwing on flat ground again here in about 2 months. So you never know what you're going to do. The deadline, again, is next Thursday. And so, no, I think the Astros, if they're serious about making another run and keeping this World Series window open, which, hell, I don't know what happened this year that would put them in a place where they wouldn't be, because you're going to do nothing but get better and better and better and significantly better as the year goes along. As the season goes along. So yeah, no, I don't think it. I don't think it's
not shifting you at all.
0%.
You're still and right, and we're talking a top 3 level starter. You're talking about. Like,
I'm talking about a third starter that we can be confident in, and then we can let Arrighetti and Lance McCullers and Javier and all these guys come back and try to figure this thing out. And from that fourth and fifth, then you let those guys 4, 5, and 6 starters in a rotation if you choose to throughout the rest of the season. Let them figure out. And if one of them comes back and healthy and strong and is lights out from the jump, cool, let's ride. Yep. But, boy, putting all your eggs in that basket right now.
In the half-injured basket.
And guys coming back and being full go and being playoff ready. That's a bit of a reach for me, man.
Again, that is the conversation. 8 days away from the trade deadline. Does the potential of getting guys like Arrighetti, Javier, and Garcia, who look like they're on track right now, moving in? Javier is about to. There's no other place to stop, right? I think Arrighetti, his deal is not as much UCL. His deal was a finger, and you think he's moving. It's just about ramping up and getting his arm ready and back to pitching starter innings. And then Garcia, does the potential of getting guys like that back change your thoughts on the importance of getting starting pitching at the deadline? And when I say important, like type of guys, I'm talking guys like Mitch Keller from the Pirates, who is a big starting pitching name out there that would fill that role. Seth Lugo from the Royals, who finished second in the Cy Young last year and is rolling again this year. He just beat the Cubs, went 6 innings, 2 runs yesterday. That's the kind of guy you're talking about there that you would bring in. And if you were to bring in one of those two guys, now you're talking about a top 3. But also knowing you got to give up something in your farm system or any of these young guys to get guys like that. Kick Rock says, Brandon Walter changes my mind a little bit. Dude may be legit. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm torn here.
With what, Brandon Walter?
No, I'm not that.
Okay.
Brandon Walter's not stopping me from going to go. That wouldn't stop me. I want to say I am torn because I agree with everything that you're saying. It is hard for me to say, hey, man, I'm going to believe that the Astros staff and just the unknown nature of how somebody's arm is going to, that I'm willing to say, all right, I'll wait it out, and I'll trust that Arrighetti or Javier or Garcia will be able to pitch to the level of a third starter in the postseason right now. I generally would say that it's Christian Javier that makes it torn for me.
Okay.
Because with the pace that he's at right now, he's the one who has now jumped to be the one who appears to be the quickest to get to the big leagues. And he's pitched like a 1 or a 2 in the playoffs. And he's already getting 3 innings right now. And he is one for me. I'm like, whoa, knowing that the Astros are operating differently and knowing that young players in their system are more valuable now than it was before, right? They're building. They're going to start to try to build their team homegrown. And so just making trades to get guys like Garrett Cole, to get guys like Zach Greinke, to get guys they've gotten in the past and just getting rid of prospects. I don't know that they're operating that same way right now. And boy, if you were to trade for, say, a Seth Lugo and then Christian Javier comes back and he's healthy and it's ready to go and you've traded away whatever young player, that makes me think. Christian Javier and how quickly he has gotten to this spot, he's the one that kind of makes me pause right now. But it is hard. If there is a deal out there for that one's hard for me to turn down, but the Christian Javier aspect of things makes me think twice.
Well, I'm Spencer Arrighetti. If I'm going to think twice, it's Spencer Arrighetti. I mean, just simply because the what we've seen from him, he should not have, at least the likelihood of him returning to form of what we last saw should be highly likely, given that we just saw a broken bone in the hand. It's not like we saw an elbow. We didn't see anything cut on. We didn't see anything that was torn and needed some kind of crazy rehab. It was literally just a freak accident that was a bone in the hand that probably is not going to affect his delivery, his velocity, his the arm being able to handle the torque and all that kind of stuff. I would think that everything's still pretty similar with Arrighetti. So he would be the one to me if I were going to say oh, hell, let's roll the dice, it would be because Spencer Getty. So, but either way it goes, man, I got to bring a third starter in here. Like you said, one of the more Kikuchi type guys, and hope for the best with the 4 and 5 starter.
It's scary to take the chance to just say, I believe one of those guys are going to be able to fit that mold, whether it be by injury or it takes them a while to get there. Champ Slice on YouTube and Twitch, Counterpoint Show. Last time we saw Javier in the playoffs, it looked like Rangers batting practice. Counterpoint to you, last time I saw Yordan Alvarez, he was hitting 210 with 3 homers. I want to give him a shot. So, the last time you saw him, it was maybe it was rough, but I don't know. I'd like to give him still a shot if he is there and healthy. All right, coming up as we continue, the offensive line, day 2 of the offensive line. We'll let you hear from Titus Howard. He had some strong things to say about the difference of this year and what we saw from them today. We'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
Training camp is here. The Texans are back on the field, and we'll be your eyes and ears for every practice, every press conference, and every inside. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I couldn't tell. I think Courtney was digging the old goatee look.
You rocking a goatee in there?
You think she was digging it, huh? What gave you that thought? What really set that off?
Oh, you are.
Tyler just hurts my feelings, man.
You didn't even notice
man,
it.
He did.
You didn't notice the fade, the clean shave?
Yeah, man.
You're a little frazzled today, man.
I'm not trying to be rude or hurt your feelings. I just had
He's
noticed.
on the backside of a steak night, man. He's just the awareness isn't peak right now.
You're rocking.
Yeah.
I've been staring at screens since I've been here, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You're in the same room with him for an hour, Tyler. You got
staring at screens.
You got to be ashamed,
sir.
Yeah.
I mean, clean shave, fade, goatee.
You look good, okay? I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah, no, I came in. She said, "Oh, you."
Why you leave that one gray in your mustache right below your nose right there?
I'm not trying to, man. I'm just letting it go.
I mean, cut it. I'm not saying you dye it.
Is it bad? Is there one piece? It's just right here. I just need to pull it
right here, right underneath that right nostril. Look at him, YouTube. Look at him right there with that one piece of hair hanging out there. Oh, shiner.
That's all right, man. But no, she came in, took the boys to get their haircut. She said, "Oh, your haircuts look good. Yours too, Ron." Went in, I said, "Yeah, you see it is kind of getting a little skinny right there."
You see a little 20 pounds starting to show in the face.
And then our good friend from promotions, Osita, I didn't know how to take this compliment, but he said you look like a fat version of Will Smith in Bad Boys, the first one, Bad Boys.
So like when his face gets swollen up and hitch?
No. Well, I guess maybe. But the way he described it, he said you look like a fat Mike Lowry from the first Bad Boys. And
you look like a fat Mike Lowry.
But the way Tyler brought it, Will gets it. Did he have a goatee and hitch? When Will gets that allergic reaction and it's swollen.
Tyler, when you look at Ron, would you go Will Smith or Martin Lawrence?
Maybe a fat Matt. No,
you're more handsome than Martin.
It's more. Yeah,
well, no, I agree. You're more. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying.
Will.
Like, who do you think he favors? I think I'd go Martin.
Nah, I'm going Fresh Prince.
I mean, you are a more handsome man than Martin Lawrence.
I don't think. I don't know.
Now, I got my recall with Mike Lowry is I had to go back.
Let me
that was one of my favorite movies. But
is that my boy Ron?
The scene
right there, the real he said a fat person. And I had a chain on it too.
You definitely got the goatee rocking. You're right. You are right.
I can't rock a goatee.
When
man.
he said,
does not look right on my face.
When he said the fat version, I said, "How am I supposed to take that, man?"
I like Will. Will's good looking, but damn.
Like Mike Lowry was a cool ass dude, but the fat version, Pow said definitely Martin Clint is right. I don't know that I agree with.
Maybe it's the glasses. Did Martin wear glasses in something recently? I say recently as he's been on TV.
Yeah. I don't think he had on glasses when he smacked the hell out of Chris Rock.
Martin. Not Will. Martin.
Martin. I think he has been rocking some glasses.
I think I'd go. When you look at me, I would say a slightly more handsome Martin.
Is this what you're seeing?
Well, you're like I said, younger and more handsome. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at right there.
My face is a little fatter, like Martin's is right now.
I mean, well, Martin's got skinny fat going on. You're a bigger dude that's lost a little weight, so you lost it in your face. He's going the opposite direction of you. I mean, how many chins he got right there in that picture you showed me? Damn,
it's got
son.
a bad angle.
He got several wrinkles on that old neck.
Text line show you look like a husky Cole from Martin.
Cole from Martin. I don't know which one's Cole from Martin.
I'll give
he's
you
talking
Cole.
about the show Martin, right?
Yeah, he's
not
talking
Martin
about this Cole. Yeah, Cole. Yeah. What is his real name?
I mean, I'm sure Cole from Martin will get it done.
Yeah, he will. Especially the current one. Yeah, I don't know. I did have a hairstyle like that there for a second. Yeah,
he ain't no Cole from Martin, man.
Yeah, not even a husky.
Not even a husky.
Not even a husky. But no, I ran with the old goatee look. Or to shave it down, man. It felt real good. It felt good.
Maybe you think Courtney was trying to tell you something? That smooth face?
I don't know. Maybe just grow the rest of it off and see what she does there.
I mean,
she's never.
I don't know if she enjoys the smooth face or not. I don't know. I don't know how she.
Text line come through. I would go show as maybe Urkel grown up. Well, I just think you're just probably someone who thinks black people look alike. Jesus. There's just nothing.
Can I do that?
There is nothing about Neil White. That's either Urkel or something.
One pull for up and
I'm going to tell you, sir, I don't think you, Clint, and Tyler all look like Larry the Cable Guy. Because all white folks don't look alike. That'd be bad right there. All right. The offensive line today, and Titus Howard, he spoke to the media and talked about, from the O-line perspective, the difference of the scheme from last year to this year. Here's, I would say, I guess, the leader of the O-line right now, Titus Howard.
The scheme is a lot more simple. I was in this scheme a little bit when I first came into the league, but it's really just, I think the biggest thing with Nick and Cole is the mindset. Like, our mindset last year wasn't like it is this year. Like, our mindset now is we got to get downhill. We got to get on guys early and move them. And that's something that we struggle with on the offensive line of the pass, is getting the run game going. Because you get the run game going, the pass game's going to get going. So we got to be able to establish that run early. And they just been attacking the details of the run game and getting double teams a lot. We're going to be doing a lot of double teams. So we're just working on those fundamentals every day and trying to get better.
All right, before we kind of get into what we saw today from the offensive line, your thoughts on what he said there, talking about this, the mindset and everything has changed. Let's get downhill, and everything from their approach has changed from last year. Your thoughts on what he had to say?
Well, my thoughts initially is borderline pissed off because I asked, well, what was the mentality in that room last year? I mean, good gosh.
It must have been in there just losing.
Pulling his hair out, talking about what are we doing here? But put that aside again, getting out of the rearview mirror, if you will, and really looking into what Titus actually said. I love what he said. I love it. Look, double teams were terrible last year. No doubt about it. I mean, it was comical how bad they were at double teams. If you put two 300+ pound human beings together against one person, you should be able to move them, even if you don't pay any attention to the linebacker level or whoever you're coming off to. Move this one human being, and the Texans struggled with that for 17 games last year. And so that in particular, I love what I'm hearing. The mentality that it appears that Cole Popovich is instilling in these guys. I love what I'm hearing. And I'll be honest with you, Ron. I know this is kind of where we're going with it, but I've been a little critical of Titus Howard, and I think rightfully so.
Critical in which way?
Well, in the departure of Laramie Tunsil time, the conversations around, okay, well, who the hell's going to take over the room and who's going to set the tone kind of deal. I'll be honest, and I've all but said it. Maybe I have said it. I've dismissed Titus Howard. Titus Howard is the guy that's going to do what he's asked to do, and that's about it. Holding other people accountable and setting the standard and all that. It never struck me as Titus Howard. Here today, that I think Titus Howard is an alpha that's going to go down there and put his foot on folks' neck and change. But I think if you got Cole Popovich, who's got a standard set and is willing to hold guys accountable, I think Titus can be the veteran that goes out there every day and is coachable and applies, what he's being coached. And I don't mean just techniques. I mean approach to offensive football. I think Titus could be a for lack of better terms, a leader, a tone setter, from that perspective. I think Cole Popovich is the one that's going to have to be the guy that puts his foot down, the guy that calls people out. But in terms of just setting the standard and being the example, I think Titus could be that guy. Yeah, and I don't think I've given him credit for that. I think he can be that guy.
Yeah, you've looked at other guys like maybe what Cam Robinson, some other guys.
Well, I've just wondered where it was going to come from.
Yeah.
But you remove Laramie Tunsil. We've talked about how that may have removed a little bit of a roadblock for C.J. Stroud to become the leader that he's capable of being and that the team needs. Hell, it may have also removed a roadblock for Titus Howard to become somewhat of a leader, if you will. Maybe not the alpha in the room. Again, that's going to Trent Williams, folks. But
maybe put pressure on him to say,
give him a chance.
I'm the one here. I've been here the longest. This is because really there's Cam Robinson's there, but there's nobody that's coming in that has more, especially here, experience. Right? He's been through Bill O'Brien. He's been in the playoffs. He's been.
Yep.
So yeah, maybe this created ownership for him. I would just like I know you want to move forward. I just would like a little detail here on what he means in particular on, and I'm not kidding, like on double teams from last year. I mean, mind you, the current offensive line coach was in the room. Now, I know there's this deal of, oh, well, he wasn't a head guy, but I'll be damned, guys. Like, come on, no. Like, he didn't just all of a sudden suppress being an aggressive, person. Yeah. I mean, he had to be, were they coaching position, like double team blocking? Were they what was was the mentality within, them that's changed? Was it pushed that way by Strausser or I guess Bobby? Like, I just want some more detail on what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Because I don't understand what he's saying. Was it positional blocking? Yeah. Was it just the concept was just get yourself in the way of somebody? Because, I know he said copy and paste yesterday about the offense. Like, what he's describing of, only thing I could say is there was a lack of intensity or lack of physicality, a lack of going downhill.
Yeah.
That's not where Bobby and them came from. Like, they didn't come from a place where it was finesse blocking.
Yeah.
Like, they came from downhill.
Well, it sounds like after listening to all of Titus Howard this year, it's less about what was going on the front end and more about the sense of urgency and the holding accountable when it didn't go right, when things didn't work out and guys didn't accomplish what they were told to do or didn't execute techniques and blocking schemes and things of that nature. It was almost like it was swept under the rug. Let's just move on to the next. Whereas Cole Popovich, it seems like, is holding guys accountable and demanding they be better. They make corrections. They actually perfect the techniques and things. Where it seems like Chris Strausser was probably a little lenient in that regard. Which again, I'm not blaming everything on Laramie Tunsil. I'm simply explaining the dynamic in that room was a powerful dynamic when it comes to could the offensive line coach hold guys accountable the way he needed to be if he didn't feel like he could with the highest paid guy in the room. I don't know, but that is a dynamic in that room, and that dynamic changing could be a big part of what we're hearing about right now from Cole.
Yeah.
Or from Titus Howard.
Now, as I will say, reports, we've already talked about Hell on Wheels, Will Anderson, and how he approached things. But it is day 2, and clearly want to make it clear they weren't wearing pads. And the intensity level is not at 100% for most of them out there. It's not at 100%. But from today's session, where they had team, there were some struggles at the offensive line position. As you talked about, there were some points that the O-line was getting caved in, lots of pressures, stuffed on runs out there. And as you said, Juice Scruggs earlier got his ass whooped like it was happening his second year.
2023 fashion, baby.
Not quite seeing it yet from the offensive line. in the first couple of days in terms of turning the corner.
Yeah, we haven't seen it. We're not going to see it. What I do like is two things here. Again, today the approach was very slow and methodical in terms of the install early on, really for the majority of practice until they go to team. It's clearly pretty vanilla and methodical and focuses on communication and technique and mechanics and not trying to do a million different things. It's clear. So I love the approach, number one. I love what D'Amico Ryan said is I'm not going to try to convince y'all. We're just going to see what this offensive line's about when rubber meets the road. And, I think there's going to be some bad days. When you're on the field with this defense that is a championship caliber defense and you're an offense that's trying to retool an offensive line and install a new offense, there's going to be some bad days. There's going to be some bad looks. There's going to be some I can't seem to get anything right today types of days for C.J. Stroud and this O-line. That's going to happen. It's just the part of what's going to happen is going on in Houston right now. You just hope you have more good days than you do bad.
And Clint, that's why I believe more and more, because what they're saying. Because I'll be honest with you, as you said, we'll find out. D'Amico said we'll find out. I'm not completely 100% positive that I feel like this is about to be a group that's going to be moving people. Like they're saying that. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know if that's something we haven't really seen from Titus Howard and what we've seen. I don't know about Andrews, right? As you said, he's a free agent from the Patriots, right? We'll see that about Laken Tomlinson. Maybe there's some of that with him. Cam Robinson, we'll see. And that's why, to me, again, today, I don't think it's just a coincidence that for the second straight day, whatever it is, Ariante Ursary was running with the first group, whether it be left tackle or right tackle. And that physical part, he appears to be one of the, at least the way it looks and how he played at Minnesota, one of the more physical players. And that's why I think there is a real chance that he is somebody that they have in the lineup. Because, Clint, I don't view Blake Fisher as a physical player. Like what they're trying to get to, maybe not yet, maybe it's not fair, but that's not how I see Blake Fisher. I could see them feeling that way about Ariante Hurst.
Well, I agree with your point. I think Blake Fisher is I think he wants to be physical. Now, is he a big go pose my wheel on type? No, he's not. He's more of the athletic cut tackle that's going to be more athletic and have quicker feet than the big-bodied guy that's going to get downhill. Now, he's got that dog. Me watching him last year, the little bit that we had, he's willing to be a dog. He's willing to do some of those things. He's willing to jump off the ball and get physical. Now, can he do it at the NFL level and be quote-unquote physical at this level? I don't know. You look at Ariante Ursary and you go, yeah, there's no doubt about it. That part is there. Now, is he athletic enough to play tackle in the NFL and quick enough at that size with that level of physicality? I don't know. We'll see. I think all of the conversations we're having about the Texans, to me, when it comes to physicality, when it comes to setting the standard, when it comes to leading, being the tip of the spear, I think it comes between the tackles. I think it's guard, center, guard. I think those guys on the outside, if you get a more athletic or a lighter in the ass, more athletic Blake Fisher is your best option, cool. If you get a big-bodied rookie and Ariante Ursary that can do some move people type things, cool. If Cam Robinson is healthy and ready to go and he's worth $14 million, fine, whatever it may be. The interior offensive line, I think, is where you're seeing guys that are more established right now, for whatever reason, with Titus Howard and Laken Tomlinson.
Yep. All right, coming up as we continue here, there is a local team who has high expectations by many people, many of the top people who break down their. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, if you're looking to sell your home and get in that new home and you want to make that transition with as little hassle as you possibly can, Orchard is the way. It never happens with Orchard. They've reinvented the real estate on market for top dollar. right? Here's how.
Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services team is on the ground right now, serving hot meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are a lot going on. Astros, they get back at it at home. They'll be here at the Daikin as they will take on the A's, as they have the best record, tied with the Blue Jays for the best record in the American League. And obviously it is day 2 of training camp, as the Texans are getting it going. The season has officially started as it's underway now. And we're obviously there enjoying things and covering this thing up. Clint, about college football.
Absolutely.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready for a little college football?
Yeah. I'm excited about it. Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's about to get going. And I would just, things have changed a bit, right? Where now there are 12 teams that get into the college football playoffs, so there is a kind of a different way that the regular season goes, and a different feel of the regular season. And we kind of learned some things last year from that. And I guess I would just start with this. Now that we've adjusted, hell, when you played, Clint, to really feel comfortable to have a chance to win a national championship, you had to what, go undefeated? Is that what it was for you?
Depending on what league you played in, I mean, one loss and
we watched Auburn in, what was that, 2023 or whatever that was, or 2003, 2004, something like that. They were in the SEC and they were unbeaten and didn't make it because Oklahoma and USC made it. But it does feel like in your time it felt like it was you almost couldn't lose
right.
a game,
yep.
maybe one, as you said, if you're in the right conference and you were ranked high enough. How many games do you think you can lose now to get into the top 12? And I know the league also depends on that. Games last year they didn't get in. What is the amount of games you think you can lose?
Well, I think, Alabama's interesting because, I mean, of who they lost to last year. That was the
issue.
That was the issue. Like I think it matters who you lose to and when you lose. If you're Texas, I know your Texas schedule is one of them. They got Ohio State out of the gate.
I mean, I'm sorry, they lost 4. Excuse me, Alabama lost 4.
Alabama,
and they were 9-4. Didn't get in.
I mean, so I think 3 is the max. I think that depends on who you lose to. I just it's who and when. You lose early. And if it's to good football teams, I think you can survive 3 losses. I don't think you're surviving 4 losses. I don't care who you are. I think last year was an anomaly because last year, if you remember correctly, you got SMU got in, Arizona State got in, Boise State got in, and the conversation is the almighty Alabama at 4 losses. Are they anywhere remotely close to those teams right there? Last year was a weird year in college football. I don't think we have that again this year. I think 3 is the magic number, and it depends on who you lose to.
SMU, they were 11-2. They were the final at-large seed, a large team to get in.
Yep.
Alabama was 9. They were 9-3, and 3 didn't get in. So last year 2 was the mark, except Clemson. Clemson won the ACC, so they automatically got in. But so it seemed like 3 was the number that didn't get Alabama in. They were the last at-large team. And the reason why I say that is there are, and we talked about it earlier last week, there are huge expectations on Tyler's hated school that he hates, the Texas Longhorns. Arch Manning, he's doing horns down. Arch Manning, that crew.
Some Longhorn somewhere is crying.
Sark, there are high expectations. They are, at worst, Clint, going to be ranked in the top 3 preseason. Maybe they may be preseason number 1. They probably will be.
They'll be up there.
They're preseason to win the SEC. My thing is, Clint, though, they got a tough schedule. They got 5 games at the very least. When you look at it right now, they got 5 games that I would say are going to be potentially tough games, and 4 of them are away from their home stadium. They go week 1 at Ohio State. They go to Florida. They face OU in Dallas at a neutral site at the Cotton Bowl. They go to Georgia and Athens, and then the one is they play at home against A&M. That's 5 tough games that we know of, not counting a potential SEC championship game, another game in which maybe there's another SEC team like in Arkansas on their schedule that plays better than we think, or Mississippi State. Like, you look at this, Clint, it is not out of the realm of possibility that Texas loses 3 games. Like, it's not out of the realm that they go and lose to Ohio State week 1, and there's a potential that they drop 2 more. That's the thing is, and as you said, 3 feels like the max. And even though they are really, really talented and loaded and have high expectations, that is an interesting schedule to me to think. I could see 3. I mean, they got 2 other top 5 teams they got to play on the road at the very least.
Yeah,
against Georgia and Ohio State.
Well, look, I think 3 is the number. I really do. For to draw the line of still having, you got to be a blue blood. You got to be a big brand. And the losses are important. We go back to that Alabama, right? I mean, Alabama lost to Vanderbilt last year. They lost to a suspect OU team and a team in Tennessee. That was their 3 losses. And the OU loss was later in the season, and so you're not going to be able to survive that if you're Texas or anybody else. But out of the gate, Texas loses to Ohio State, and then Georgia clips them. And then they say they play Georgia again or something, and they get clipped like that. Like,
does that help that create? They lose to Ohio State and Georgia, and then they lose in the SEC championship game, and that gives them 3 losses. Does that hold them out?
Well, I think so. You got beat by Georgia twice ultimately down the stretch in your conference, and if you run the table otherwise, I think there's a chance you still get. I think there's a chance you're still viewed, assuming Georgia's a top team. I think there's still a chance that you're viewed as a top 12 team and you deserve a shot. Yeah, I think there's a real shot at that point in time. Again, if there is an undefeated, Boise State that's went toe-to-toe with an Oregon or somebody like that, then there'll be a conversation out there. But, I think 3 good losses is the number. Or you talk about Texas, like if 2 of those losses are regular season, they come back and they drop a 3rd one to Florida, like you mentioned. And then you come back and win the SEC late in the season.
They win the SEC, they're automatically in.
Yeah, they're automatically in. Yeah. So, it's I think 3 is the number, though. If you really want to be considered a top 12 team, and maybe we're talking about 12, 13, 14, and we're juggling, who's better in those rankings, I think 3 is the number or you're out.
Yeah, as an at large. I think they should be at some point within that. If they should be rewarded for playing. Like right now, preseason, it looks like Ohio State's top 5. Preseason, it looks like Georgia will be top 5. And A&M top 25, Oklahoma top 25, Florida top 20, and most of those games are on the road. That is, that's a hell of a schedule to have to navigate through. Play so many on the road, so. That to me is the biggest thing potentially besides injury or something. That's the biggest thing to me that could hold Texas back is this damn schedule they have. And I think as Tyler let me know last year, they were rewarded with maybe an easier SEC schedule. This year, it should be interesting to watch.
They got Arch Manning though, man. No worries, bro. I mean, this dude's winning the MVP in the NFL in 2026 and maybe even 2027 when it comes down to it. Austin's just fine, man.
Said back-to-back years, he's going to come right in the league and win that.
That's what I've been hearing.
That's what you've been hearing.
Lock it in.
That's scheduled for Texas, boy.
Are you going to bet it, T?
Burn orange clowns. Get the hell out of here.
I don't think he's going to bet it.
Hell no.
Doesn't sound like it, does it?
I don't think he just his heart can't do it. All right, coming up, we got to look at the passing of a legend. How big of a star is this legend? And fellas, I think you may be embarrassed or at least disappointed in me as I had another potentially cheap moment today.
No, it doesn't surprise me. I mean,
don't you have those daily?
If you're gonna surprise me, spend some money.
I know we got dirties daily, but I mean, I just assumed cheap Ron was daily.
If you hear the back and forth before I finally caved in to pay for this,
exhausting.
I think it was for that guy. I'll tell you coming up next.
All right, y'all. FedEx is the place to draft like a pro from right now, baby. July the 24th until September.
AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Pals from YouTube and Twitch says, sounds like what people thought about Johnny Football.
What's that?
What you're saying about Arch, I believe, is what he is referencing.
Nobody knew who the hell Johnny Manziel was when he stepped out on the field at Kyle that first week.
Thought he was going to...
That's quite different.
Win it all, baby.
And I don't believe I remember anybody predicting just complete success as he transitioned to the NFL.
Clint did.
Boy, I did.
No, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but
I called everybody dumbass for not taking him.
And I'm not saying there wasn't hype with Johnny Football at some point, but he had to get there with what he was doing on the field. This Arch Manning hype is freaking out of control, insane, and the dude hasn't done nothing.
Yeah, just enjoying himself, I guess. Guess he said, we're going to show y'all, baby. Ohio State, week 1.
2025 Heisman, baby. Lock it in.
There it is. Heisman, baby. And win the next several Heisman, baby.
Silly-ass Longhorns.
All right. So today had the old eye appointment today. Had to go a bit longer than I was supposed to.
Are you going cheap with the medical
Yeah, are you
now?
about to tell us a cheap story and it's starting with a medical visit again? That's what this is?
It's your well-being. It's your health, man.
Hell.
I'm about
price and surgeons and stuff. This guy.
I'm about 6 months past when I should have got my eye appointment. But I did go in. Went to get the eye appointment and started out doing the test or whatever, and just had to read stuff, put my chin on the little deal, and did whatever. And my man said, yes, we want to do a test on the back of your eyes. They said, you can get your eyes dilated, or we have the camera where it's not on your insurance, but it's about $30, little $30 extra. You don't have to worry about getting your eyes dilated and going out and be fine.
What was it? What were they looking for?
They just take it's kind of a new thing now. I guess they just take a picture of the back of your eyes. And usually the way they had to do that was to dilate your eyes.
Yeah, they ain't got to do that no more.
They don't have to do that. Now they still will do it.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, yeah, it'd be about $30. Extra. He said, I would really advise you do it. I said, nah, I think I'm good.
Tyler, you hear this? $30, man.
And he said,
your sight, he
said, so you're okay with dilated? He's like, I mean, and then it's
your eyeballs, bro.
He did it. What? It's the same thing. It's just a little
freaking dollars.
He said, well, he goes, what do you do? I said, he said, are you going back to work? I said, I'm actually going to go ahead to work after
the showman.
Host the #1 afternoon sports show, Sports Radio.
I'm a radio host though, so it don't mind.
He said, oh, awesome. He goes, so he's like, you have to read. You have to. He said, you got to focus. He goes, if you do go ahead and get your eyes dilated, maybe about 4 to 6 hours, and maybe you have to sit here just a bit.
Hold on, so
before you can, your eyes kind of maybe some blurred vision, some things like that.
Surpass the dilation.
And he said, are you sure? He said, I would really advise, and I said, I hear you. I said, I think I'm good. He said, okay. He said, also, it is. He said, right now they're giving you $5 off here. It'll actually be $25. Just in addition. He's like, I really think for what you're about to do, you should probably really consider this.
You didn't cave, did you?
And I said, it's 25. I said, and that's just 25. I said, exactly what does it do? and I finally said, okay, all right. It says 25. $25. Yeah.
That's good stuff, man.
I don't know if I was gonna save it anyway or negotiate it, but I sat there.
Oh, he was gonna take you 30. There ain't no doubt about that.
It was literally 5 minutes of a back and forth. Like he was
it worth your time?
Sure.
$5, 5 minutes?
I mean, probably not. But I mean, I said to him,
time is money.
I said to him, no, I'm good. He said, sir, I don't know, man.
Only guy as a medical professional,
negotiate with his eye doctor.
You wouldn't have thought about it?
As the man in care of your eyeballs, I would recommend.
Eyeballs, but I'm getting. I mean,
you're not an optometrist.
It would have been, but no, he's not saying that would have been bad. It's just would have been
better.
It's been 4 to 6 hours is what he said.
The medical professional's advice would be for you to just go ahead and pay the $30 and get this thing done the right way. And you push back for 5 minutes.
If I were going,
you made him earn it. That's okay.
If I were going home, I would have. There's a Target right next to it. I would have walked over to Target and just walked around in Target for a little bit till I got.
Till you got your eyes right,
focus right, and then I'd have driven home.
Yeah,
Bro,
I'm not on that.
Haggling with a stripper about a lap dance price is one thing. Stop haggling with these medical folks.
They're actually
Get your help.
They're actually closely related.
I did not. It was not. It was her.
I know it ain't from education standpoint or getting a degree.
She danced the next 3 songs. I did not ask for her to do that.
You didn't stop her.
I'm not going to pay her. And I don't care
that's besides the point. That's
His
fine.
hip flexors were locked up.
I'll take that 9 times out of 10 if we're talking that, rather than you.
It wasn't an argument. I just said I'm fine. I'll be honest with you. I felt like he was a little pushy. Just let me get my eyes dilated. At $25 now, come to think about it, what I could have done with it.
Well, now then you'd be on air over here talking about how that goofy ass doctor got your eyes, messed your eyes up. Now you can't read.
Text Live, the #1 talk show is The Drive with the cheapest host in Houston. Listen.
I mean,
are you saying you would have just gone with it?
Yeah, I'd have just said, all right, Doc, I trust you, man. Let's ride.
What a son of a bitch.
I damn sure would not have negotiated.
The amount of pictures I had to take, man, with that eye, man, it was. God, I almost wanted to
get. Didn't you say Courtney gets exhausted with your level of cheapness from time to time?
How could she not?
Well, I mean, that's a fair question.
I don't think it's a high level.
Good heavens.
You don't think it is?
Heavens to Betsy!
I don't think I'm alone. I thought it was quality question. I'm fine. I'm good with it. Lady at the gas station tried to get me. You wanna be a member? No, I'm good.
Well, out of principle, that's fine. But would you save $2? I got it. I told you one of my best friends.
25 today.
One of my best friends in college. Our relationship's strained to this day.
Why?
Yeah, because he's a cheap ass, and I'm okay with being a cheap ass. But then when it at the time and fair. I mean I was playing ball and I had some money in the bank, and I went back and we was kicking it, and I had bought everything all night long, not questioning one thing. We was all drinking Crown. He goes, hey, man, let me get you one, man. End of the night, let me get you one. I said, all right, Kurt, but I take this cup right here, and I want Crown. Now I want what I've been drinking. That dude went to the bar and bought a small single, like a single, in well, dumped it in my cup. That had been drinking double.
Did you watch him do it?
No. When he brought it back to me, he handed it to me, and I smelt it. It was well. You can tell the difference between Crown and well, and I could smell it. And I said, "Man, you are a cheap son of a." Well, I was mad. I was legit mad. I said, "Man, you sat here and
I would have bought you Crown
all night." Yeah, I'm not saying you are, Kurt. I'm just saying this is my experience with it. I said, "Man, all night long you sat over and we was drinking double talls and Crown, and we was having us a good time. Not to mention everything else you're benefiting from the company you keeping." It's because he could hunt. Now that was a dog. You put him in the right direction, he could hunt. And I said, man, you gonna go up there and really get me a well and dump it in my cup and try to if one thing if you'd have bought a well and brought it back to me and said, hey man, here's all I got. You tried to hide it and hoping I didn't. As soon as my nose hit it, I said, oh hell no.
He should have just came with you and said, man, I ain't got it.
That's it. Yeah. But the problem is he had it.
See, I wouldn't have done that.
He is just an unbelievably cheap human being. I was renting him an apartment right off the strip. I was renting him one of my apartments for $500 a month, half price. You know what my man had to gall to deduct from his rent? A $42 ceiling fan, because it didn't have one in the room. I'm done, bro.
Were you under an alias, Ron?
I'm done, bro. I'm
man.
done.
I hear him, man.
I am.
Text line coming through. Stand firm, Ron. My dentist offered half off X-rays when I declined. I was just out of college. That was my excuse. We've been getting our eyes dilated for years. Why change now and pay more? I'm with Ron. Someone texted in, Ron, I cannot believe you would put a price on your health. Cheap ass. It was not a difference. I mean, it was just a thing that would have gone through quicker. I was still like, my eyes dilated. I just it would have just been 6 hours till I'd have been able to completely focus and maybe deal with a little blurred vision.
He was clearly trying to sell you something, and it would be okay if you just said, "No, I'm good." But you literally were you were willing to buy it at a cheaper rate.
Now he pushed. I think he pushed. I did. I initially said, "Oh, I think I'm good."
Because you didn't want to spend the $30, not because you thought it was easier.
I did. Yeah, right. I didn't want to spend the $30.
Right.
I'll just take the lesser one, and I've dealt with eyes dilated. I can do it. I can drive through.
But at 25, you're in.
Well, he kept pushing, and he said, "Sir, I'd really like. What do you do? Oh, I'd really advise you."
He sold the show. He got you.
He did, man. Hey, man. He won't get me next time out of principle. I'm gonna beat his ass. What you got coming up?
Texans training camp practice number 2, baby. I got observations. I'm gonna fire hose you with them next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about advanced fella. Look, if you've got some kind of hair issue, some kind of hair
Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. I want to appreciate everybody out there. Thank everybody out there for listening to The Drive on Sports Radio 610, listening to Sports Radio 610, 6A to 6P. Any way that you do, the AM dial, FM dial, YouTube, Twitch, we greatly appreciate you. Also, the Odyssey app. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, we appreciate it. If not, I'd greatly appreciate if you download it. AUDACY. Keep us on your hip. Take us everywhere you go. We got all kind of promos rolling on there. You never know when we're going to do some kind of giveaway on there, and they're big giveaways too. But if you got the Odyssey app right now, one beautiful thing is that rewind feature. And yesterday was Will Anderson on the In the Loop group, and today was Azeez Al-Shaair was on the In the Loop group and with the In the Loop group, and you can use that rewind feature to go on back and listen to Azeez with the fellas. Also, guys, did y'all know that today was National Tequila Day?
I did actually.
I did not.
I mean, we got a little bit of
saw it on social media.
I mean, I think there's a National Everything Day, but National Tequila Day. I may sip me a little bit this evening.
You should. Thirsty Thursday.
I'm trying to think which brand I'm going to go with.
Casamiga.
Zero chance. It's a good mixture, though. Good mixture. But I'm trying to think which one I'm going to go with. I got several of them high-end joints on the at the bar at the house. I'm going to have to go with one this evening, I think. And
suck one of them down, baby.
If I can get them babies down early, I can get on that patio and watch the sun goes down behind me, but I can watch the day come to an end and nightfall, if you know what I mean. Watch the moon rise. So I'm going to have me one of them, and I'll take time to my favorite tequila song is, without a doubt, Tequila Makes Her Clothes Fall Off by my man Joe Nichols, Arkansas boy, good friend of mine, Joe Nichols. One of the best voices in country music, and
excellent title.
That song is getting absolutely wore out today. No question about it. For the folks that know it's National Tequila Day, one of those songs that when you say tequila, Joe's is typically in the top handful that you think of. So,
how does that? How do you go about getting a day made?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Like if I want to go by National Air Force One Day, like how do you?
I would
the shoe, not the plane.
I would imagine that not the plane. I'd imagine the plane will get one before the shoe.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I don't know how you go about making that official. I guess you can just make an announcement on social media and hope people grab it.
Everybody go roll with it.
If it's something like tequila, then I'm sure everybody will grab it and make to get busy with it. Yeah, I got to figure that out, man. I got to. Maybe I'll stop and pick a new bottle up on the way home. Or maybe I'll just knock one back when I get there. We'll find out. Texans training camp, y'all. Practice number 2. It's in the books this morning, 9 o'clock. I want y'all to know, boys, I thought about both of y'all when that sweat ran down the middle of my back and hit that old crack, man. It was it put a smile on my face. I'm not one of those that gets out there and complains about how hot it is, man. It literally brings joy to me to know that that sweat still runs, man. It's beautiful. So good and hydrated. It was running this morning. But today was an interesting day with the Texans, y'all. I think this is a day that I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, so to speak, but today was an interesting day because it was – I disagree with what D'Amico said after practice in terms of some good on each side. I think today was an extremely sloppy day by the offense. You're already slow-paced, doing very little.
We don't like that.
There were 2 balls on the ground in the backfield today. One of them was C.J. Stroud. He dropped the football. I think he dropped a snap. He picked it up and made a bad play worse by overthrowing Higgins on a little in cut to his right, and he hit the safety right in the chest, I believe it was, right behind him. The other was one of the third or fourth string quarterbacks, either Graham Mertz or Keaton Slovis. One of those two put a ball on the ground, almost ran away from the ball. The defense picks up and would have took it for a scoop and score. So, that happened. And then I think the O-line struggled mightily in pass pro today. I don't know what the issue was overall, but the pass protection was not good. And Juice Scruggs, he got 2023 beat one time. I think he was playing left guard.
Damn.
And it just looked like his feet were buried in concrete. He got left in the dirt, and that D tackle was in CJ's face before he could do anything. The very next play, the guard again. I don't know if it was Juice or not, but one of the guards just got put in the lap of the quarterback, as well as both tackles got. They met that guard at the quarterback right there. So it was a rough run. But I thought today was a sloppy, really sloppy as hell day, to be completely honest with you, for the offense. But I don't want to overreact here. This is going to happen when you're installing an offense, when you're overhauling an entire offensive line, and then you have to go team reps versus a Super Bowl caliber defense, what I think is going to be a Super Bowl caliber defense. This kind of thing is going to happen fairly often in training camp, I would think, until the offense gets time to catch up. And I'm talking 3 weeks into camp, you may catch up kind of deal. I don't want to oversell it, but let's call it what it is. It was a sloppy as hell day by the offense. Defensively, I mentioned it a bit. This is a championship caliber defense, and they appear to be in midseason form. And these dogs are hunting. Stood out to me today is more on the I needed to see it front. But Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shaair were your 2 LB1s. side by side. I think those guys probably end up playing more behind each other instead of side by side on the front line. I think E.J. Speed ends up being one of the starting backers. However, there was some questions about Henry To'oTo'o in the offseason of where's he at.
Stuff, yep.
Yeah, and there's also the question of Henry To'oTo'o. We saw him make a huge jump from 22 to 23?
Yeah,
we
year
saw,
one to year two.
Yeah, I mean, just made a huge jump. And so who is he? Is he more of the guy that's in shape, the guy that's moving well, or is he more the heavy-footed linebacker that's going to struggle on several fronts? Henry appears to be in great shape, moving really well, and he was out there, so he's obviously healthy. That was good. As I mentioned, E.J. Speed was running with the twos. I don't see that happening. To be honest with you, I think he'll be in the starting rotation before it's all said and done.
It was good, by the way, to see Christian Harris at least out there. I hadn't seen him. He wasn't in jersey. He wasn't in uniform, but he was in
sweats.
Sweats, yeah. And he was out there with the position group. So it was good to see that he was at least out there.
Yeah. It was again back on the offensive side too, Ron. It was very, very the offensive line, that rotation heavy thing is you kind of keep an eye on. Or the starters are ones that are into it. The rotation is ridiculous, which in a good way. I mean, it's just you can't even hardly keep up. I'm up there missing a play because I'm trying to figure out who the hell is on the offensive line. They're rotating them jokers through there, so we'll see how all that comes out in the wash. I do have one thing that's more along the lines of a rant than anything else, Ron. But when you got an offense that's trying to, because the dynamic is really interesting in Houston, because I mentioned it, you got a Super Bowl caliber defense that is super physical and super aggressive, right? And you've got an offense that is, taking baby steps in terms of installing Nick Case's terminology and scheme, right? And I love what they're doing offensively. Today was another slow day offensively of more of like walk-through scout team, run heavy periods early on to make sure they get this thing down. But when those two come together and there is ones versus ones, Ron, I think this is something that D'Amico needs to monitor. What's more important? Is it more important that your defense goes balls to the wall and just makes it as hard as they possibly can on an offense, again, that's trying to rebuild an offensive line and install an offense? Or is it more important that you get at least it's good at least get good clean pockets so C.J. Stroud can move around a little bit and throw the football and the O-line coach can see what the hell's going on and who's got who. The OC can see everything unfold and get those good quality reps you can teach off of. Which one is more important? And I'm going to tell you, being the offensive-minded guy, I'm just at a spot with Will Anderson where I need somebody to rein his ass in. I don't know if it's D'Amico Ryans. I don't know if it's C.J. Stroud. I don't know who it is. But somebody needs to go to Will Anderson and say, hey, Will, man, we get the motor you got, right? But we can't disrupt every single play for the last – when they come together and they got 10 or 12 plays, ones versus ones, and we're in shells, like Will is – and look, I'm not – the only thing I'm concerned about is like the disruption of the entire play that's being ran. And Will is going full speed, balls to the wall, and I know it's in his nature, and I get it, but it is totally disruptive, whether it's a run play or it's a pass play, and you're in shells, man. Like, just get you a couple of steps and then let the offense get the look that they need instead of completely disrupting everything. I need somebody to have a chat with Will. And look, this ain't an attack Will deal for all you sensitive sunbucks out there. This is just one of them deals where as a Texans fan, I think it's more important that they get really good looks offensively. And the last thing I'm worried about is Will Anderson conditioning himself to go hard every single play. And I don't know. Again, I don't know who it is, but
It does feel different when they're in shell. Like that is almost a symbol of more teaching, more mind work,
right,
than it is more physicality work.
I will admit, I think the dumbest thing in football, all levels of football, when I see these camps out there with high school kids, and these kids have got, hell, some of them are probably already making NIL money in high school, but they got a chance to change their life at the college level, and they're out there in no helmets, no pads, at some camp, or ranking camp, 5-star camp, and they're doing one-on-one pass rush and bull rushing, and guys are rolling all over the ground to see who can touch a damn back. I think that's the dumbest thing in football. If I had a kid, I'd yank my kid out of any camp that was doing that, first of all. And I think it's plumb-ass silly. You get to the pro level, and it's just like, I understand that everybody's got to be a pro, and the energy's got to match. But just where if I'm Nick, this is where it would get if it were me.
If you were who? If you were Nick?
If I were Nick Caserio, because if I were C.J. Stroud and I were really good friends with Will, I would have a conversation with him. But if I were Nick Caserio, this is where I would be with it, right? In today's game, you're doing shell work 90% of the time. I believe I'd go to D'Amico Ryans. I believe I'd go to D'Amico and I say, hey, Miko, here's the deal, man. I got to install this offense. I got to get good looks. I got to get my guys to get good looks. If we're not going to if you're not going to pull Will out when we do team, when we do ones versus ones, or we're not going to ask him to take three full steps and then chill out a little bit.
Because it is very different than everybody else.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I know there's a lot of people that are like, oh, you're sitting. No. It's completely different than everybody else on the field, right? And I'm not knocking him. I'm just, the dynamic in Houston is you got an offense that's behind big time, that's got to catch up, and you got a championship caliber defense. Here, I'd tell D'Amico, I say, hey, Miko, here's the deal. If you're not going to either pull him out or make sure that he's a 3, 4, 5-step guy and then chill out. If you're not going to do one of those things, then here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get Nick Chubb to put his face mask so deep in his rib cage in this next drill that he's got to at least acknowledge that could happen, to slow him down a little bit. I mean, you're just not getting. It's just an absolute disruption. So, I think somebody needs to chit chat with Will.
You are understandably struggling with the ability to install this offense the way. For me, I get that part of it, but for me, it's just the injury factor. He is with no pads on and with everybody else going at best probably 75%, going 100 miles an hour, hard, punching, swimming around, dipping around, and he many times is ending up where number 7 is. Well, and that's my big thing is the injury portion.
There's always that. But here's, and I said this the other day, the guy I liken it to is Junior Seau. Right? I mean, Junior, but here's the difference. And this is where I'm going just to get a little difference, because Junior obviously is one of the greatest to ever do it. Junior was an off-ball linebacker.
Yep.
Junior's ball to the wall was covering man. Junior's balls to the wall was most of the time zone coverage or filling a hole when he reads run, right? Junior, the one time it would stand out for Junior, which is every snap for Will Anderson, is when he would walk up in the A-gap.
I was going to say.
With nothing but shells on, which the A-gap for y'all out there is the gap between the center and the guard. He would walk up in the A-gap, and as soon as the ball was snapped, he'd get as skinny as he could and go as hard as he could in that damn A-gap. And it would disrupt whatever play you had. You have the pass protection's broke down. If it's a run play, your guard and tackle your guard and center are completely wiped out in the scheme, and you
get nothing accomplished.
But the thing with Junior is it was just he was an off-ball linebacker, so it happened few and far between. The problem with Will is his ass is coming like at every single play.
From the end spot.
Yeah, so it's one like, oh, man, somebody needs to tap Will on the shoulder and say, hey, man, you want this offense to help? You want this offense to score a few points this year? Why don't you take a break, man? Why don't you take the last 15 minutes of practice off every day?
Yeah, again, when he throws the pads on, I don't think that's what you're referring to.
No.
But right now,
it's the shell situation that is just. Whew. It's impossible.
Yeah. Breaking news: Clint wants Will to be traded. He works too hard.
I guess you can get there from that conversation I had. Yeah.
Championships and Super Bowl caliber defenses. LOL. Let's slow the roll on that. I mean, I think defensively that is a fair thing. I think they have a championship, potentially a championship defense.
I will be highly disappointed if this isn't a top 5 NFL defense. That puts it in the championship caliber range.
Yeah, I believe that. I'll say I'd be highly disappointed if it's at top 10. I could they're 6 or 7 or something. That's all right. I'll be shocked if they're not a top 10 defense. And there hasn't been a rash of injuries, right, or something like that. But they've got what it looks to be. That they just got to get there. Will's got to slow down just a tad. All right. We were wondering if there would be 3, and there is a third one. How big is this one? Hulk Hogan passes away at 71. How big is this one? We'll discuss that next.
All right. When was the
shelter and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. That's salarmyeds.org.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We might talk about that Botox stuff here in a bit, but
love good commercial break combo.
Wait, who's Botox? What I miss?
Tyler, we might talk about that Botox conversation with Tyler here in a bit.
We sure as heck can.
They say it comes in threes, right? Malcolm Jamal Warner earlier this week, Ozzy Osbourne, and now Hulk Hogan. Terry Bollea, Hulk Hogan, has passed away at the age of 71. Which I think I'm certain most everyone listening to this has an understanding of Hulk Hogan. Most everybody listening to this has an understanding of Hulk Hogan and how big he is. This is one that hits CNN, hits hits everything. He is a big star. You think he is somebody that? What percentage of people you think in this country know who Hulk Hogan is? Like, you think that? Like, I'm trying to think of how big.
I think there was a time. I don't think it's as overwhelming now. But I think there was a time when he was as big as any celebrity out there.
Yeah, because he was in TV shows and doing movies and stuff.
I mean,
But I still, even right now, I feel like.
I mean, would your kids know who he is?
Yeah. I feel like if I'd say, now my kids watch wrestling, so they see him.
Yeah, brother.
But maybe if we don't go to kids, but if we talk about people like over 15,
yeah.
I bet you they may not know a whole lot about him. They may not know that he beat Andre the Giant in WrestleMania 3 or whatever.
Yeah.
But if I'd say to you the name Hulk Hogan, who is? Have you heard of that person? I think the vast majority of people over a certain age will at least have an understanding of who he is.
Oh, I agree. Like I said, I think probably one of the most famous individuals.
Yes.
Like not just wrestling. I'm talking about most famous individuals
people,
in America. I don't know about. I don't know the whole scene that internationally, but in America,
America runs the world, bro.
Well, I just mean. People that know him.
But I would think even, especially how wrestling has become, I would think even internationally he is. Yeah.
That's where I was going. I don't know how international wrestling is. Obviously it is. I don't know. Definitely in this country.
Oh, like with Ozzy too. If y'all remember, he had a little run with a reality television show with like his family.
Yeah.
Like clearly bigger than Ozzy Osbourne. Like a known star, bigger star. I think he is. Clearly bigger than him.
Mm-hmm. I would agree.
Like this is this is one I feel like on even like news shows, ESPN, there's going to be a stop and like a segment on.
Yeah.
That's not like Malcolm Jamal Warner probably not getting a segment on on everything everything.
No, I agree. It's a stop in your tracks, no matter what network you're on or what topic you're covering.
Yeah, like
I agree.
Someone said my brother knows who Hulk Hogan is. I think I heard In the Loop talking about this, and I know Sean Pendergast, I believe, texted into him. I was about to just start doing it my damn self, and I said, well, I guess Sean has done it. Like, there's an argument like, is he top 3 WWE of all time? Like, there's a difference between, how like real wrestling heads feel. I think a lot of real wrestling heads, still real to me, damn it, feel like, Ric Flair and Shawn Michaels may be the best wrestlers. But like overall in terms of impact of why wrestling is as big as it is right now, I think there are 2 major figures that are the reason why wrestling is where it is, and I think he's one of them. Him and Vince McMahon are, I believe, the two biggest reasons why wrestling is in
Rocket in that group potentially.
But later on, like kind of like Hulk set the stage for The Rock and a Stone Cold.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah. Like, but I think wrestling. I think personally, I think Hulk Hogan is still the biggest name in wrestling.
Hulkamania,
like the most known. Like now, The Rock is difficult because it's movies too. I think there are a lot of people who know him as Dwayne Johnson, the actor, more than they connect him with wrestling. Like Stone Cold made the most money, sold the most merchandise in his run. I know, like Stone Cold was huge. Stone Cold's not Hogan.
Give me a hell yeah.
No, I don't think everybody you can roll through and be like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Maybe in the heart of 1998, 97, you could do that at people when he was real hot.
Right.
I think right now you can still say, Hulk Hogan? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. I agree with that.
I don't think you could do that. I don't think it was Stone Cold. And now The Rock, yes, The Rock is, but like again, like I wonder, like oddly enough, I was watching Family Feud, and the question on Family Feud was, what's one thing that you know? What's one thing that you connect with Dwayne The Rock Johnson? And wrestling was not number one.
Yeah, see, it would be for me.
It would be for me, but like the number one answer was like,
oh, you meant wrestling? Okay, I got you.
What do you like? And they had different answers. I think number one was movies.
Mm-hmm.
I think number two was muscles, size, and then I think wrestling was third.
Yeah.
I think Hulk Hogan, you just say, give me a name in wrestling.
Hulk's the first one, no question.
I think for most people,
I agree. I think it's overwhelming.
Like someone said, like people are texting in Cena. Like, yeah, Cena is well known.
Again, though, Hulk
he's
set
not
that stage.
Like he's not, but not just,
but not even on the same
not
level.
just
Either,
it's to me, it's like it's like Babe Ruth. Like if I'm gonna roll through you and just say you can just name it, like the name baseball. What comes up with baseball? I think there are better players than Babe Ruth.
I got a message for those Yankees.
It's the name that is synonymous with the sports.
I think that's fair.
With the sport.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think Hulk is the most well known. I think he's the name that's synonymous. I think again, I think he's one of the top celebrities of all time.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. He was the first one that just crossed over and just took it to where it's not just.
Mm-hmm.
Do you are you like which Hogan in wrestling? Which Hogan are you when you close your eyes and you see Hulk Hogan? Which version do you see?
The original?
You do.
I see that black beard.
I do too. I see the NWO with that spray painted belt. I see villain Hogan. And I think probably because that is when I was I've watched it since I was a kid. Like I remember,
yeah.
But I see when I like the Hogan I remember is the Hogan that was about to beat up Jay Leno on the Tonight Show. The Hogan that was rolling with Dennis Rodman.
Yeah,
I see the bad.
The only time that I've ever been, knee deep in wrestling was the Stone Cold Steve Austin era. So
Attitude era, yeah.
But if you flip to the other channel, that's what he was doing.
Well, but what I'm saying is, if you walked up to me and said wrestling, who comes? Hulk would be the first one I'd mention. And the only person I've ever specifically tuned in to see consistently was Stone Cold in that 98, 97, 98, 99 era.
Yeah, and there may be some people under 20 or 25 that may say Cena.
Yeah.
Or that may say The Rock. Maybe. But I think most it's Hogan. Hogan, Mr. T, all of that stuff. So he passes away at the age of 71. All right, coming up as we get going here, we'll get you the starting lineups. as the Astros are back home. They will face the A's. We'll let you know who Jason Alexander, he's getting the ball tonight, who is going to be in the lineup for him tonight. And was away from a very, very, very important date for the Astros. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, we can't predict when the next storm is going to hit Houston or cause major power outages around the city.
your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I do want to test this out to the people. If this is, I understand maybe some may believe the eye dilation avoidance was a cheap situation. I have another one. I don't think this one is cheap. Clint seems to be on the fence on this. Share with him is cheap. Before that, here is the starting lineup as the Astros come back home to the Daikin, and they will face the A's. Luis Severino on the mound for the A's. Almost called him Oakland. Taylor Trammell staying in that leadoff spot, baby, in center field. Altuve is back in the lineup in left. Caratini is catching tonight in the 3 spot. Christian Walker is in the cleanup spot. Cam Smith, they moved him back down, and I don't mind it. Trammell he got on base 3 times yesterday and has done pretty well in that leadoff spot. But Cam Smith in the 5 spot in right. And John Singleton is the designated hitter tonight. I cannot
bat flip and so guns
and
back.
This is on us. We said, I think it was me and you, Tyler. I believe we said his ass is never. I think it was just you. His ass is never, ever coming back.
I did.
And he has found his way in the middle of a pennant race, July 24th, in the lineup as the DH. I bet you he sees.
Big bat flip is back. Huh?
I bet you he sees 11 pitches tonight. Dubon, he is at short. Matthews where's Dubon at? He's at third. Matthews is at second base, batting 8th with Zach Short at shortstop. So again, Trammell leading off. Altuve back in the lineup. Caratini, Walker, Singleton back. The big bat flip is back at DH. Dubon, Matthews in short, and then Jason Alexander is pitching. Oh, there you go. Space Cowboy Trammell, Space Cowboy Singleton, and just really on the streets, Space Cowboy Matthews, Space Cowboy Short, Space Cowboy Alexander. So 5 Space Cowboys out of the 10. Half.
That's where we're at, folks.
God,
and,
I always say we're still the Skeeters. There's so many.
Did
good
you say
things.
yesterday best record in the AL?
Yeah, it was, and then the Jays tied it later. So they're tied for the best record.
Powered by Sugarland.
Boy, it's an impressive run, boys.
Sugar/Corpus. Couple of Corpus in there, I believe. How about that? So that is the lineup today. I do want to get to the important date here, 8 days from now. But the scenario here, Tyler and the people, I don't think this one is cheap. I kind of knew that maybe some people may feel the eye thing was. So we got the big AAU tournament coming up this weekend. My oldest has a 11U AAU tournament in San Antonio.
Oh yeah, you're going to San.
Yeah, and originally planned to leave leave right after the show on Friday. Gonna go ahead and drive to San Antonio. But
get on up to the Hill Country a little early.
Yeah, but we thought obviously, like usually his games are early, so we had scheduled the hotel for Friday. Went ahead, go and leave and get rolling. Found out that game is not till later, not till 4:00.
4 o'clock tip, man.
4 o'clock. So I went ahead and canceled that Friday. Just gonna go up Saturday morning. Right up in there. Save that day.
Does that surprise you, Tyler?
That's not cheap.
Nope. That's not even close to some of the cheapest things you've done for sure. But it's still got that in it.
One could say that's a smart move.
You could.
But there is a degree of cheap in there.
Like, here's the question around it. Was it just an immediate cancel because to save the money, or was it like, hey, no, we got some things we need to do, keep the family at the house, we can go up a little? Was it an immediate like, oh hell no, I ain't spending that $150 or whatever it was?
Well, I mean, my thought was, yeah, we can save on that. We can save on that date.
Well, there was never no like, hey, honey,
and then,
hey, babe, if we go up there early, then we can get up. Maybe we can enjoy a nice little restaurant for a little breakfast or a little lunch or something before the game start at 4. We enjoy that morning.
No,
on the river walk or nothing like that.
No, it's just me and the boys going. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The girls are staying back. Court and Lauren are staying back. It's just me and the boys going.
Man, well, yeah. I think Courtney would probably go ahead and spend that whatever that costs to get y'all out of her hair for a day.
Yeah, we'll go ahead.
Get on out of her hair and let her and Lode enjoy the day.
They're going to eat breakfast at the house, and then we're going to get up, and then we're going to drive up there.
A solid meal like Waffle House or something?
There. I mean, it's not like I'm thinking they're
Could you imagine being up there?
That's not cheap.
Could you imagine being up there with your two boys in the hotel room and say, boys, let's get up and get us a little breakfast. We got a little game. Game don't tip till 4 o'clock.
Continental.
We ain't going to have no travel legs, no nothing like that. We're going to get us a little breakfast. Go get our leg. Hey, we can get us a little morning walk through on the river walk. We can get us a nice little lunch. Maybe we can go somewhere and find us a little park in the San Antonio area where Nicholas can get a couple shots up before the game. Is it Nicholas or Trey's game?
Trey's playing.
Trey's game?
No.
You know?
No.
What we going to do?
Grab a little breakfast, eat a little breakfast, get down there, check in the hotel, let them maybe get a little rested.
Did you even think about asking?
Then we'll probably grab some lunch somewhere.
Did you even think about it on your way? You're going to grab some lunch in a hurry? Yeah, eat in the car.
No. What, we leave at 9 o'clock? That should get us
loading up his bag at the continental breakfast.
I do need to check out. If we were at an embassy, I'm with you.
Get some of these Danish.
Did you even think about asking Courtney, like, hey, babe, would you rather just go ahead and get out of your hair so that you and Lo can have y'all a little slow motion day kind of deal?
Her hair. She loves it.
I think
she's going to have us out of her hair.
In fact, I know my wife loves me, but me and if I were going to take 2 of the 3 kids.
No, we're good. No.
Yeah, no.
She loves it. Yeah. And trust, she can lay down. I'll cook the breakfast. Pack some snacks as well for them. We don't need to stop. That shouldn't be a stop right there.
I mean, look,
that's a straight shot. No stop, no gas.
I just think we should ask Courtney.
Oh, I think she's with it. He's up and get them good, right? Whatever they want.
Hey, Court,
I'll ask
I
Nicholas.
know it's an extra night at the hotel, but look, I thought it'd be nice if we go ahead and get on up out of here and give you a little one-on-one time, maybe a little low-key time.
With you. Hey, what do you boys want for lunch? Nicholas, McDonald's, bet.
Got it.
Gotcha.
We'll pass 42 of them joints on the way to San Antonio.
We'll get them some lunch. Have a nice little dinner. We'll get them into bed. We'll see what happens, man.
I think if it had been me, I don't
think that one's cheap, man. Not cheap.
Well,
easy to get that one out there, man. Just give me Saturday and Sunday, man. We don't need to stay that Friday. Driving up there just to get there at 9 something, 10 o'clock.
It's a smart financial decision. I'm just saying you could have took the whole family and you could have slid over and went to that little vineyard, that little wine spot that I got in Green. You could have seen Green, man.
Yeah. I'd rather do that without the kids.
Oh,
yeah.
Not on game day?
No, not on game day. I do have to get up Fredericksburg. I do have to hit that. We do have to hit that up. That is something. I just got I think we may retire in Napa, and
damn.
Yeah, we really enjoyed it.
Good for you.
I think that could be a spot to retire for us. And I feel like we should check out Fredericksburg. I've heard
wine country.
I've heard you talk about it.
It's tremendous. You should
John
check
McClain
it out.
has told me about Fredericksburg a lot.
Yep, it's been a while, man. We need to go. It's been a while. Me and the wife hadn't been out there in a while.
Bed and breakfast.
Someone texted in, he's not going to play well after that long drive. Yes, he will.
You ought to think about travel legs, man. Being in that car for 3 to 4 hours, man.
That's good, man.
Plus, you're going to be rushing because I know you're not going to leave at 9. You're going to get a late start.
No. I'll get in there.
You going to turn around and come right back Sunday?
Sunday, yeah, come on back Sunday.
What is it? What's the Sunday schedule?
Don't know. We won't know until what happens Saturday.
So is there any chance that you would stay Sunday and come back early Monday morning?
No. I got a flight to catch Monday morning.
Oh, Monday morning. Are you out next week?
I'm here, but I'll be on the show. But I won't be here.
Oh, okay.
I'll be in Kansas City, but I got a flight to catch Monday morning. Yeah, got to get back Sunday. Got to pack somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be good. Now this gives me time to pack.
Might have been a good tournament skip.
Well, it's a big tournament. It's a big one. Big one.
Trey, you better play well.
And
and
we're not skipping that as much money as we've paid for him to participate in this thing. He's going to get all the tournament.
It comes back to the mighty dollar, doesn't it?
Well, I'm just saying, man, he's going to get all of this. Y'all out there, you got some parents out there, you know about that AAU money. Shoot, he's getting all of this.
Damn, so
Someone texted in, I believe if there was if there was food available at the tournament, Ron would use that as lunch. That is not true.
That is 100% true.
That's not my snack.
It is 100%.
It's not.
We're going to hit continental breakfast. Well, no, you don't get the continental breakfast because you skipped out on the night before.
That's right. I get the breakfast at the house.
So you get breakfast here. You get Courtney to cook the breakfast here, and then catch lunch at the tourney. Sit around, watch a couple games.
Is that my boy Ron?
That is not true. That is not true. I would not do that. Now, if they wanted some of that, maybe if they got full before dinner, maybe.
Well, you could still. That's the key.
Flip on this burger.
Get there, Ron. Rat hole it and that's the thing. Eat for dinner in the hotel room.
No, man. I'll take them out to a good dinner, man.
You'll end up getting a free meal and one night at a hotel.
I'm having a good time. Take them to main event. Just let them go crazy.
Because you saved money the night before.
That'll be fun. I'll have a blast out there. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. As I said, we'll get you ready for the Astros. Day 2 of training camp as well. We'll let you hear the takeaways from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans himself, and potentially a scary situation for a starting quarterback in the AFC. We'll let you know about that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
You want to talk about a scary situation? How about suffering an accident at work or on the road, and you're left not knowing what to do next? You don't know who you're going to call for help. Heck, you don't know how you can get the compensation that you deserve if and when you deserve it, right? Well, I'm going to tell you what. Plan for this now. If it ever happens, you know exactly who to call. That who is Mokaram Injury Lawyers, right? They're available 24/7, nights and weekends, 281-222-2222. You're going to get a real person, not some automated answering service when you call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, right? They've been serving the Houston community for over 30 years, y'all. They believe in supporting the community as well as all of their clients. After all, heck, man, they're not just lawyers. They're
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill have the latest, a.k.a. Psycho T. Here in just a bit, you will hear directly from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, on his biggest takeaways. But we've got the latest here. Best bet. Tyler gets to continue to pick because
multiple days in the green.
Because Tyler was in the green.
You got lucky, Bob.
He was in the green, just barely. He was in the green, and even though the damn Phillies screwed him, and you should have had a really big day with the Phillies.
That was a bad beat.
If the catcher could catch a pop fly or even locate where it was,
little league son of a bitch.
It was 5. Glenn, it was 5-0. Phillies are just dominating. Okay. 5-0. And they hit a pop up. And the catcher, he runs over like JT thinks this thing's out of play. He's looking, he's to the fence in the netting, staring at it. That thing landed 10 feet behind him.
He just lost it, huh?
Just lost it. He's staring out, looking at it, and everybody's looking at him. Next two bases loaded at the time, 2 outs. Next two batters walk, and then a grand slam is given up.
Oh my!
They even came back and tied it, and lost
felt like
it in
ripped
extra.
my nuts off.
And you just had the money line, didn't you?
Yep.
That was looking good. That would have been
Sons
poor.
of
But
boy, that'll make you sick.
But
golly.
I mean, it just turned, man. It just turned. But no, you don't get to pick tonight. because he is in the green. So stay tuned for best bets as
3 for 5, baby.
Tyler lives to fight another day in this piece. But the big thing here, training camp, and before we give an assessment of what our takeaways were from today, here is D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, what his takeaways were from today.
My biggest takeaway from today was very competitive on both sides of the ball. You saw, see offense making some plays there in the passing game, and bust a run open there, and defense really competing, making plays as well. I think the highlight of the day for me was Petrie, being in a really good spot to intercept the football. Just shows, just continue. He's been a guy who's been very consistent for us, no matter where we put him, what we've asked him to do. He's just, my type of player. He's all over the field, always up for the challenge. Whatever the down is, he's going to be around the football making plays, and it was evident today.
All right, he singled out Jalen Petrie. The defense had a good day, said some things with the offense. As you were out there, Clint, what was your takeaways today?
Well, I disagree with D'Amico from the offensive standpoint. I thought it was a sloppy day offensively at best. There was 2 balls on the ground in the backfield. One of them was a fumbled exchange by one of the backup quarterbacks. And then one of them was a fumbled snap that was then picked up by C.J. Stroud that he overthrew an in-cut to his right to Higgins. And I believe that's the ball that Petrie picked, I believe.
It was a drop snap, and then he threw it high across the middle, Yeah,
it was so I think it was for the offense. I think the pass protection was not good. Juice Scruggs got beat like a drum on one time at left guard, one play at left guard. There was a couple of times where the overall protection, the whole pocket just collapsed around the quarterback. And so I don't know, I don't think it was a good day offensively. I think it was sloppy. Now, in the same breath, I have to admit, it's when you're installing a new offense. I mean, I would say in the first 2 to 3 weeks of installing this thing, you're going to have days where you just can't get right.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It is surprising to you that the offense, especially going against this defense, had some struggles, had a day like that.
It's not going to surprise me when they struggle at all, regardless who's on the other side of them. But you do make a good point of you've got a championship caliber defense on the other side of them, so it's definitely gonna make it even worse at times. And so I think today was probably a little bit of both. I think that team, that defense that's aggressive, physical, and just doesn't believe in taking a breath at all. I think that took a toll today, and I think the team's trying to install some stuff, and you saw some typical young installation type mistakes. And but yeah, I can't get with D'Amico on good things on both sides. I thought it was sloppy offensively.
Yeah, as you said, man, they've got a lot of, especially up front and in the receiving corps, and really, I guess, everywhere. They got a lot of in and out, a lot of new pieces and parts. You're in a new system, and Nick Chubb is new here, and not just in a new system, but him and CJ haven't played together. A lot of moving parts on the offensive line. They continue that today, mixing and matching and shifting and changing things there. So there's another piece of it. Receivers, young receivers coming in. So there's going to be some things. Hopefully, Clint, the deal is we're not seeing this next week. Like at least some of the ball on the ground stuff, like that kind of stuff, the real unforced stuff.
Yeah, well, you hope to never see that. There's really no excuse for the ball to be on the ground, but the I think there is some good teaching tape there. I think C.J. Stroud picking the ball up and making a bad play worse. I think that's some good teaching material there. But overall, I think you're just going to have those days. You have to accept it. Now you learn from it and you move on. It's just going to happen when you're installing an offense. That's to me, today was one of those days where, boy, it really sunk in what's going on in Houston with the offense. Is, you hope to have very few days like today, but the reality is there's going to be a lot of days, especially early on. There's going to be a lot of days like that where you just can't get everybody on the same page. But the hopes are that you get there sooner rather than later, so it doesn't show up on a Sunday.
Now, the other side of it is, you got to see that defense that looks like they're going to be the Texans in some games, if need be. And we know of the Danielle Hunters, the Will Andersons, and the Derek Stingleys. There's pretty good feel of what those guys are going to give you. Those are the top elite-type players that you have here. But then it's the next level that's going to really determine how good it is, the next level of guys. And Jalen Peacher, as he talked about, that is a player that has the ability to play at a Pro Bowl level. And that's the kind of thing that makes, as you said, a team go from top 10-ish to top 5-ish to even more, is when you have not just your top guys, but you got then the middle group of playmakers and guys like him. And if Christian Harris gets back, some of the guys on a linebacker core, the other safeties, that's the part that really takes the defense up to the next level.
Yeah, look, I think you look at this defense, and I think the not, well, how do you put it? Because I think the defense as a unit is going to be absolutely tremendous. The interior defensive line obviously is not as star-studded, if you will, as the edge group. The depth is going to could be a little bit secondary depth in the safety with the Jimmy Ward situation and with the Ronald Darby situation at corner. The depth could be a little bit of an issue in the secondary. I think today the linebacker level on the defense got a little bit of a, at least from us watching, in terms of knowing what's going on. Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shaair were out there with the first unit defensively as the interior linebackers. No surprise. But Henry a little bit and he'd missed a little bit, and you wonder like what's he going to come back looking like. He covered Brevin Jordan on a ball in the flats and got a PBU. Appears lean, appears to be playing fast, and appears to be healthy. So that's a plus for the defense as well there at that linebacker level.
Yeah. So they looked defense looked like we would think they would, and I think also they continued the same kind of style of offense as yesterday. The run, not throwing the ball down the field. They've continued to do that.
A huge chunk of practice, dedicated to, I'd say, the run game. I would say at the pace is a slower one, which is communicate it, process what's going on, communicate it, get a good mental rep while you're getting that physical rep. Let's really focus on doing these simple things in our plan savagely well. And I think again, tip the cap to Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans for making that. It's really easy to go, we're ready to move on and jump to the next thing or pick the pace up. And in reality, man, this time right now, you got to get the base offense right. You just flat out got to get it right. Whatever the base run game is going to be, whatever the base pass game, pass protections are going to be, man, you got to know those things like the back of your hand, and you got to know how to execute them. And they are teaching the hell out of those for a good chunk of practice early on. And I say a good chunk of practice, I'm talking – it's 30-plus minutes of real solid teaching, it looks like. That's not even counting the individual walk-through conversation stuff that they're having.
All right, as we continue here, day 2, they'll get back at it tomorrow, and then Saturday you'll be able to go out and take a look at the Houston Texans as it'll be opened up to the fans.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Astros, they are back here in Houston, and they are taking on the last place A's. And there's a chance for them to continue to add to where they are, as they have the best record in the American League, as they have a 6-game lead in the American League West, and they can continue to do that. Jason Alexander, he gets the ball in his second start. The lineup today: Trammell, Altuve, Caratini, Walker, Smith, John Singleton back in the lineup as the DH tonight. Dubon's playing third, Matthews at second, and then Zach Short is at shortstop. Someone earlier said, what are you talking about, Ron? You said that 5 out of the 10 are Sugarland. Well, and counting the pitcher, thank you. And counting the pitcher, George Alexander, excuse me. And counting the pitcher, Jason Alexander, excuse me, of the starting 9 and the starting pitcher, 5 of them are guys who started the year in Sugar Land or in some sort of Sugar Land Corpus situation. When you look at Trammell, you look at Singleton, you look at Matthews, Short, and they're used to playing this way, Clint. They're used to playing teams like this, and they have done a pretty good job this year, Clint. There was a frustration in the past. They've done a pretty good job, Clint, in terms of beating the teams they're supposed to be beating.
Yeah, I mean they've
handled that.
Look, and if we're being honest, I mean some of these teams that we look at as the teams that the Astros should be beating, the current Astros have no business beating and damn sure sweeping when you got so many Space Cowboys in the damn lineup. So, yeah, man, they played a tougher schedule in the first half, and we're 5 up in the division at the break, and you come out and you somehow built on that division lead as you've gone through 2 series. And so, yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with them, but I don't know why it would slow down anytime soon.
Oh, yeah, man. Shout out to Taylor Trammell getting in that leadoff spot 2 days in a row. Why change it? He got on base 3 times yesterday and did a pretty good job setting the table for this offense. So
that was a no-brainer for me.
It should have been for you, Joe. Why not? So the Astros, they will take on the A's at home at the Daikin tonight. Stay tuned to see if they can get off to a good start on this weekend series.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this looked like Clint was going to be potentially the story of the day in the NFL, but since it happened, we've gotten information that it is not as severe as maybe it sounded at first. Earlier in the day, as I said, I thought Mike Green, huge Jets fans, was going to have an absolute heart attack in the middle of ESPN today when it came across. It came across that Justin Fields, the starting quarterback, the new starting quarterback for Aaron Glenn's New York Jets, was carted off the practice field with a lower leg injury. That was all that was said. He was seen limping really bad, and then he got on a cart and was taken to the locker room. Well, later on, Aaron Glenn spoke to the media, and it was a dislocated toe, and he avoided serious injury at this point of things. So it is not any kind of a knee or anything, nothing broken or anything like that is going to keep him out for the year or anything, which would have really sucked because this is a guy this may be his last shot to really try to become a starter. He's trying to do the Baker Mayfield thing. He's trying to do the Geno Smith thing where he gets another opportunity on another team. But, Clint, they avoid serious injury. But this, from a quarterback's perspective, doesn't sound like it's just a walk in the park. This feels like this may be something that bothers him a while and could still really give him problems leading up into the start of the season.
Definitely, given the athletic quarterback that he is. I mean, but then let's be honest. I mean, Justin Fields is not the guy, nor the Jets, the organization, that can just insert a quarterback in the week of, they said he'd be ready for week 1. I mean, that it's not like you're plugging in a veteran that's been in the game for 20 years or 10 years or whatever it may be, and you know what you're getting. Needs the reps to get ready. And so being ready, being healthy for week 1 is one thing, but being the best version of yourself is another. And I don't know if Justin Fields is at a point in his career where he just jumps on the field and he's the best guy. Now, if they're using him and his athletic abilities more so than the next guy, then I could see where he would be ready. But now you're talking about a toe that could slow that down. So, yeah, I hate this, obviously, for him, but I also hate it for Aaron Glenn. I mean, being a Texas kid, being a local guy, I'd like to see him go up there and get that thing turned around as quickly as he possibly can. And losing your quarterback the first damn rattle out of the box can't help that case.
Yeah, they say this is an injury that typically takes 3 to 6 weeks to heal if it's just a simple dislocation. 3 to 6 weeks to heal. So hopefully he gets back and is able to do so. All right, coming up, offensive line. That's a big point of conversation. First, we'll let you hear what Titus Howard had to say about the mindset changing and why there are two people who are most important when it comes to determining what this offensive line will look like. We'll talk about that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out now. I want to take a minute. I want to tip my cap to all my fellow Coors Light drinkers out there, man. Y'all
the ground right now, serving hot meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I want you to hear. Actually, first, let me get your thoughts, and then we'll hear from Titus Howard about the mindset for this group coming up this year. The offensive line. The offensive line is going to be a big question. As D'Amico said yesterday, there's not much he can say to convince you. It's something that we've got to see, but we know that was the biggest thing that prevented them to go further last year in the playoffs. But Clint, I know for you believe when we look at this offensive line, they're doing all kinds of shifts. There's Ariante Ursery, who is starting at right tackle on one team and then starting at left tackle on another team, period. There's Lakin Tomlinson, who's new, that's been in a lot at left guard. There's Andrews, there's Patterson, there's Juice Scruggs. They've done a lot. But I know for you're thinking all the stuff they're doing, this thing really depends on a couple of guys.
Yeah, I think it really depends on a couple of guys from a player perspective. And I think as we watch practice, as we hear from players and coaches, and as we watch this thing unfold in this O-line rebuild in Houston, I think there's somebody has to take the bull by the horns and be the guys that set the standard. Maybe not the guys that hold people accountable. Maybe that's Cole Popovich from a play perspective and be leaders. And I think as we watch how this thing kind of unfolds, I think there's two guys that we've got to watch, and they're both guards. I think Lakin Tomlinson, number one. This is a guy that D'Amico Ryans has experience with, and if D'Amico Ryans wants to remake his offensive line and he wants to have a different standard in that room and he wants to have a different personality in that room and the physicality to go to a whole nother level, he brings in a guy that he knows and he spent time with in the locker room in San Francisco. I'll be damned if that guy's not going to be one of the guys that's at least cut from the cloth that D'Amico Ryans wants his O-line to look like. And every single time they break the huddle, the ones break the huddle, the left guard is Lakin Tomlinson. I got to believe that means something. I got to believe that you put all that together, and he is one guy that is being tasked with kind of being the tip of the spear, if you will, to rebuild this offensive line, remake the O-line room. The other one, I think, is Titus Howard. I don't think I gave Titus the credit that I think is deserved. I don't believe, and I'm not changing my tune, I don't believe that Titus Howard is a guy that's going to walk in and be the alpha in the room and hold everybody accountable and all that jive. I do believe that if that coach, Cole Popovich, who appears to be a guy that is a set the standard, hold people accountable kind of guy, I believe if he goes in there and he asks the offensive line to do things a certain way, focus and show up every day, focus, execute, communicate in a certain way, I do believe that Titus Howard is a guy that, one, is going to be in the group with the pieces around him or how they're being rotated. Titus Howard is going to be at right guard. And I do believe that he has the ability to show up and be a guy that goes balls to the wall, guys that focuses on being more physical, a guy that holds people accountable. I do think he is a guy that can execute the role that the head coach is, the O-line coach is looking for. So I just think as we watch this O-line rebuild, to me right now, there's two guys that really stick out. And they're being made a priority because they're with the ones. And number two, I think they've got the pelts on the wall, the veteran, the paycheck, the experience. I think it's Lakin Tomlinson and Titus Howard are two guys that they're leaning into to really turn the corner with this offensive line.
Those were two problem areas. The interior offensive line were two problem areas, and that's who they chose to be the ones to fill them in. As you're right, there's not a ton of movement with them. Maybe Juice Scruggs is getting in a little bit at left guard, some, but those guys have been mostly the left guards there. Speaking of one of those guys, in Titus Howard, he spoke to the media today, and a big thing that he has been harping on the several times he has spoken to the media in the offseason under Cole Popovich is the change in mindset. Here is Titus Howard talking about that.
Yeah, for sure. And it's up to us older guys to establish that for the younger guys. And I think that's one of the things I'm trying to do a positive example every day of, how, we got to go about our business every day. So when the younger guys see that, they're like, oh, man, that's how I got to be. And then that just rubs off on the whole offensive line.
All right. This group, their mindset, as he has said multiple times, has changed, especially with the physicality, wanting to get more downhill, wanting to the way they almost talk about it is have the run set up the pass almost is the way they've talked about it. But I think in that point, and I know for you haven't necessarily viewed Titus as the guy who is going to be the leader of this offense, even though his history with the team and resume probably would say that would be the guy who's a leader. He is at least talking that thing, and I think walking it when you look at what he's done to prepare himself to play that position.
Well, I mean, here's the key: is I don't think Titus Howard is the alpha that's going to walk in and put his foot on your throat. But I do believe that he is a leader that is going to take what the coach says and execute it at a level to where everybody around him says, "Okay, coach, that's what you want. That's the standard. That's the effort. That's the attention. That's the communication. That's what you want. Okay, we're going to fall in line behind Titus Howard's actions." I do believe that that's possible. Listening to Titus Howard talk today, I think there's two things here. I think one, it appears that Cole Popovich, the difference between Cole Popovich this year and Strouser last year is Cole Popovich is going to set a standard, hold guys accountable, keeping things to the rug, and kind of moving on to the next. We're gonna set a standard, and that standard is going to be met on a daily basis. And if you don't, we're going to talk about it. And if that is the case, then Cole Popovich can be that guy, and should be that guy, but can be that guy that you got to answer to. What he needs is somebody that can go out there and show all the other offensive linemen, which Titus Howard even spoke about, is just go out there and show everybody else how it's done. Cole can preach it. Cole can demand it. Cole can expect it. If Titus Howard and Laken Tomlinson can go out there and actually execute it and approach the practice every day that way, and everybody else falls in line, you got a unit that can get better and get better quickly. So I don't know. I just didn't. I guess when Laramie left, and you think about Cole Popovich not having much experience, you think, boy, they need this long in the tooth veteran to come in here and really be a difference maker. And they didn't go get that guy. So how do you find that in that room? And I think Titus Howard's going to be a key.
Well, it was kind of hard to look at it because, what is it that you think of when you thought of Titus Howard? You almost felt like he was a guy that was maybe, and maybe this was unfair, but you almost felt like he was the number one Laramie Tunsil follower.
Oh, no doubt. No question.
Right, and I think that's why potentially in your mind it's hard to visualize that he is going to come in. Your thought would be he would be another Laramie Tunsil, and there was a thought maybe you need to bring somebody in that kind of shifts that thought. But
with Laramie gone, Cole Popovich, the O-line coach, can now put his foot on people's throats. And if Titus Howard is going to go out there and set the standard every day of how you approach practice and how you respond to Coach Popovich's coaching and his expectations, now you got something. Now you're on to something. And so I guess I was looking at it through the lens of like, hey, man, who's going to be that dude that comes in here and there's no questions asked. That's the guy you look at and that could be the coach, Cole Popovich, and a combination of a couple other guys with him. And I think that's what you're looking at in Houston.
Yeah. Text line coming through. Titus Howard is saying all the right things, but I don't trust his ass until I see him do it.
I mean, look, and I'll speak for Ron on this one. We ain't that trust that just trust D'Amico or trust Caserio or trust Titus or trust this or that. No, I mean, there's no question about it. You got to see it. I mean, if he can't go out there and play guard at an extremely high level, all this is all smoke blowing.
Yeah. All right, as we continue, I think some really, really good news for the Astros and a discussion about what they have to do in the next important 8 days. We'll continue that coming up next. But before we do that, guys, let me tell you a little bit about
more at Beck's Prime. 10 Houston area locations, BecksPrime.com.
Tyler Miller, you are the greatest producer in the world.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Sturt.
All right, coming up fresh and live right behind us, Texans All Access, as they will take over at 6 o'clock, when we get done. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they are burning it all. I heard them this morning as I was driving to take the kids to camp, and you can hear them again tonight as they will be hearing. You will get a chance to hear from GM Nick Caserio as well as Azeez Al-Shaair. And they will that will be live. Azeez spoke to the media today as well as in the loop earlier today. So Azeez is all over Sports Radio 610 today, baby. You can hear him again with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris coming up. Texans All Access coming up next after us. And then after them, I see the fellas that just walked past them. Area 45, they're back in action. They will have post-game coming up for you as the A's are in town to face the Astros.
Give me a hell yeah.
You're damn right. I feel like it's gotta be Hogan today. Like if you're gonna do that, it does.
Well, I mean that was kind of why I did play it like thinking of Hogan. I don't got any Hulk drops,
Austin.
man.
You just played Austin.
I ain't got no Hulkster drops.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, well,
Area 45, brother.
I almost cut a promo. I really almost did.
I mean, why didn't you?
I did.
Let it rip.
Not myself. Area 45 coming up after Texans All Access. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago right behind us. They will be ready, have you ready for the postgame, as we said, as hopefully the Astros will be able to take care of the A's tonight. And then here in just a few minutes, T-Mill's best bets. He's back in the green, baby. In the green Monday, little red Tuesday, and in the green yesterday. So he'll try to keep it going.
You got room for me?
I do not.
All right, well, damn, man, we've got to be getting close, right? I mean, my goodness.
Yeah. Probably next week. I'll have some room for you.
Oh, he's just told you. Just don't even ask tomorrow.
Well, I'm out tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. He could still hit you up though. But I hear you.
I mean, that don't mean are you like your phone? You leaving your phone somewhere?
I mean, I'll be doing something kind of busy. My dad's having a semi-serious medical procedure, man. But I guess I can try to carve that time out for you if it's really needed.
I mean,
you're not placing bets tomorrow.
Are you doing the surgery or what?
But are you not placing bets tomorrow? That's stopping you from placing bets? Is that what we're doing?
What's going on, Doc?
I'll be betting.
I know. Okay.
As long as the Astros medical staff ain't touching him,
You'll be sitting in that waiting room with nothing to do.
Did you hear him sit there? He made it seem like, yeah, man, hey, man, bet's off today, man. Got serious procedure tomorrow.
No, it's not.
You're going to be looking up the
next
it is really serious with Tyler's dad, but he will still be.
Oh, nah, he's good. He's good.
Yeah, serious. Yeah.
I got you next week, dude.
Got you next week.
Right now, I got to focus on getting a third Green Day on the week.
Yep.
I'm with you, man. Best of luck, Bob.
If you need a bet, just text me.
Some good news, though. The Astros, some good news. The Astros have transferred the rehab assignment of right-handed pitcher Christian Javier to AAA Sugarland, where he will start tonight for the Space Cowboys.
It feels huge.
So it feels odd. Jason Alexander is starting for the Astros tonight, and Christian Javier is starting for the Space Cowboys tonight. So this is a good thing. Also, additionally, Jacob Melton has been placed on a rehab assignment in Sugarland as well. So maybe he's getting closer. And and get maybe potentially back with the big club. So,
barring one of those Astros setbacks, man, we got some movement in the positive direction here with some of these guys getting healthy.
Are the Space Cowboys at home? That'd be a nice little ticket.
That's got to be why. That's got to be why they've been transferred, right?
I guess right. Maybe I don't know if they had to go up to Oklahoma City or something, and he put them on one of those buses again. I'm not sure, but that'd be a nice watch if they're in Sugar Land. That'd be a nice little ticket. I want to up that bad boy as Christian Javier, get a good shot at him. Well, that leads me into the thought though. Eight away until the trade deadline is here for Major League Baseball, and I think we both agree. I do think they are a bat short, but I do think and agree that the priority has been they need to get some pitching right now. They've just got a lot of injuries. And right now they have two pitchers that they can depend on. And I remember listening to Brandon Scott, who had real frustrations of, damn it, if this can't be what we're going to have to, give up prospects for when, to start the year you thought you had Hunter and Framber and Wisniewski and Ronel Blanco and thought you might get Garcia by now and Javier and Spencer Arrighetti, and now you got to go and do what you did last year and spend money on pitching. But I would pose this to you. As we see, Christian Javier, he went 3 innings in Corpus, and now he's pitching tonight in Sugar Land. Maybe he goes 4 innings. Maybe the pitch count is higher for him, and he's getting closer. There's no other stop but the Astros after this. Does the potential of getting guys like Arrighetti, Javier, Garcia back, does that change your thoughts on how they should approach starting pitching at the trade deadline?
No, absolutely not, especially with the Astros, the recent history this year of injury. No, I don't think that they should put all their eggs in one basket of any. And I guess you're putting your eggs in 3 different baskets, but thinking that any of these guys are going to come back ready to pitch, and 3 ready to pitch at a, let's call it a third start in a rotation for one of the best teams in the American League. That to me is a little bit of a risk, a little bit more of a risk than I'd be willing to take right now, given how my team has created the lead that they have here, in not just the division but in the American League. So I would be aggressive. I would go get a guy no matter what, how good you feel about these guys. There's nothing that's going to happen over the next 7 days that's going to confirm that they're back and locked and loaded. So no, I don't think it impacts it any way, shape, or form.
The only thing to me that is different is, one, Christian Javier is definitely a thought. He's the one that causes me to pause a bit. That part, and then the other part of understanding how it seems like the Astros are going to kind of run themselves now. I think they're going to be much more dependent on their young players. Mm-hmm. Like, not just getting players in the farm system to trade, but getting players to replace guys that they may not decide to pay. Right? And they're going to use their farm system a lot more as opposed to just paying for free agents or paying for guys that they already have. And with that, boy, it'd be something if Christian Javier or Spencer Arrighetti came up here and they by the time we got to October were ready, certainly, and you've traded for Seth Lugo, for example, and you've given up prospects that potentially could help you down the road. That's the only thing that makes me pause. But I understand and for the most part agree with where your thought is, and I don't know if I don't want to take my chances to where I am screwed and Christian Javier is not ready to pitch starter innings by that time. Or Arrighetti, it takes him a while and he's not up to par of what you need. And now you're staring down the barrel of, this version of Lance and Arrighetti or Javier who can only go 3 innings.
Yeah.
And you have to lean so much on Hunter and Framber. So I think what you're probably saying is the right move, but Christian Javier is one to watch. If he comes out here and throws like 5 innings tonight, We're getting closer now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's getting closer, no doubt. But I just don't want to. I don't want to make that bet. I don't want to chance it. I'd rather make a move, and then these guys come up and see what you can do with a 6-man rotation. See what you can do in that 4 and 5 hole in the rotation, and see if any of these guys, Javier Arrighetti can or McCullers, can hold off whoever you bring in that third spot. That would be a beautiful thing. I would. Not making a move and then banking on these guys coming back from injury and being their old self or even better.
Yeah,
seems like a little bit of a risk for me.
That's fair. It is a lot of risk. All right, Tyler Green. Let's get the best bets. T-Mill's best bets. What you got tonight?
Yes, 5 more baseball wagers tonight. We went 3 for 5 last night. Still got work to do if we want to have a successful week, though. Only hitting 50% on the week, so we got some work to do. All 5 of these best bets are between just 2 ball games tonight. First off, I got the Padres +1 as they're going to be in St. Louis taking on the Cardinals. In that same game, I'm on the over. Padres at Cardinals, over 8 runs tonight. And then the last 3 all pertain to your Houston Astros.
Oh, you're doing this.
I feel good about really all 3 of these. I'm looking for a 5 for 5 night. Astros money line as they start the series with the A's at Daikin tonight. I'm on the under. A's at Astros, under 9 runs is where I got it. And then one player prop for you. We haven't had a prop in a few days. Altuve, the GOAT, over 1.5 total bases at tremendous odds, +130. That might be my lock of the night. Those are your 5 best bets?
Yeah, I like Altuve. That's fine. We'll see how that finger is, but that's that's pretty good odds, I would think. Under 9. I don't want to bet on. I just know Jason Alexander. I don't know what's going on with that. I like the Padres +1 there, and then over 8. It sounds that Yu Darvish is just getting back. He's kind of struggling. His ERA is nearing 7. Sonny Gray is I don't know. His ERA is above 4, so that one ain't bad. So we'll see. But you be putting these bets that are in line with like the Jason Alexanders and how you pull the trigger on Colton Gordon one time on strikes. I don't know if I can do that.
Well, let's try. Let's get this money, and I will be leaving y'all with some best bets for tomorrow, even though I won't be here.
I'm going to look at all these. All right, I'm going to look at these.
Looking to finish with a green week, man. We need it. Let's go.
I'll probably change one tomorrow.
You son of a bitch.
You'll take the power of that thing. All right, Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. I'm